Chapter 19 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. End of school days. Though my years at the seminary were the happiest of my life, they are among the most difficult for me to recover and present to my readers. During half the year, I worked the farm fiercely, unsparing of myself, in order that I might have an uninterrupted season of study in the village. Each term was very like another, so far as its broad program went. But innumerable, minute, but very important progressions carried me toward manhood, events which can hardly be stated to an outsider. Burton remained my roommate, and in all our vicissitudes we had no vital disagreements, but his unconquerable shyness kept him from making a good impression on his teachers, and this annoyed me. It made him seem stupid when he was not. Once, as chairman of a committee, it became his duty to introduce a certain lecturer who was to speak on Elihu Burritt, and by some curious twist in my chum's mind, this name became Lehi Burritt, and he so stated it in his introductory remarks. This amused the lecturer and raised a titter in the audience. Burton bled in silence over this mishap, for he was at heart deeply ambitious to be a public speaker. He never alluded to that speech, even to me, without writhing in retrospective shame. Another incident will illustrate his painfully shy character. One of our summer vacations was made notable by the visit of an exceedingly pretty girl to the home of one of Burton's aunts, who lived on the road to Grove, and my chum's excitement over the presence of this alien bird of paradise was very amusing to me as well as to his brother Charles, who was inclined, as an older brother, to take it out of Bert. I listened to my chum's account of his cousin's beauty with something more than fraternal interest. She came, it appeared, from Dubuque, and had the true cosmopolitan's air of tolerance. Our small community amused her. Her hats and gowns, for it soon developed that she had at least two, were the envy of all the girls and the admiration of the boys. No disengaged or slightly obligated beau of the district neglected to hitch his horse at Mrs. Knapp's gate. Burton's opportunity seemed better than that of any other youth, for he could visit his aunt as often as he wished without arousing comment. Whereas for me, a call would have been equivalent to an offer of marriage. My only chance of seeing the radiant stranger was at church. Needless to say, we all made it a point to attend every service during her stay. One Sunday afternoon, as I was riding over to the Grove, I met Burton plodding homeward along the grassy lane, walking with hanging head and sagging shoulders. He looked like a man in deep and discouraged thought, and when he glanced up at me, with a familiar defensive smile twisting his long lips, I knew something had gone wrong. "Hello," I said. "Where have you been?" "Over to Aunt Sally's," he said. His long linen duster was sagging at the sides, and peering down at his pockets, I perceived a couple of quarts of lovely Siberian crab apples. "Where did you get all that fruit?" I demanded. "At home." "What are you going to do with it?" "Take it back again." "What do you mean by such a performance?" With the swift flush and silent laugh which always marked his confessions of weakness or failure, he replied, "I went over to see Nettie. I intended to give her these apples." He indicated the fruit by a touch on each pocket. "But when I got there I found old Bill Watson, dressed to kill and large as life, sitting in the parlor. I was so afraid of his finding out what I had in my pockets that I didn't go in. I came away leaving him in possession." Of course I laughed, but there was an element of pathos in it after all. Poor Bert. He always failed to get his share of the good things in this world. We continued to board ourselves, now here, now there, and always to the effect of being starved out by Friday night. But we kept well and active, even on doughnuts and pie, and were grateful of any camping place in town. Once Burton left a soup bone to simmer on the stove, while he went away to morning recitations. And when we reached home, smoke was leaking from every keyhole. The room was solid with the remains of our bone. It took 6 months to get the horrid smell of charred beef out of our wardrobe. The girls all sniffed and wondered as we came near. On Fridays we went home, and during the winter months very generally attended the Lyceum, which met in the Burr Oak schoolhouse. We often debated, and on one occasion I attained to the honor of being called upon to preside over the session. Another memorable evening is that in which I read, with what seemed to me distinguished success, Joaquin Miller's magnificent new poem, Kit Carson's Ride, and in the splendid roar and trample of its lines, discovered a new and powerful American poet. His spirit appealed to me. He was at once American and Western. I read every line of his verse, which the newspapers or magazines brought to me, and was profoundly influenced by its epic quality. And so, term by term, in growing joy and strength, in expanding knowledge of life, we hurried toward the end of our 4 years' course at this modest little school, finding in it all the essential elements of an education, for we caught at every chance quotation from the scientists, every fleeting literary allusion in the magazines, attaining, at last, a dim knowledge of what was going on in the great outside world of letters and discovery. Of course, there were elections and tariff reforms, and other comparatively unimportant matters taking place in the state, but they made only the most transient impression on our minds. During the last winter of our stay at the seminary, my associate in housekeeping was one Adelbert Jones, the son of a well-to-do farmer who lived directly east of town. Dell, as we called him, always alluded to himself as Ferguson. He was tall, with a very large blond face inclined to freckle, and his first care of a morning was to scrutinize himself most anxiously to see whether the troublesome brown flecks were increasing or diminishing in number. Often upon reaching the open air, he would sniff the east wind and say lugubriously, "This is the kind of day that brings out the freckles on your Uncle Ferg." He was one of the best-dressed men in the school, and especially finicky about his collars and ties, was indeed one of the earliest to purchase linen. He also parted his yellow hair in the middle, which was a very noticeable thing in those days, and was always talking of taking a girl to a social or to prayer meeting. But, like Burton, he never did. So far as I knew, he never went double, and most of the girls looked upon him as more or less of a rustic, notwithstanding his fine figure and careful dress. As for me, I did once hire a horse and carriage of a friend and took Alice for a drive. More than 35 years have passed since that adventure, and yet I can see every turn in that road. I can hear the crackle of my starched shirt and the creak of my suspender buckles as I write. Alice, being quite as bashful as myself, kept our conversation to the high plane of Hawthorne and Poe and Schiller, with an occasional tired droop to the weather. Hence I infer that she was as much relieved as I when we reached her boarding house some 2 hours later. It was my first and only attempt at this, the most common of all ways of entertaining one's best girl. The youth who furnished the carriage betrayed me, and the outcry of my friends so intimidated me that I dared not look Alice in the face. My only comfort was that no one but ourselves could possibly know what an erratic conversationalist I had been. However, she did not seem to lay it up against me. I think she was as much astonished as I, and I am persuaded that she valued the compliment of my extravagant gallantry. It is only fair to say that I had risen by this time to the dignity of boughten shirts, linen collars, and Congress gaiters, and my suit, purchased for graduating purposes, was of black diagonal with a long tail, a garment which fitted me reasonably well. It was hot, of course, and nearly parboiled me of a summer evening, but I bore my suffering like the hero that I was, in order that I might make a presentable figure in the eyes of my classmates. I longed for a white vest, but did not attain to that splendor. Life remained very simple and very democratic in our little town. Although the county seat, it was slow in taking on city ways. I don't believe a real bathtub distinguished the place. I never heard of one. But its sidewalks kept our feet out of the mud, even in March or April, and this was a marvelous fact to us. One or two fine lawns and flower gardens had come in, and year by year the maples had grown until they now made a pleasant shade in June, and in October glorified the plank walks. To us it was beautiful. As county town, Osage published 2 papers and was, in addition, the home of 2 judges, a state senator and a congressman. A new opera house was built in '79, and an occasional actor troupe presented military plays like Our Boys, or farces like Solon Shingle. The brass band and the baseball team were the best in the district, and were loyally upheld by us all. With all these attractions, do you wonder that whenever Ed and Bill and Joe had a day of leisure, they got out their buggies, washed them till they glistened like new, and called for their best girls on the way to town? Circuses, 4th of Julys, county fairs, all took place in Osage. And to own a covered rig and to take your sweetheart to the show were the highest forms of affluence and joy, unless you were actually able to live in town, as Burton and I now did for 5 days in each week, in which case you saw everything that was free and denied yourself everything but the circus. Nobody went so far in economy as that. As a conscientious historian, I have gone carefully into the records of this last year, in the hope of finding something that would indicate a feeling on the part of the citizens that Dick Garland's boy was in some ways a remarkable youth, but, I regret to say, I cannot lay hands on a single item. It appears that I was just one of 100 healthy, hearty, noisy students. But no, wait. There is one incident which has slight significance. One day during my final term of school, as I stood in the post office waiting for the mail to be distributed, I picked up from the counter a book called The Undiscovered Country. "What is this about?" I asked. The clerk looked up at me with an expression of disgust. "I bought it for a book of travel," said he, "but it is only a novel. Want it? I'll sell it cheap." Having no money to waste in that way, I declined, but as I had the volume in my hands, with a few minutes to spare, I began to read. It did not take me long to discover in this author a grace and precision of style which aroused both my admiration and my resentment. My resentment was vague. I could not have given a reason for it, but as a matter of fact, the English of this new author made some of my literary heroes seem rather crude or stilted. I was just young enough and conservative enough to be irritated and repelled by the modernity of William Dean Howells. I put the book down and turned away, apparently uninfluenced by it. Indeed, I remained, if anything, more loyal to the grand manner of Hawthorne, but my love of realism was growing. I recall a rebuke from my teacher in rhetoric, condemning, in my essay on Mark Twain, an overpraise of Roughing It. It is evident, therefore, that I was even then a lover of the modern when taken off my guard. Meanwhile, I had definitely decided not to be a lawyer, and it happened in this way. One Sunday morning, as I was walking toward school, I met a young man called Lore, a law student several years older than myself, who turned and walked with me for a few blocks. "Well, Garland," said he, "what are you going to do after you graduate this June?" "I don't know," I frankly replied. "I have a chance to go into a law office." "Don't do it," protested he with sudden and inexplicable bitterness. "Whatever you do, don't become a lawyer's hack." His tone and the words, "lawyer's hack," had a powerful effect upon my mind. The warning entered my ears and stayed there. I decided against the law as I had already decided against the farm. Yes, these were the sweetest days of my life, for I was carefree and glowing with the happiness which streams from perfect health and unquestioning faith. If any shadow drifted across this sunny year, it fell from a haunting sense of the impermanency of my leisure. Neither Burton nor I had an ache or a pain. We had no fear and cherished no sorrow, and we were both comparatively free from the lover's almost intolerable longing. Our loves were hardly more than admirations. As I project myself back into those days, I re-experience the keen joy I took in the downpour of vivid sunlight, in the colorful clouds of evening, and in the song of the west wind harping amid the maple leaves. The earth was new, the moonlight magical, the dawns miraculous. I shiver with the boy's solemn awe in the presence of beauty. The little recitation rooms, dusty with floating chalk, our wide halls of romance, and the voices of my girl classmates, even though their words are algebraic formulas, ring sweet as bells across the years. During the years of 79 and 80, while Burton and I had been living our carefree, jocund life at the seminary, a series of crop failures had profoundly affected the county, producing a feeling of unrest and bitterness in the farmers, which was to have a far-reaching effect on my fortunes, as well as upon those of my fellows. For 2 years, the crop had been almost wholly destroyed by chinch bugs. The harvest of 80 had been a season of disgust and disappointment to us, for not only had the pestiferous mites devoured the grain, they had filled our stables, granaries, and even our kitchens with their ill-smelling, crawling bodies. And now they were coming again in added billions. By the middle of June, they swarmed at the roots of the wheat, innumerable as the sands of the sea. They sapped the growing stalks till the leaves turned yellow. It was as if the field had been scorched. Even the edges of the corn showed signs of blight. It was evident that the crop was lost unless some great change took place in the weather, and many men began to offer their land for sale. Naturally, the business of grain buying had suffered with the decline of grain growing, and my father, profoundly discouraged by the outlook, sold his share in the elevator and turned his face toward the free lands of the farther west. He became again the pioneer. Dakota was the magic word. The Jim River Valley was now the land of delight, where herds of deer and buffalo still furnished the cheer. Once more, the spirit of the explorer flamed up in the soldier's heart. Once more the sunset allured. Once more my mother sang the marching song of the McClintocks. O'er the hills in legions, boys, fair freedom's star points to the sunset regions, boys, ha ha, ha ha. And sometime, in May I think it was, Father again set out, this time by train, to explore the land of the Dakotas, which had but recently been wrested from the control of Sitting Bull. He was gone only 2 weeks, but on his return announced with triumphant smile that he had taken up a homestead in Ordway, Brown County, Dakota. His face was again alight with the hope of the borderman, and he had much to say of the region he had explored. As graduation day came on, Burton and I became very serious. The question of our future pressed upon us. What were we to do when our schooling ended? Neither of us had any hope of going to college, and neither of us had any intention of going to Dakota, although I had taken going west as the theme of my oration. We were also greatly worried about these essays. Burton fell off in appetite and grew silent and abstracted. Each of us gave much time to declaiming our speeches, and the question of dress troubled us. Should we wear white ties and white vests, or white ties and black vests? The evening fell on a dark and rainy night, but the Garlands came down in their best attire, and so did the Babcocks, the Gilchrists, and many other of our neighbors. Burton was hoping that his people would not come. He especially dreaded the humorous gaze of his brother Charles, who took a much less serious view of Burton's powers as an orator than Burton considered just. Other interested parents and friends filled the new opera house to the doors, producing in us a sense of awe, for this was the first time the exercises had taken place outside the chapel. Never again shall I feel the same exultation, the same pleasure mingled with bitter sadness, the same perception of the irrevocable passing of beautiful things, and the equally inexorable coming on of care and trouble, as filled my heart that night. Whether any of the other members of my class vibrated with similar emotion or not, I cannot say. But I do recall that some of the girls annoyed me with their excessive attentions to unimportant ribbons, flounces, and laces. "How do I look?" seemed their principal concern. Only Alice expressed anything of the prophetic sadness which mingled with her exultation. The name of my theme, which was made public for the first time in the little program, is worthy of a moment's emphasis. Going West had been suggested, of course, by the immigration fever then at its height, and upon it I had lavished a great deal of anxious care. As an oration, it was all very excited and very florid, but it had some stirring ideas in it, and coming in the midst of the profound political discourses of my fellows and the formal essays of the girls, it seemed much more singular and revolutionary, both in form and in substance, than it really was. As I waited my turn, I experienced that sense of nausea, that numbness, which always preceded my platform trials. But as my name was called, I contrived to reach the proper place behind the footlights, and to bow to the audience. My opening paragraph perplexed my fellows, and naturally, for it was exceedingly florid, filled with phrases like the lure of the sunset, the westward urge of men, and was neither prose nor verse. Nevertheless, I detected a slight current of sympathy coming up to me, and in the midst of the vast expanse of faces, I began to detect here and there a friendly smile. Mother and father were near, but their faces were very serious. After a few moments, the blood began to circulate through my limbs, and I was able to move about a little on the stage. My courage came back, but alas, just in proportion as I attained confidence, my emotional chant mounted too high. Since the writing was extremely ornate, my manner should have been studiedly cold and simple. This I knew perfectly well, but I could not check the perfervid rush of my song. I ranted deplorably, and though I closed amid fairly generous applause, no flowers were handed up to me. The only praise I received came from Charles Lore, the man who had warned me against becoming a lawyer's hack. He, meeting me in the wings of the stage as I came off, remarked with ironic significance, "Well, that was an original piece of business." This delighted me exceedingly, for I had written with special deliberate intent to go outside the conventional grind of graduating orations. Feeling dimly, but sincerely, the epic march of the American pioneer, I had tried to express it in an address which was in fact a sloppy poem. I should not like to have that manuscript printed precisely as it came from my pen, and a phonographic record of my voice would serve admirably as an instrument of blackmail. However, I thought at the time that I had done moderately well, and my mother's shy smile confirmed me in the belief. Burton was white with stage fright as he stepped from the wings, but he got through very well, better than I, for he attempted no oratorical flights. Now came the usual hurried and painful farewells of classmates. With fervid handclasp we separated, some of us never again to meet. Our beloved principal, who was even then shadowed by the illness which brought about his death, clung to us as if he hated to see us go, and some of us could not utter a word as we took his hand in parting. What I said to Alice and Maud and Ethel I do not know, but I do recall that I had an uncontrollable lump in my throat while saying it. As a truthful historian, I must add that Burton and I, immediately after this highly emotional close of our school career, were both called upon to climb into the family carriage and drive away into the black night, back to the farm, an experience which seemed to us at the time a sad anticlimax. When we entered our ugly attic rooms and tumbled wearily into our hard beds, we retained very little of our momentary sense of victory. Our carefree school life was ended. Our stern education in life had begun. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The land of the Dakotas. The movement of settlers toward Dakota had now become an exodus, a stampede. Hardly anything else was talked about, as neighbors met one another on the road or at the Burr Oak schoolhouse on Sundays. Every man who could sell out had gone west or was going. In vain did the county papers and the Farmers' Institute lecturers advise cattle raising and plead for diversified tillage, predicting wealth for those who held on. Farmer after farmer joined the march to Kansas, Nebraska, and Dakota. "We are wheat raisers," they said, "and we intend to keep in the wheat belt." Our own family was breaking up. My Uncle David, of pioneer spirit, had already gone to the far Missouri Valley. Rachel had moved to Georgia, and Grandad McClintock was with his daughters, Samantha and Deborah, in western Minnesota. My mother, thus widely separated from her kin, resigned herself once more to the thought of founding a new home. Once more she sang "O'er the Hills and Legions, Boys," with such spirit as she could command, her clear voice a little touched with the huskiness of regret. I confess I sympathized in some degree with my father's new design. There was something large and fine in the business of wheat growing, and to have a plague of insects arise just as our harvesting machinery was reaching such perfection that we could handle our entire crop without hired help was a tragic, abominable injustice. I could not blame him for his resentment and dismay. My personal plans were now confused and wavering. I had no intention of joining this westward march. On the contrary, I was looking forward to employment as a teacher. Therefore, my last weeks at the seminary were shadowed by a cloud of uncertainty and vague alarm. It seemed a time of change and immense, far-reaching, portentous readjustment. Our homestead was sold. My world was broken up. What am I to do, was my question. Father had settled upon Ordway, Brown County, South Dakota, as his future home, and immediately after my graduation, he and my brother set forth into the new country to prepare the way for the family's removal, leaving me to go ahead with the harvest alone. It fell out, therefore, that immediately after my flowery oration on going west, I found myself more of a slave to the cattle than ever before in my life. Help was scarce. I could not secure even so much as a boy to aid in the milking of cows. I was obliged to do double work time. In order to set up the sheaves of barley, which were in danger of moldering on the wet ground, I worked with a kind of bitter, desperate pleasure, saying, "This is the last time I shall ever lift a bundle of this accursed stuff." And then, to make the situation worse, in raising some heavy machinery connected with the self-binder, I strained my side so seriously that I was unable to walk. This brought the harvesting to a stand, and made my father's return necessary. For several weeks I hobbled about, bent like a gnome, and so helped to reap what the chinch bugs had left, while my mother prepared to follow the sunset with her boss. September 1st was the day set for saying goodbye to Dry Run, and it so happened that her wedding anniversary fell close upon the same date. And our neighbors, having quietly passed the word around, came together one Sunday afternoon to combine a farewell dinner with a silver wedding surprise party. Mother saw nothing strange in the coming of the first two carriages. The Buttons often came driving in that way. But when the Babcocks, the Coles, and the Gilchrists clattered in with smiling faces, we all stood in the yard transfixed with amazement. "What's the meaning of all this?" asked my father. No one explained. The women calmly clambered down from their vehicles, bearing baskets and bottles and knobby parcels, and began instant and concerted bustle of preparation. The men tied their horses to the fence and hunted up sawhorses and planks, and soon a long table was spread beneath the trees on the lawn. One by one, other teams came whirling into the yard. The assembly resembled a vandoo, as Asa Walker said. "It's worse than that," laughed Mrs. Turner. "It's a silver wedding and a send-off combined." They would not let either the bride or the groom do a thing, and with smiling resignation my mother folded her hands and sank into a chair. "All right," she said. "I am perfectly willing to sit by and see you do the work. I won't have another chance right away." And there was something sad in her voice. She could not forget that this was the beginning of a new pioneering adventure. The shadows were long on the grass, when at the close of supper old John Gammons rose to make a speech and present the silver tea set. His voice was tremulous with emotion as he spoke of the loss which the neighborhood was about to suffer, and tears were in many eyes when Father made reply. The old soldier's voice failed him several times during his utterance of the few short sentences he was able to frame, and at last he was obliged to take his seat and blow his nose very hard on his big bandana handkerchief to conceal his emotion. It was a very touching and beautiful moment to me, for as I looked around upon that little group of men and women, rough-handed, bent and worn with toil, silent and shadowed with the sorrow of parting, I realized as never before the high place my parents had won in the estimation of their neighbors. It affected me still more deeply to see my father stammer and flush with uncontrollable emotion. I had thought the event deeply important before, but I now perceived that our going was all of a piece with the West's elemental restlessness. I could not express what I felt then, and I can recover but little of it now, but the pain which filled my throat comes back to me, mixed with a singular longing to relive it. There, on a low mound in the midst of the prairie, in the shadow of the house we had built, beneath the slender trees we had planted, we were bidding farewell to one cycle of immigration and entering upon another. The borderline had moved on, and my indomitable dad was moving with it. I shivered with dread of the irrevocable decision thus forced upon me. I heard a clanging as of great gates behind me, and the field of the future was wide and wan. From this spot we had seen the wild prairies disappear. On every hand wheat and corn and clover had taken the place of the wild oat, the hazel bush, and the rose. Our house, a commonplace frame cabin, took on grace. Here Hattie had died. Our yard was ugly, but there Jessie's small feet had worn a slender path. Each of our lives was knit into these hedges and rooted in these fields, and yet, notwithstanding all this, in response to some powerful yearning call, my father was about to set out for the 5th time into the still more remote and untrodden West. Small wonder that my mother sat with bowed head and tear-blind eyes, while these good and faithful friends crowded around her to say goodbye. She had no enemies and no hatreds. Her rich singing voice, her smiling face, her ready sympathy with those who suffered, had endeared her to every home into which she had gone, even as a momentary visitor. No woman in childbirth, no afflicted family within a radius of 5 miles, had ever called for her in vain. Death knew her well, for she had closed the eyes of youth and age, and yet she remained the same laughing, bounteous, whole-souled mother of men that she had been in the valley of the Neshonoc. Nothing could permanently cloud her face or embitter the sunny sweetness of her creed. One by one, the women put their worn, ungraceful arms about her, kissed her with trembling lips, and went away in silent grief. The scene became too painful for me at last, and I fled away from it, out into the fields, bitterly asking, why should this suffering be? Why should mother be wrenched from all her dearest friends and forced to move away to a strange land? I did not see the actual packing up and moving of the household goods, for I had determined to set forth in advance and independently, eager to be my own master, and at the moment I did not feel in the least like pioneering. Some 2 years before, when the failure of our crop had made the matter of my continuing at school an issue between my father and myself, I had said, "If you will send me to school until I graduate, I will ask nothing further of you," and these words I now took a stern pleasure in upholding. Without a dollar of my own, I announced my intention to fare forth into the world on the strength of my 2 hands, but my father, who was in reality a most affectionate parent, offered me $30 to pay my car fare. This I accepted, feeling that I had abundantly earned this money, and after a sad parting with my mother and my little sister, set out one September morning for Osage. At this moment I was oppressed with the thought that this was the fork in the trail, that my family and I had started on differing roads. I had become a man. With all the ways of the world before me, I suffered from a feeling of doubt. The open gate allured me, but the homely scenes I was leaving suddenly put forth a latent magic. I knew every foot of this farm. I had traversed it scores of times in every direction, following the plow, the harrow, or the seeder. With a great lumber wagon at my side, I had husked corn from every acre of it, and now I was leaving it, with no intention of returning. My action, like that of my father, was final. As I looked back upon the lane at the tall Lombardy poplar trees, bent like sabers in the warm western wind, the landscape I was leaving seemed suddenly very beautiful, and the old home very peaceful and very desirable. Nevertheless, I went on. Try as I may, I cannot bring back out of the darkness of that night any memory of how I spent the time. I must have called upon some of my classmates, but I cannot lay hold of a single word or look or phrase from any of them. Deeply as I felt my distinction in thus riding forth into the world, all the tender incidents of farewell are lost to me. Perhaps my boyish self-absorption prevented me from recording outside impressions, for the idea of traveling, of crossing the state line, profoundly engaged me. Up to this time, notwithstanding all my dreams of conquest in far countries, I had never ridden in a railway coach. Can you wonder, therefore, that I trembled with joyous excitement as I paced the platform next morning, waiting for the chariot of my romance? The fact that it was a decayed little coach at the end of a mixed accommodation train on a stub road did not matter. I was ecstatic. However, I was well dressed, and my inexperience appeared only in a certain tense watchfulness. I closely observed what went on around me and was careful to do nothing which could be misconstrued as ignorance. Thrilling with excitement, feeling the mighty significance of my departure, I entered quietly and took my seat, while the train roared on through Mitchell and St. Ansgar, the little towns in which I had played my part as an actor, on into distant climes and marvelous cities. My emotion was all very boyish, but very natural as I look back upon it. The town in which I spent my first night abroad should have been called Thebes or Athens or Palmyra, but it was not. On the contrary, it was named Ramsey, after an old pioneer, and no one but a youth of fervid imagination, at the close of his first day of adventure in the world, would have found it worth a second glance. To me it was both beautiful and inspiring, for the reason that it was new territory, and because it was the home of Alice, my most brilliant schoolmate, and while I had in mind some notion of a conference with the county superintendent of schools, my real reason for stopping off was a desire to see this girl whom I greatly admired. I smile as I recall the feeling of pride with which I stepped into the bus and started for the Grand Central Hotel. And yet, after all, values are relative. That boy had something which I have lost. I would give much of my present knowledge of the world for the keen savor of life which filled my nostrils at that time. The sound of a violin is mingled with my memories of Ramsay, and the talk of a group of rough men around the bar-room stove is full of savage charm. A tall, pale man with long hair and big black eyes, one who impressed me as being a man of refinement and culture, reduced by drink to poverty and to rebellious bitterness of soul, stands out in powerful relief, a tragic and moving figure. Here, too, I heard my first splendid singer. A patent medicine cart was in the street, and one of its troop, a basso, sang "Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep" with such art that I listened with delight. His lion-like pose, his mighty voice, his studied phrasing, revealed to me higher qualities of musical art than I had hitherto known. From this singer, I went directly to Alice's home. I must have appeared singularly exalted as I faced her. The entire family was in the sitting room as I entered, but after a few kindly inquiries concerning my people, and some general remarks, they each and all slipped away, leaving me alone with the girl, in the good old-fashioned American way. It would seem that in this farewell call, I was permitting myself an exaggeration of what had been to Alice only a pleasant association, for she greeted me composedly and waited for me to justify my presence. After a few moments of explanation, I suggested that we go out and hear the singing of the troop. To this she consented and rose quietly. She never did anything hurriedly or with girlish alertness, and put on her hat. Although so young, she had the dignity of a woman, and her face, pale as a silver moon, was calm and sweet. Only her big gray eyes expressed the maiden mystery. She read my adoration and was a little afraid of it. As we walked, I spoke of the good old days at the Sem, of our classmates and their future, and this led me to the announcement of my own plans. "I shall teach," I said. "I hope to be able to work into a professorship of literature some day. What do you intend to do?" "I shall go on with my studies for a while," she replied. "I may go to some Eastern college for a few years." "You must not become too learned," I urged. "You'll forget me." She did not protest this as a coquette might have done. On the contrary, she remained silent, and I was aware that while she liked and respected me, she was not profoundly moved by this farewell call. Nevertheless, I hoped, and in that hope I repeated, "You will write to me, won't you?" "Of course," she replied, and again I experienced a chilling perception that her words arose from friendliness rather than from tenderness. But I was glad of even this restrained promise, and I added, "I shall write often, for I shall be lonely, for a while." As I walked on, the girl's soft warm arm in mine, a feeling of uncertainty, of disquiet, took possession of me. Success seemed a long way off, and the road to it long and hard. However, I said nothing further concerning my doubts. The street that night had all the enchantment of Grenada to me. The girl's voice rippled with a music, like that of the fountain Linda Raza, and when I caught glimpses of her sweet, serious face beneath her hat rim, I dreaded our parting. The nearer to her gate we drew, the more tremulous my voice became, and the more uncertain my step. At last on the doorstep, she turned and said, "Won't you come in again?" In her tone was friendly dismissal, but I would not have it so. "You will write to me, won't you?" I pleaded, with choking utterance. She was moved, by pity perhaps. "Why, yes, with pleasure," she answered. "Good-bye. I hope you'll succeed. I'm sure you will." She extended her hand, and I, recalling the instructions of my most romantic fiction, raised it to my lips. "Good-bye," I huskily said, and turned away. My next night was spent in Faribault. Here I touched storied ground, for near this town Edward Eggleston had laid the scene of his novel, The Mystery of Metropolisville, and my imagination responded to the magic which lay in the influence of the man of letters. I wrote to Alice a long and impassioned account of my sensations as I stood beside the Cannonball River. My search for a school proving futile, I pushed on to the town of Farmington, where the Dakota branch of the Milwaukee Railroad crossed my line of march. Here I felt to its full the compelling power of the swift stream of immigration surging to the west. The little village had doubled its size almost in a day. It was a junction point, a place of transfer, and its thin-walled, unpainted pine hotels were packed with men, women, and children, laden with bags and bundles, all bound for the west. And the joyous excitement of these adventurers compelled me to change my plan. I decided to try some of the newer counties in western Minnesota. Romance was still in the west for me. I slept that night on the floor, in company with 4 or 5 young Iowa farmers, and the smell of clean white shavings, the wailing of tired children, the excited mutterings of fathers, the plaintive voices of mothers, came through the partitions at intervals, producing in my mind an effect which will never pass away. It seemed to me at the moment as if all America were in process of change, all hurrying to overtake the vanishing line of the middle border. And the women at least were secretly or openly doubtful of the outcome. Woman is not by nature an explorer. She is the home lover. Early the next morning, I bought a ticket for Aberdeen and entered the train crammed with movers who had found the prairie schooner all too slow. The epoch of the canvas-covered wagon had passed. The era of the locomotive, the day of the chartered car, had arrived. Free land was receding at railroad speed. The borderline could be overtaken only by steam, and every man was in haste to arrive. All that day we rumbled and rattled into a strange country, feeding our little engine with logs of wood, which we stopped occasionally to secure from long ricks, which lined the banks of the river. At Chaska, at Granite Falls, I stepped off, but did not succeed in finding employment. It is probable that being filled with the desire of exploration, I only half-heartedly sought for work. At any rate, on the 3rd day, I found myself far out upon the unbroken plain where only the hair-like buffalo grass grew. Beyond trees, beyond the plow, but not beyond settlement. For here, at the end of my 3rd day's ride at Millbank, I found a hamlet 6 months old, and the flock of shining yellow pine shanties strewn upon the sod gave me analogical delight. But then I was 21, and it was sunset in the land of the Dakotas. All around me that night the talk was all of land, land. Nearly every man I met was bound for the Jim River Valley, and each voice was aquiver with hope, each eye alight with anticipation of certain success. Even the women had begun to catch something of this enthusiasm, for the night was very beautiful, and the next day promised fair. Again I slept on a cot in a room of rough pine, slept dreamlessly, and was out early enough to witness the coming of dawn. A wonderful moment that sunrise was to me. Again, as 11 years before, I felt myself a part of the new world, a world fresh from the hand of God. To the east, nothing could be seen but a vague expanse of yellow plain, misty purple in its hollows. But to the west rose a long, low wall of hills, the eastern coteau, up which a red line of prairie fire was slowly creeping. It was middle September. The air, magnificently crisp and clear, filled me with desire of exploration, with vague resolution to do and dare. The sound of horses and mules calling for their feed, the clatter of hammers and the rasping of saws gave evidence of eager builders, of alert adventurers, and I was hotly impatient to get forward. At 8 o'clock the engine drew out, pulling after it a dozen boxcars laden with stock and household goods, and on the roof of a freight caboose, together with several other young Jasons, I rode, bound for the valley of the James. It was a marvelous adventure. All the morning we rattled and rumbled along, our engine snorting with effort, struggling with a load almost too great for its strength. By noon, we were up amid the rounded grassy hills of the Sisseton Reservation, where only the coyote ranged and the Sioux made residence. Here we caught our first glimpse of the James River Valley, which seemed to us at the moment as illimitable as the ocean and as level as a floor. And then pitching and tossing over the rough track, with our cars leaping and twisting like a herd of frightened buffaloes, we charged down the western slope, down into a level land of ripened grass, where blackbirds chattered in the willows and prairie chickens called from the tall rushes, which grew beside the sluggish streams. Aberdeen was the end of the line, and when we came into it that night, it seemed a near neighbor to Sitting Bull and the bison. And so indeed it was, for a buffalo bull had been hunted across its site less than a year before. It was 12 miles from here, to where my father had set his stakes for his new home. Hence I must have stayed all night in some small hotel, but that experience has also faded from my mind. I remember only my walk across the dead-level plain next day. For the first time, I set foot upon a landscape without a tree to break its sere expanse, and I was at once intensely interested in a long flock of gulls, apparently rolling along the sod, busily gathering their morning meal of frosted locusts. The ones left behind kept flying over the ones in front, so that a ceaseless change of leadership took place. There was beauty in this plain, delicate beauty and a weird charm, despite its lack of undulation. Its lonely unplowed sweep gave me the satisfying sensation of being at last among the men who held the outposts, sentinels for the marching millions who were approaching from the east. For 2 hours I walked, seeing Aberdeen fade to a series of wavering, grotesque notches on the southern horizon line, while to the north an equally irregular and insubstantial line of shadows gradually took on weight and color until it became the village in which my father was at this very moment busy in founding his new home. My experienced eyes saw the deep, rich soil, and my youthful imagination, looking into the future, supplied the trees and vines and flowers which were to make this land a garden. I was converted, I had no doubts. It seemed at the moment that my father had acted wisely in leaving his Iowa farm in order to claim his share of Uncle Sam's rapidly lessening, unclaimed land. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grasshopper and the Ant. Without a doubt, this trip, so illogical and so recklessly extravagant, was due entirely to a boy's thirst for adventure. Color it as I may, the fact of my truancy remains. I longed to explore. The valley of the James allured me, and though my ticket and my meals along the route had used up my last dollar, I felt amply repaid as I trod this new earth and confronted this new sky. For both earth and sky were, to my perception, subtly different from those of Iowa and Minnesota. The endless stretches of short, dry grass, the gorgeous colors of the dawn, the marvelous, shifting phantom lakes and headlands, the violet sunset afterglow, all were widely different from our old home, were delightfully suggestive of the horseman, the Indian, and the buffalo. The village itself was hardly more than a summer camp, and yet its hardy, boastful citizens talked almost deliriously of corner lots and boulevards, and their chantings were timed to the sound of hammers. The spirit of the builder seized me, and so with my return ticket in my pocket, I joined the carpenters at work on my father's claim some 2 miles from the village, with intent to earn money for further exploration. Grandfather Garland also had taken a claim, although he heartily disliked the country, and in order to provide for both families, a double house was being built across the line between the two farms. I helped shingle the roof, and being 21 now, and my own master, I accepted wages from my father without a qualm. I earned every cent of my $2 per day, I assure you, but I carefully omitted any reference to shingling in my letters to my classmates. At the end of a fortnight, with my pay in my pocket, I started eastward on a trip which I fully intended to make very long and profoundly educational. That I was green, very green, I knew, but all that could be changed by travel. At the end of my second day's journey, I reached Hastings, a small town on the Mississippi River, and from there decided to go by water to Red Wing, some 30 miles below. All my life I had longed to ride on a Mississippi steamboat, and now, as I waited on the wharf at the very instant of the fulfillment of my desire, I expanded with anticipatory satisfaction. The arrival of the War Eagle from St. Paul carried a fine foreign significance, and I ascended its gangplank with the air of a traveler embarking at Cairo for Assuan. Once aboard the vessel, I mingled, aloofly, with the passengers, absorbed in study of the river, winding down among its wooded hills. This ecstasy lasted during the entire trip. Indeed, it almost took on poetic form as the vessel approached the landing at Red Wing, for at this point the legendary appeal made itself felt. This lovely valley had once been the home of a chieftain, and his body, together with that of his favorite war-horse, was buried on the summit of a hill which overlooks the river, in order, so runs the legend, that the chief might see the first faint glow of the resurrection morn and ride to meet it. In truth, Red Wing was a quiet, excessively practical little town, quite commonplace to every other passenger except myself. My excited imagination translated it into something very distinctive and far off and shining. I took lodgings that night at a very exclusive boarding house at $6 per week, reckless of the effect on my very slender purse. For a few days I permitted myself to wander and to dream. I have disturbing recollections of writing my friends from this little town, letters wherein I rhapsodized on the beauty of the scenery, in terms which I would now use in describing the Grand Canyon or in picturing the peaks of Wyoming. After all, I was right. A landscape is precisely as great as the impression it makes upon the perceiving mind. I was a traveler at last. That seemed to be my chiefest joy, and I extracted from each day all the ecstasy it contained. My avowed object was to obtain a school, and I did not entirely neglect my plans, but application to the county superintendent came to nothing. I fear I was half-hearted in my campaign. At last, at the beginning of the week and at the end of my money, I bought passage to Wabasha, and from there took train to a small town where some of my mother's cousins lived. I had been in correspondence with one of them, a Mrs. Harris, and I landed at her door, after a glorious ride up through the hills, amid the most gorgeous autumn colors, with just 3 cents in my pocket, a poverty which you may be sure I did not publish to my relations, who treated me with high respect and manifested keen interest in all my plans. As nothing offered in the township round about the Harris home, I started one Saturday morning to walk to a little crossroads village some 20 miles away, in which I was told a teacher was required. My cousins, not knowing that I was penniless, supposed, of course, that I would go by train, and I was too proud to tell them the truth. It was very muddy, and when I reached the home of the committee man, his midday meal was over, and his wife did not ask if I had dined, although she was quick to tell me that the teacher had just been hired. Without a cent in my pocket, I could not ask for food, therefore I turned back weary, hungry, and disheartened. To make matters worse, a cold rain was falling, and the 18 or 20 miles between me and the Harris farm looked long. I think it must have been at this moment that I began, for the first time, to take a really serious view of my plan to see the world. It became evident with startling abruptness that a man might be both hungry and cold in the midst of abundance. I recalled the fable of the grasshopper who, having wasted the summer hours in singing, was mendicant to the ant. My weeks of careless gaiety were over. The money I had spent in travel looked like a noble fortune to me at this hour. The road was deep in mud, and as night drew on, the rain thickened. At last I said, I will go into some farmhouse and ask the privilege of a bed. This was apparently a simple thing to do, and yet I found it exceedingly hard to carry out. To say bluntly, "Sir, I have no money. I am tired and hungry," seemed a baldly disgraceful way of beginning. On the other hand, to plead relationship with Will Harris involved a relative, and besides, they might not know my cousin, or they might think my statement false. Arguing in this way, I passed house after house, while the water dripped from my hat and the mud clogged my feet. Though chilled and hungry to the point of weakness, my suffering was mainly mental. A sudden realization of the natural antagonism of the well-to-do toward the tramp appalled me. Once, as I turned in toward the bright light of a kitchen window, the roar of a watchdog stopped me before I had fairly passed the gate. I turned back with a savage word, hot with resentment at a house owner who would keep a beast like that. At another cottage I was repulsed by an old woman who sharply said, "We don't feed tramps." I now had the precise feeling of the penniless outcast. With morbidly active imagination, I conceived of myself as being forever set apart from home and friends, condemned to wander the night alone. I worked on this idea till I achieved a bitter, furtive, and ferocious manner. However, I knocked at another door, and upon meeting the eyes of a woman at the threshold, began with formal politeness to explain, "I am a teacher. I have been to look for a school, and I am on my way back to Byron, where I have relatives. Can you keep me all night?" The woman listened in silence, and at length replied with ungracious curtness, "I guess so. Come in." She gave me a seat by the fire, and when her husband returned from the barn, I explained the situation to him. He was only moderately cordial. "Make yourself at home. I'll be in as soon as I have finished my milking," he said, and left me beside the kitchen fire. The woman of the house, silent, suspicious, it seemed to me, began to spread the table for supper, while I, sitting beside the stove, began to suffer with the knowledge that I had, in a certain sense, deceived them. I was fairly well dressed, and my voice and manner, as well as the fact that I was seeking a school, had given them, no doubt, the impression that I was able to pay for my entertainment. And the more I thought of this, the more uneasy I became. To eat of their food without making an explanation was impossible. But the longer I waited, the more difficult the explanation grew. Suffering keenly, absurdly, I sat with hanging head, going over and over the problem, trying to formulate an easy way of letting them know my predicament. There was but one way of escape, and I took it. As the woman stepped out of the room for a moment, I rose, seized my hat, and rushed out into the rain and darkness like a fugitive. I have often wondered what those people thought when they found me gone. Perhaps I am the great mystery of their lives, an unexplained visitant from the night's Plutonian shore. I plodded on for another mile or two in the darkness, which was now so intense I could scarcely keep the road. Only by the feel of the mud under my feet could I follow the pike. Like Jean Valjean, I possessed a tempest in my brain. I experienced my first touch of despair. Although I had never had more than $30 at any one time, I had never been without money. Distinctions had not counted largely in the pioneer world to which I belonged. I was proud of my family. I came of good stock and knew it and felt it. But now here I was, wet as a sponge and without shelter, simply because I had not in my pocket a small piece of silver with which to buy a bed. I walked on until this dark surge of rebellious rage had spent its force, and reason weakly resumed her throne. I said, "What nonsense! Here I am only a few miles from relatives. All the farmers on this road must know the Harris family. If I tell them who I am, they will certainly feel that I have the claim of a neighbor upon them." But these deductions, admirable as they were, did not lighten my sky or make begging easier. After walking 2 miles further, I found it almost impossible to proceed. It was black night, and I did not know where I stood. The wind had risen, and the rain was falling in slant cataracts. As I looked about me and caught the gleam from the windows of a small farmhouse, my stubborn pride gave way. Stumbling up the path, I rapped on the door. It was opened by a middle-aged farmer in his stocking feet, smoking a pipe. Having finished his supper, he was taking his ease by the fire, and fortunately for me, was in genial mood. "Come in," he said heartily. "'Tis a wet night." I began, "I am a cousin of William Harris of Byron." "You don't say. Well, what are you doing on the road a night like this? Come in." I stepped inside and finished my explanation there. This good man and his wife will forever remain the most hospitable figures in my memory. They set me close beside the stove, insisting that I put my feet in the oven to dry, talking meanwhile of my cousins and the crops, and complaining of the incessant rainstorms, which were succeeding one another almost without intermission, making this one of the wettest and most dismal autumns the country had ever seen. Never in all my life has a roof seemed more heavenly, or hosts more sweet and gracious. After breakfast next morning, I shook hands with the farmer, saying, "I shall send you the money for my entertainment the first time my cousin comes to town," and under the clamor of his hospitable protestations against payment, set off up the road. The sun came out warm and beautiful, and all about me on every farm the teamsters were getting into the fields. The mud began to dry up, and with the growing cheer of the morning my heart expanded, and the experience of the night before became as unreal as a dream. And yet it had happened, and it had taught me a needed lesson. Hereafter I take no narrow chances, I vowed to myself. Upon arrival at my cousin's home, I called him aside and said, "Will, you have work to do, and I have need of wages. I am going to strip off this boiled shirt and white collar, and I am going to work for you just the same as any other hand, and I expect the full pay of the best man on your place." He protested, "I don't like to see you do this. Don't give up your plans. I'll hitch up and we'll start out and keep going till we find you a school." "No," I said, "not till I earn a few dollars to put in my pocket. I've played the Grasshopper for a few weeks. From this time on, I'm the busy ant." So it was settled, and the Grasshopper went forth into the fields and toiled as hard as any slave. I plowed, threshed, and husked corn, and when at last December came, I had acquired money enough to carry me on my way. I decided to visit Onalaska and the old coulee where my father's sister and 2 of the McClintocks were still living. With swift return of confidence, I said goodbye to my friends in Zumbrota and took the train. It seemed very wonderful that after a space of 13 years I should be returning to the scenes of my childhood, a full-grown man and paying my own way. I expanded with joy of the prospect. Onalaska, the reader may remember, was the town in which I had gone to school when a child, and in my return to it I felt somewhat like the man in the song. 20 years ago, indeed, I sang, "I've wandered through the village, Tom, I've sat beneath the tree," for my uncle that first night. There was the river, filled as of old with logs, and the clamor of the saws still rose from the sawdust islands. Bleakly white, the little church, in which we used to sit in our Sunday best, remained unchanged, but the old schoolhouse was not merely altered, it was gone. In its place stood a commonplace building of brick. The boys with whom I used to play mumbledy-peg were men, and some of them had developed into worthless loafers, lounging about the doors of the saloons. And although we looked at one another with eyes of sly recognition, we did not speak. Eagerly I visited the old coulee, but the magic was gone from the hills, the glamour from the old meadows. The widow green no longer lived at the turn of the road, and only the Randalls remained. The marsh was drained, the big trees cleared away. The valley was smaller, less mysterious, less poetic than my remembrances of it, but it had charm nevertheless, and I responded to the beauty of its guarding bluffs and deep blue shadows which streamed across its sunset fields. Uncle William drove down and took me home with him over the long hill, back to the little farm where he was living much the same as I remembered him. One of his sons was dead, the other had shared in the rush for land, and was at this time owner of a homestead in western Minnesota. Grandfather McClintock, still able to walk about, was spending the autumn with William, and we had a great deal of talk concerning the changes which had come to the country, and especially to our family group. "Ye scatter like the leaves of autumn," he said sadly, then added, "Perhaps in the final day the trumpet of the Lord will bring us all together again." We sang some of his old Adventist hymns together, and then he asked me what I was planning to do. "I haven't any definite plans," I answered, "except to travel. I want to travel. I want to see the world." "To see the world!" he exclaimed. "As for me, I wait for it to pass away. I watch daily for the coming of the chariot." This gray old crag of a man interested me as deeply as ever, and yet, in a sense, he was an alien. He was not of my time, scarcely of my country. He was a survival of the days when the only book was the Bible, when the newspaper was a luxury. Migration had been his lifelong adventure, and now he was waiting for the last great remove. His thought now was of the region of Amaranth, his new land, the other side of Jordan. He engaged my respect, but I was never quite at ease with him. His valuations were too intensely religious. He could not understand my ambitions. His mind filled with singular prejudices, notions which came down from the colonial age, was impervious to new ideas. His character had lost something of its mellow charm, but it had gained in dramatic significance. Like my uncle's, he had ceased to be a part of my childish world. I went away with a sense of sadness, of loss, as though a fine picture on the walls of memory had been dimmed or displaced. I perceived that I had idealized him as I had idealized all the figures and scenes of my boyhood. But no matter, they were beautiful to me then, and beautiful they shall remain, was the vague resolution with which I dismissed criticism. The whole region had become by contrast with Dakota a settled community. The line of the middle border had moved on some 300 miles to the west. The Dunlaps, McEldowneys, Dudleys, and Elwells were the stay-at-homes. Having had their thrust at the job of pioneering before the war, they were now content on their fat soil. To me, they all seemed remote. Their very names had poetic value, for they brought up in my mind shadowy pictures of the coulee country as it existed to my boyish memories. I spent nearly 2 months in Onalaska, living with my Aunt Susan, a woman of the loveliest character. Richard Bailey, her husband, one of the kindliest of men, soon found employment for me, and so, for a time, I was happy and secure. However, this was but a pause by the roadside. I was not satisfied. It was a show of weakness to settle down on one's relations. I wanted to make my own way among strangers. I scorned to lean upon my aunt and uncle, though they were abundantly able to keep me. It was midwinter, nothing offered, and so I turned, as so many young men similarly placed have done, toward a very common yet difficult job. I attempted to take subscriptions for a book. After a few days' experience in a neighboring town, I decided that whatever else I might be fitted for in this world, I was not intended for a book agent. Surrendering my prospectus to the firm, I took my way down to Madison, the capital of the state, a city which seemed at this time very remote and very important in my world. Only when traveling did I have the feeling of living up to the expectations of Alice and Burton, who put into their letters to me an envy which was very sweet. To them I was a bold adventurer. Alas for me! In the shining capital of my state, I felt again the world's rough hand. First of all, I tried the State House. This was before the general use of typewriters, and I had been told that copyists were in demand. I soon discovered that 4 men and 2 girls were clamoring for every job. Nobody needed me. I met with blunt refusals, and at last turned to other fields. Every morning I went among the merchants, seeking an opportunity to clerk or keep books, and at last obtained a place at $6 per week in the office of an agricultural implement firm. I was put to work in the accounting department as general slavey, under the immediate supervision of a youth who had just graduated from my position, and who considered me his legitimate victim. He was only 17 and not handsome, and I despised him with instant bitterness. Under his direction I swept out the office, made copies of letters, got the mail, stamped envelopes, and performed other duties of a manual routine kind, to which I would have made no objection, had it not been for the gloating joy with which that chinless cockerel ordered me about. I had never been under that kind of discipline, and to have a pin-headed gamin order me to clean spittoons was more than I could stomach. At the end of the week I went to the proprietor and said, "If you have nothing better for me to do than sweep the floor and run errands, I think I'll quit." With some surprise, my boss studied me. At last he said, "Very well, sir, you can go, and from all accounts I don't think we'll miss you much," which was perfectly true. I was an absolute failure so far as any routine work of that kind was concerned. So here again I was thrown upon a cruel world with only $6 between myself and the wolf. Again I fell back upon my physical powers. I made the round of all the factories seeking manual labor. I went out on the Catfish, where, through great sheds erected for the manufacture of farm machinery, I passed from superintendent to foreman, from foreman to boss, eager to wheel sand, paint woodwork, shovel coal, anything at all to keep from sending home for money. For, mind you, my father or my uncle would have helped me out had I written to them, but I could not do that. So long as I was able to keep a roof over my head, I remained silent. I was in the world, and I intended to keep going without asking a cent from anyone. Besides, the grandiloquent plans for travel and success, which I had so confidently outlined to Burton, must be carried out. I should have been perfectly secure had it been summertime, for I knew the farmer's life and all that pertained to it. But it was winter. How to get a living in a strange town was my problem. It was a bright, clear, intensely cold February, and I was not very warmly dressed, hence I kept moving. Meanwhile, I had become acquainted with a young clergyman in one of the churches, and had showed to him certain letters and papers to prove I was not a tramp, and no doubt his word kept my boarding mistress from turning me into the street. Mr. Eaton was a man of books. His library contained many volumes of standard value, and we met as equals over the pages of Scott and Dickens. I actually forced him to listen to a lecture which I had been writing during the winter, and so wrought upon him that he agreed to arrange a date for me in a neighboring country church. Thereafter, while I glowed with absurd dreams of winning money and renown by delivering that lecture in the churches and schoolhouses of the state, I continued to seek for work, any work that would bring me food and shelter. One bitter day, in my desperate need, I went down upon the lake to watch the men cutting ice. The wind was keen, the sky gray, and filled with glittering minute flecks of frost. And my clothing, mainly cotton, seemed hardly thicker than gossamer. And yet I looked upon these working men with a distinct feeling of envy. Had I secured a job, I should have been pulling a saw up and down through the ice, at the same time that I dreamed of touring the West as a lecturer. Of such absurd contradictions are the visions of youth. I don't know exactly what I would have done had not my brother happened along on his way to a school near Chicago. To him I confessed my perplexity. He paid my board bill, which was not very large, and in return I talked him into a scheme which promised great things for us both. I contracted to lecture under his management. He was delighted at the opportunity of advancing me, and we were both happy. Our first engagement was at Syene, a church which really belonged to Eaton's circuit, and according to my remembrance, the lecture was a moderate success. After paying all expenses, we had a little money for car fare, and Franklin was profoundly impressed. It really seemed to us both that I had at last entered upon my career. It was the kind of service I had been preparing for during all my years at school, but alas, our next date was a disaster. We attempted to do that which an older and fully established lecturer would not have ventured. We tried to secure an audience with only 2 days' advance work, and of course we failed. I called a halt. I could not experiment on the small fund which my father had given Frank for his business education. However, I borrowed a few dollars of him and bought a ticket to Rock River, a town near Chicago. I longed to enter the great western metropolis, but dared not to do so, yet. I felt safe only when in sight of a plowed field. At a junction 70 miles out of the city, we separated, he to attend school, and I to continue my education in the grim realities of life. From office to office in Rock River, I sullenly plodded, willing to work for 50 cents a day, until at last I secured a clerkship in a small stationary jobbing house, which a couple of school teachers had strangely started. But on Saturday of the second week, the proprietor called me to him and said kindly, but firmly, "Garland, I'm afraid you are too literary and too musical for this job. You have a fine baritone voice, and your ability to vary the text set before you to copy is remarkable. And yet I think we must part." The reasons for this ironical statement were, to my mind, ignoble. First of all, he resented my musical ability. Secondly, my literary skill shamed him, for as he had put before me a badly composed circular letter, telling me to copy it 100 times, I quite naturally improved the English. However, I admitted the charge of insubordination, and we parted quite amicably. It was still winter, and I was utterly without promise of employment. In this extremity, I went to the YMCA, which had for one of its aims the assistance of young men out of work, and confided my homelessness to the secretary, a capital young fellow who knew enough about men to recognize that I was not a bum. He offered me the position of night watch, and gave me a room and cot at the back of his office. These were dark hours. During the day, I continued to pace the streets. Occasionally some little job, like raking up a yard, would present itself, and so I was able to buy a few rolls, and sometimes I indulged in milk and meat. I lived along from noon to noon in presentable condition, but I was always hungry. For 4 days I subsisted on 5 cents worth of buns. Having left my home for the purpose of securing experience in the world, I had this satisfaction: I was getting it. Very sweet and far away seemed all that beautiful life with Alice and Burton and Hattie at the seminary. Something to dream over, to regret, to versify. Something which the future, at this moment, seemed utterly incapable of reproducing. I still corresponded with several of my classmates, but was careful to conceal the struggle which I was undergoing. I told them only of my travels and my reading. As the ironical jobber remarked, I had a good voice, and upon being invited to accompany the Band of Hope, which went to sing and pray in the county jail, I consented. At least I took part in the singing. In this way, I partly paid the debt I owed the association, and secured some vivid impressions of prison life, which came into use at a later time. My 3 associates in this work were a tinner, a clothing salesman, and a cabinet maker. More and more I longed for the spring, for with it I knew would come seeding, building, and a chance for me. At last, in the midst of a grateful job of raking up yards and planting shrubs, I heard the rat-tat-tat of a hammer, and resolved upon a bold plan. I decided to become a carpenter, justifying myself by reference to my apprenticeship to my grandfather. One fine April morning, I started out towards the suburbs, and at every house in process of construction, approached the boss and asked for a job. Almost at once I found encouragement. "Yes, but where are your tools?" In order to buy the tools, I must work at anything. Therefore, at the next place, I asked if there was any rough labor required around the house. The foreman replied, "Yes, there is some grading to be done." Accordingly, I set to work with a wheelbarrow, grading the bank around the almost completed building. This was hard work, the crudest form of manual labor, but I grappled with it desperately, knowing that the pay, $1.50 a day, would soon buy a kit of tools. Oh, that terrible first day! The heavy shovel blistered my hands and lamed my wrists. The lifting of the heavily laden wheelbarrow strained my back and shoulders. Half-starved and weak, quite unfitted for sustained effort of this kind, I struggled on, and at the end of an interminable afternoon staggered home to my cot. The next morning came soon, too soon. I was not merely lame, I was lacerated. My muscles seemed to have been torn asunder, but I toiled, or made a show of toiling, all the second day. On the warrant of my wages, I borrowed 25 cents of a friend, and with this bought a meat dinner which helped me through another afternoon. The third day was less painful, and by the end of the week, I was able to do anything required of me. Upon receiving my pay, I went immediately to the hardware store and bought a set of tools and a carpenter's apron, and early on Monday morning sallied forth in the opposite direction, as a carpenter seeking a job. I soon came to a big frame house in course of construction. "Do you need another hand?" I asked. "Yes," replied the boss. "Take hold, right here with this man." This man turned out to be a Swede, a good-natured fellow, who made no comment on my deficiencies. We sawed and hammered together in very friendly fashion for a week, and I made rapid gains in strength and skill, and took keen pleasure in my work. The days seemed short and life promising, and as I was now getting $2 per day, I moved out of my charity bed and took a room in a decayed mansion in the midst of a big lawn. My bearing became confident and easy. Money had straightened my back. The spring advanced rapidly while I was engaged on this work, and as my crew occasionally took contracts in the country, I have vivid pictures of the green and pleasant farmlands, of social farmers at barn raisings, and of tables filled with fatness. I am walking again in my stocking feet, high on the purline plate, beetle in hand, driving home the oaken pins. I am shingling on the broad roof of a suburban house, from which I can see the sunny slopes of a meadow and sheep feeding therein. I am mending a screen door for a farmer's wife, while she confides to me the tragedy of her life. And always I have the foolish, boyish notion that I am out in the world and seeing life. Into the midst of this busy, peaceful season of manual labor came my first deeply romantic admiration. Edwin Booth was announced as the opening attraction of the new opera house, and I fairly trembled with anticipatory delight. For to me the word Booth meant all that was splendid and tragic and glorious in the drama. I was afraid that something might prevent me from hearing him. At last the night came, and so great was the throng, so strong the pressure on the doors, that the lock gave way, and I, with my dollar clutched tightly in my hand, was borne into the hall and halfway up the stairs, without touching foot to the floor. And when at last, safe in my balcony seat, I waited for the curtain to rise, I had a distinct realization that a shining milestone was about to be established in my youthful trail. My father had told me of the elder Booth and of Edwin's beautiful Prince of Denmark. I had heard many stories, therefore I waited with awe as well as eagerness. And when the curtain, rising upon the court scene, discovered the pale, handsome face and graceful form of the noble Dane, and the sound of his voice, that magic velvet voice, floated to my ear with the words, "Seems, madam, I know not seems." Neither time nor space nor matter existed for me. I was in an ecstasy of attention. I had read much of Shakespeare. I could recite many pages of the tragedies and historical plays, and I had been assured by my teachers that Hamlet was the greatest of all dramas. But Edwin Booth in 1 hour taught me more of its wonders, more of the beauty of the English language than all my instructors and all my books. He did more. He aroused in me a secret ambition to read as he read, to make the dead lines of print glow with color and throb with music. There was something magical in his interpretation of the drama's printed page. With voice and face and hand, he restored for duller minds the visions of the poet, making Hamlet's sorrows as vital as our own. From this performance, which filled me with vague ambitions and a glorious melancholy, I returned to my association with a tinker, a tailor, and a tinner, whose careless and stupid comments on the play both pained and angered me. I went to my work next day in such absorbed silence as only love is supposed to give. I reread my Hamlet now with the light of Booth's face in my eyes and the music of his glorious voice in my ear. As I nailed and sawed at pine lumber, I murmured inaudibly the lofty lines of the play in the hope of fixing forever in my mind the cadences of the great tragedian's matchless voice. Great days, growing days, lonely days, days of dream and development, needing only the girl to be perfect. But I had no one but Alice to whom I could voice my new enthusiasm, and she was not only out of the reach of my voice, but serenely indifferent to my rhapsodic letters concerning Hamlet and the genius of Edwin Booth. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We discover New England. Edwin Booth's performance of Hamlet had another effect. It brought to my mind the many stories of Boston which my father had so often related to his children. I recalled his enthusiastic accounts of the elder Booth and Edwin Forrest, and especially his descriptions of the wonderful scenic effects in Old Put and the Gold Seekers, wherein actors rode down mimic stone steps or debarked from theatrical ships which sailed into pictured wharves. And one day in the midst of my lathing and sawing, I evolved a daring plan. I decided to visit Boston and explore New England. With all his feeling for the East, my father never revisited it. This was a matter of pride with him. "I never take the back trail," he said, and yet at times, as he dwelt on the old home in the state of Maine, a wistful note had crept into his voice. And so now in writing to him, I told him that I intended to seek out his boyhood haunts in order that I might tell him all about the friends and relations who still lived there. Without in any formal way intending it, the old borderman had endowed both his sons with a large sense of the power and historic significance of Massachusetts. He had contrived to make us feel some part of his idolatry of Wendell Phillips, for his memory of the great days of the Liberator were keen and worshipful. From him I derived a belief that there were giants in those days, and the thought of walking the streets where Garrison was mobbed and standing in the hall which Webster had hallowed with his voice gave me a profound anticipatory stir of delight. As first assistant to a quaint and dirty old carpenter, I was now earning $2 per day and saving it. There was no occasion in those days for anyone to give me instructions concerning the care of money. I knew how every dollar came, and I was equally careful to know where every nickel went. Travel cost 3 cents per mile, and the number of cities to be visited depended upon the number of dimes I should save. With my plan of campaign mapped out to include a stop at Niagara Falls and 4th of July on Boston Common. I wrote to my brother at Valparaiso, Indiana, inviting him to join me on my adventure. If we run out of money, and of course we shall, for I have only about $30, we'll flee to the country. One of my friends here says we can easily find work in the meadows near Concord. The audacity of my design appealed to my brother's imagination. "I'm your huckleberry," he replied. "School ends the last week in June. I'll meet you at the Atlantic House in Chicago on the 1st. Have about $20 myself." At last the day came for my start. With all my pay in my pocket and my trunk checked, I took the train for Chicago. I shall never forget the feeling of dismay with which, an hour later, I perceived from the car window a huge smoke cloud which embraced the whole eastern horizon, for this, I was told, was the soaring banner of the great and gloomy inland metropolis, whose dens of vice and houses of greed had been so often reported to me by wandering hired men. It was, in truth, only a huge, flimsy country town in those days, but to me it was august as well as terrible. Up to this moment, Rockford was the largest town I had ever seen, and the mere thought of 1,000,000 people stunned my imagination. How can so many people find a living in one place? Naturally, I believed most of them to be robbers. If the city is miles across, how am I to get from the railway station to my hotel without being assaulted? Had it not been for the fear of ridicule, I think I should have turned back at the next stop. The shining lands beyond seemed hardly worth a struggle against a dragon's brood, with which the dreadful city was aswarm. Nevertheless, I kept my seat and was carried swiftly on. Soon the straggling farmhouses thickened into groups, the villages merged into suburban towns, and the train began to clatter through the sooty freight yards filled with boxcars and switching engines. After crawling through tangled, thickening webs of steel, it plunged into a huge, dark, noisy shed and came to a halt, and a few moments later I faced the hackmen of Chicago, as verdant a youth as these experienced pirates had ever made common cause against. I knew of them by report, and was prepared for trouble, but their clanging cries, their cynical eyes, their clutching insolent hands were more terrifying than anything I had imagined. Their faces expressed something remorseless, inhuman, and mocking. Their grins were like those of wolves. In my hand I carried an imitation leather valise, and as I passed, each of the drivers made a snatch at it, almost tearing it from my hands. But being strong as well as desperate, I cleared myself of them, and so, following the crowd, not daring to look to right or left, reached the street and crossed the bridge with a sigh of relief. So much was accomplished. Without knowing where I should go, I wandered on, shifting my bag from hand to hand, till my mind recovered its balance. My bewilderment, my depth of distrust, was augmented by the roar and tumult of the crowd. I was like some wild animal with exceedingly sensitive ears. The waves of sound smothered me. At last, timidly approaching a policeman, I asked the way to the Atlantic Hotel. "Keep straight down the street 5 blocks and turn to the left," he said, and his kind voice filled me with a glow of gratitude. With ears benumbed and brain distraught, I threaded the rush, the clamor of Clark Street, and entered the door of the hotel with such relief as a sailor must feel upon suddenly reaching safe harbor after having been buffeted on a wild and gloomy sea by a heavy northeast gale. It was an inconspicuous hotel of the farmer's home type, but I approached the desk with meek reluctance and explained, "I am expecting to meet my brother here. I'd like permission to set my bag down and wait." With bland impersonal courtesy, the clerk replied, "Make yourself at home." Gratefully sinking into a chair by the window, I fell into study of the people streaming by, and a chilling sense of helplessness fell upon me. I realized my ignorance, my feebleness. As a minute bubble in this torrent of human life, with no friend in whom I could put trust, and with only a handful of silver between myself and the gray wolf, I lost confidence. The Boston trip seemed a foolish tempting of Providence, and yet, scared as I was, I had no real intention of giving it up. My brother's first words as he entered the door were gaily derisive. "Oh, see the whiskers!" he cried, and his calm acceptance of my plan restored my own courage. Together we planned our itinerary. We were to see Niagara Falls, of course, but to spend the 4th of July on Boston Common was our true objective. "When our money is used up," I said, "we'll strike out into the country." To all this my brother agreed. Neither of us had the slightest fear of hunger in the country. It was the city that gave us pause. All the afternoon and evening we wandered about the streets, being very careful not to go too far from our hotel, counting the stories of the tall buildings and absorbing the drama of the pavement. Returning now and again to our sanctuary in the hotel lobby, we ruminated and rested our weary feet. Everything interested us. The business section, so sordid to others, was grandly terrifying to us. The self-absorption of the men, the calm glances of the women, humbled our simple souls. Nothing was commonplace, nothing was ugly to us. We slept that night in a room at the extreme top of the hotel. It couldn't have been a first-class accommodation, for the frame of the bed fell in the moment we got into it, but we made no complaint. We would not have had the clerk know of our mishap for twice our bill. We merely spread the mattress on the floor and slept till morning. Having secured our transportation, we were eager to be off. But as our tickets were second class and good only on certain trains, we waited. We did not even think of a sleeping car. We had never known anyone rich enough to occupy one. Grant and Edwin Booth probably did, and senators were ceremoniously obliged to do so. But ordinary folks never looked forward to such luxury. Neither of us would have known what to do with a berth if it had been presented to us, and the thought of spending $2 for a night's sleep made the cold chills run over us. We knew of no easier way to earn $2 than to save them. Therefore, we rode in the smoker. Late that night, as we were sitting stoically in our places, a brakeman came along and, having sized us up for the innocents we were, good-naturedly said, "Boys, if you'll get up, I'll fix your seats so's you can lie down and catch a little sleep." Silently, gratefully, we watched him while he turned up the cushions and turned them lengthwise, thus making a couch. To be sure, it was a very short and very hard bed, but with the health and strength of 19 and 22, we curled up and slept the remainder of the night like soldiers resting on their guns. Pain, we understood, was an unavoidable accompaniment of travel. When morning dawned, the train was running through Canada and excitedly calling upon Franklin to rouse. I peered from the window, expecting to see a land entirely different from Wisconsin and Illinois. We were both somewhat disappointed to find nothing distinctive in either the land or its inhabitants. However, it was a foreign soil, and we had seen it. So much of our exploration was accomplished. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we came in sight of the suspension bridge and Niagara Falls. I suppose it would be impossible for anyone now to feel the same profound interest in any natural phenomenon whatsoever. We believed that we were approaching the most stupendous natural wonder in all the world, and we could scarcely credit the marvel of our good fortune. All our lives we had heard of this colossal cataract. Our school readers contained stately poems and philosophical dissertations concerning it. Gough, the great orator, had pointed out the likeness of its resistless torrent to the habit of using spirituous liquors. The newspapers still printed descriptions of its splendor, and no foreigner, so we understood, ever came close to these shores without visiting and bowing humbly before the voice of its waters. And to think that we, poor prairie boys were soon to stand upon the illustrious brink of that dread chasm and listen to its mighty song was wonderful, incredible, benumbing. Alighting in the squalid little station on the American side, we went to the cheapest hotel our keen eyes could discover, and leaving our valises, we struck out immediately toward the towering white column of mist, which could be seen rising like a ghostly banner behind the trees. We were like those who first discover a continent. As we crept nearer, the shuddering roar deepened, and our awe, our admiration, our patriotism deepened with it. And when at last we leaned against the rail and looked across the tossing spread of river swiftly sweeping to its fall, we held our breaths in wonder. It met our expectations. Of course we went below and spent 2 of our hard-earned dollars in order to be taken behind the falls. We were smothered with spray and forced to cling frenziedly to the hands of our guide, but it was a part of our duty, and we did it. No one could rob us of the glory of having adventured so far. That night we resumed our seats in the smoking car and pushed on toward Boston in patiently endured discomfort. Early the following morning we crossed the Hudson, and as the Berkshire Hills began to loom against the dawn, I asked the brakeman with much emotion, "Have we reached the Massachusetts line?" "We have," he said, and by pressing my nose against the glass and shading my face with my hands, I was able to note the passing landscape. Little could be seen other than a tumbled, stormy sky, with wooded heights dimly outlined against it. But I had all the emotions of a pilgrim entering upon some storied oriental vale. Massachusetts to me meant Whittier and Hawthorne and Wendell Phillips and Daniel Webster. It was the cradle of our liberty, the home of our literature, the province of art, and it contained Boston. As the sun rose, both of us sat with eyes fixed upon the scenery, observant of every feature. It was all so strange, yet familiar. Barns with long, sloping roofs stood with their backs against the hillsides, precisely as in the illustrations to Hawthorne's stories and Whittier's poems. The farmhouses, old and weather-beaten, and guarded by giant elms, looked as if they might have sheltered Emerson and Lowell. The little villages with narrow streets lined with queer brick-walled houses, their sides to the gutter, reminded us of the pictures in Ben Franklin's autobiography. Everything was old, delightfully old. Nothing was new. Most of the people we saw were old. The men working in the fields were bent and gray. Scarcely a child appeared, though elderly women abounded. This was 35 years ago, before the Canadians and Italians had begun to swarm. Everywhere we detected signs of the historical, the traditional, the Yankee. The names of the stations rang in our ears like bells: Lexington, Concord, Cambridge, Charleston, and at last, Boston. What a strange new world this ancient city was to us as we issued from the old Hoosick Tunnel station. The intersection of every street was a bit of history. The houses standing sidewise to the gutter, the narrow ledge-like pavements, the awkward two-wheeled drays and carts, the men selling lobsters on the corner, the newsboys with their papas, the faces of the women so thin and pale, the men neat, dapper, small, many of them walking with finicky precision as though treading on eggs. Everything had a Yankee tang, a special quality. And then the noise. We had thought Chicago noisy, and so it was. But here the clamor was high-keyed, deafening for the reason that the rain-washed streets were paved with cobblestones, over which enormous carts bumped and clattered with resounding riot. Bewildered, with eyes and ears alert, we toiled up Haymarket Square, shoulder to shoulder, seeking the common. Of course we carried our handbags. The railway had no parcel rooms in those days, or if it had, we didn't know it, clinging to them like ants to their eggs. and so slowly explored Tremont Street. Cornhill entranced us with its amazing curve. We passed the Granary Burying Ground and King's Chapel with awe, and so came to rest at last on the upper end of the Common. We had reached the goal of our long pilgrimage. To tell the truth, we were a little disappointed in our first view of it. It was much smaller than we had imagined it to be, and the pond was only a pond. But the trees were all that Father had declared them to be. We had known broad prairies and splendid primitive woodlands, but these elms dated back to the days of Washington and were to be reverenced along with the State House and Bunker Hill. We spent considerable time there on that friendly bench, resting in the shadows of the elms, and while sitting there we ate our lunch and watched the traffic of Tremont Street, in perfect content till I remembered that the night was coming on and that we had no place to sleep. Approaching a policeman, I inquired the way to a boarding house. The officer, who chanced to be a good-natured Irishman, with a courtesy almost oppressive, minutely pointed the way to a house on Essex Street. Think of it, Essex Street. It sounded like Shakespeare and Merry England. Following his direction, we found ourselves in the door of a small house on a narrow alley at the left of the Common. The landlady, a kindly soul, took our measure at once and gave us a room just off her little parlor. And as we had not slept normally for 3 nights, we decided to go at once to bed. It was about 5 o'clock, one of the noisiest hours on a noisy street, but we fell almost instantly into the kind of slumber in which time and tumult do not count. When I awoke, startled and bewildered, the sounds of screaming children, roaring, jarring drays, and the clatter of falling iron filled the room. At first I imagined this to be the business of the morning, but as I looked out of the window, I perceived that it was sunset. "Wake up," I called to Franklin. "It's the next day. We've slept 24 hours. What will the landlady think of us?" Frank did not reply. He was still very sleepy, but he dressed, and with valise in hand, dazedly followed me into the sitting room. The woman of the house was serving supper to her little family. To her I said, "You've been very kind to let us sleep all this time. We were very tired." "All this time?" she exclaimed. "Isn't it the next day?" I asked. Then she laughed, and her husband laughed, doubling himself into a knot of merriment. "Oh, but that's rich," said he. "You've been asleep exactly an hour and a quarter," he added. "How long did you think you'd slept? 2 days?" Sheepishly confessing that I thought we had, I turned back to bed and claimed 10 hours more of delicious rest. All the next day we spent in seeing Bunker Hill, Faneuil Hall, and the Old North Church, King's Chapel, Longfellow's home, the Washington Elm, and the Navy Yard. It was all glorious, but a panic seized us as we found our money slipping away from us. And late in the afternoon we purchased tickets for Concord and fled the roaring and turbulent capital. We had seen the best of it anyway. We had tasted the ocean and found it really salt, and listened to the sailors with bearded lips on the wharves where the ships rocked idly on the tide. The tide! Yes, that most inexplicable wonder of all we had proved. We had watched it come in at the Charles River Bridge, mysterious as the winds. We knew it was so. Why Concord, do you ask? Well, because Hawthorne had lived there, and because the region was redolent of Emerson and Thoreau, and I am glad to record that upon reaching it of a perfect summer evening, we found the lovely old village all that it had been pictured by the poets. The wide and beautiful meadows, the stone walls, the slow stream, the bridge and the statue of the Minuteman guarding the famous battlefield, the gray old manse where Hawthorne lived, the cemetery of Sleepy Hollow, the grave of Emerson. All these historic and charming places enriched and inspired us. This land, so mellowed, so harmonious, so significant, seemed hardly real. It was a vision. We rounded out our day by getting lodgings in the quaint old Wright's Tavern, which stood, and still stands, at the forks of the road, a building whose date painted on its chimney showed that it was nearly 200 years old. I have since walked Carnarvon's famous walls and sat in the circus at Nîmes, but I have never had a deeper thrill of historic emotion than when I studied the beamed ceiling of that little dining room. Our pure joy in its age amused our landlord greatly. Being down to our last dollar, we struck out into the country next morning for the purpose of finding work upon a farm, but met with very little encouragement. Most of the fields were harvested, and those that were not were well supplied with hands. Once we entered a beautiful country place, where the proprietor himself, a man of leisure, a type we had never before seen, interrogated us with quizzical humor, and at last sent us to his foreman with honest desire to make use of us. But the foreman had nothing to give, and so we went on. All day we loitered along beautiful wood roads, passing wonderful old homesteads, gray and mossy, sheltered by trees that were almost human in the clasp of their protecting arms. We paused beside bright streams and drank at mossy wells operated by rude and ancient sweeps, contrivances which we had seen only in pictures. It was all beautiful, but we got no work. The next day, having spent our last cent in railway tickets, we rode to Ayr Junction, where we left our trunks in care of the baggage man and resumed our tramping. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of A Son of the Middle Border. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Inah Derbyshire. A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. Chapter 23. Coasting Down Mount Washington. In spite of all our anxiety, we enjoyed the search for work. The farmers were all so comically inquisitive. A few of them took us for what we were, students out on a vacation. Others, though kind enough, seemed lacking in hospitality from the Western point of view, and some were openly suspicious. But the roads. In the West thoroughfares ran on section lines and were defined by wire fences. Here they curved like Indian trails following bright streams, and the stone walls which bordered them were festooned with vines as in a garden. That night we lodged in the home of an old farmer, an octogenarian who had never in all his life been 20 miles from his farm. He had never seen Boston or Portland, but he had been twice to Nashua, returning, however, in time for supper. He, as well as his wife, dear simple soul, looked upon us as next door to educated Indians and entertained us in a flutter of excited hospitality. We told him of Dakota, of the prairies, describing the wonderful farm machinery and boasting of the marvelous crops our father had raised in Iowa, and the old people listened in delighted amaze. They put us to bed at last in a queer high-posted, corded bedstead, and I had a feeling that we were taking part in a colonial play. It was like living a storybook. We stared at each other in a stupor of satisfaction. We had never hoped for such luck. To be thrust back abruptly into the very life of our forebears was magical, and the excitement and delight of it kept us whispering together long after we should have been asleep. This was 30 years ago, and those kindly old souls have long since returned to dust, but their big four-posted bed is doing service, no doubt, in the home of some rich collector. I have forgotten the names, but they shall live here in my book as long as its print shall endure. They seemed sorry to have us go next morning, but as they had nothing for us to do, they could only say, "Goodbye. Give our love to Jane, if you see her. She lives in Illinois." Illinois and Dakota were all the same to them. Again we started forth along the graceful, irregular, elm-shaped roads which intersected the land in every direction, perfectly happy except when we remembered our empty pockets. We could not get accustomed to the trees and the beauty of the vine-clad stone walls. The lanes made pictures all the time. So did the apple trees and the elms and the bending streams. About noon of this day we came to a farm of very considerable size and fairly level, on which the hay remained uncut. "Here's our chance," I said to my brother, and going in, boldly accosted the farmer, a youngish man with a bright and pleasant face. "Do you want some skilled help?" I called out. The farmer admitted that he did, but eyed us as if jokers. Evidently we did not look precisely like workmen to him. But I jolted him by saying, "We are Iowa schoolboys out for a vacation. We were raised on a farm and know all about haying. If you'll give us a chance we'll make you think you don't know much about harvesting hay." This amused him. "Come in," he said, "and after dinner we'll see about it." At dinner we laid ourselves out to impress our host. We told him of the mile-wide fields of the West and enlarged upon the stoneless prairies of Dakota. We described the broadcast cedars they used in Minnesota and bragged of the amount of hay we could put up, and both of us professed a contempt for two-wheeled carts. In the end we reduced our prospective employer to humbleness. He consulted his wife a moment and then said, "All right, boys, you may take hold." We stayed with him 2 weeks and enjoyed every moment of our stay. "Our expedition is successful," I wrote to my parents. On Sundays we picked berries or went fishing or tumbled about the lawn. It was all very beautiful and delightfully secure, so that when the time came to part with our pleasant young boss and his bright and cheery wife, we were as sorry as they. "We must move on," I insisted. "There are other things to see." After a short stay in Portland, we took the train for Bethel, eager to visit the town which our father had described so many times. We had resolved to climb the hills on which he had gathered berries and sit on the overset from which he had gazed upon the landscape. We felt indeed a certain keen regret that he could not be with us. At Locke's Mills we met his old playmates, Dennis and Abner Herrick, men bent of form and dim of eye, gnarled and knotted by the battle with the rocks and barren hillsides, and to them we, confident lads, with our tales of smooth and level plowlands, must have seemed like denizens from some farmer's paradise. Or perhaps they thought us fictionists. I certainly put a powerful emphasis on the pleasant side of Western life at that time. Dennis especially looked upon us with amazement, almost with awe. To think that we, unaided and alone, had wandered so far and dared so much, while he, in all his life, had not been able to visit Boston, was bewildering. This static condition of the population was a constant source of wonder to us. How could people stay all their lives in one place? Must be something the matter with them. Their ox teams and tip carts amused us. Their stony fields appalled us. Their restricted, parsimonious lives saddened us, and so, not wishing to be a burden, we decided to cut our stay short. On the afternoon of our last day, Abner took us on a tramp over the country, pointing out the paths where Dick and I played, tracing the lines of the old farm, which had long since been given over to pasture, and so to the trout brook and home. In return of our keep we sang that night, and told stories of the West, and our hosts seemed pleased with the exchange. Shouldering our faithful grips, next morning we started for the railway and took the train for Gorham. Each mile brought us nearer the climax of our trip. We of the plains had longed and dreamed of the peaks. To us, the White Mountains were at once the crowning wonder and chief peril of our expedition. They were to be in a very real sense the test of our courage. The iron crest of Mount Washington allured us as a lighthouse lures seabirds. Leaving Gorham on foot and carrying our inseparable valises, We started westward along the road leading to the peaks, expecting to get lodging at some farmhouse, but as we stood aside to let gay coaches pass, laden with glittering women and haughty men, we began to feel abused. We were indeed quaint objects. Each of us wore a long yellow linen duster, and each bore a valise on a stick, as an Irishman carries a bundle. We feared neither wind nor rain, but wealth and coaches oppressed us. Nevertheless, we trudged cheerily along, drinking at the beautiful springs beside the road, plucking the blackberries for refreshment, lifting our eyes often to the snow-flecked peaks to the west. At noon, we stopped at a small cottage to get some milk, and there again met a pathetic, lonely old couple. The woman was at least 80, and very crusty with her visitors, till I began to pet the enormous Maltese cat which came purring to our feet. "What a magnificent animal!" I said to Frank. This softened the old woman's heart. She not only gave us bread and milk, but sat down to gossip with us while we ate. She, too, had relatives out there somewhere in Iowa, and would hardly let us go, so eager was she to know all about her people. "Surely you must have met them." As we neared the foot of the great peak, we came upon hotels of all sizes, but I had not the slightest notion of staying even at the smallest. Having walked 12 miles to the foot of the mountain, we now decided to set out for the top, still carrying those precious bags upon our shoulders. What we expected to do after we got to the summit, I cannot say, for we knew nothing of conditions there and were too tired to imagine. We just kept climbing, sturdily, doggedly, breathing heavily, more with excitement than with labor, for it seemed that we were approaching the moon, so bleak and high the roadway ran. I had miscalculated sadly. It had looked only a couple of hours' brisk walk from the hotel, but the way lengthened out toward the last in a most disheartening fashion. "Where will we stay?" queried Frank. "Oh, we'll find a place somewhere," I answered, but I was far from being as confident as I sounded. We had been told that it cost $5 for a night's lodging at the hotel, but I entertained some vague notion that other and cheaper places offered. Perhaps I thought that a little village on the summit presented boarding houses. "No matter, we're in for it now," I stoutly said. "We'll find a place. We've got to find a place." It grew cold as we rose, surprisingly, dishearteningly cold, and we both realized that to sleep in the open would be to freeze. As the night fell, our clothing, wet with perspiration, became almost as clammy as sheet iron, and we shivered with weakness as well as with frost. The world became each moment more barren, more windswept, and Frank was almost at his last gasp. It was long after dark, and we were both trembling with fatigue and hollow with hunger, as we came opposite a big barn just at the top of the trail. The door of this shelter stood invitingly open, and creeping into an empty stall, we went to sleep on the straw like a couple of homeless dogs. We did not for a moment think of going to the hotel, which loomed like a palace a few rods further on. A couple of hours later, I was awakened by the crunch of a boot upon my ankle, followed by an oath of surprise. The stage driver, coming in from his last trip, was looking down upon me. I could not see his face, but I did note the bright eyes and pricking ears of a noble gray horse standing just behind his master and champing his bit with impatience. Sleepy, scared, and bewildered, I presented my plea with such eloquence that the man put his team in another stall and left us to our straw. "But you get out of here before the boss sees you," said he, "or there'll be trouble." "We'll get out before daybreak," I replied heartily. When I next awoke, it was dawn, and my body was so stiff I could hardly move. We had slept cold and our muscles resented it. However, we hurried from the barn. Once safely out of reach of the boss, we began to leap and dance and shout to the sun as it rose out of the mist, for this was precisely what we had come 2,000 miles to see, sunrise on Mount Washington. It chanced gloriously that the valleys were filled with the misty sea, breaking soundlessly at our feet, and we forgot cold, hunger, poverty, in the wonder of being above the clouds. In course of time, our stomachs moderated our transports over the view, and I persuaded my brother, who was younger and more delicate in appearance, to approach the kitchen and purchase a handout. Frank, being harshly persuaded by his own need, ventured forth and soon came back with several slices of bread and butter and part of a cold chicken, which made the day perfectly satisfactory. And in high spirits we started to descend the western slope of the mountain. Here we performed the incredible. Our muscles were so sore and weak that we attempted to walk down the railway track. Our knees refused to bear our weight, and while creeping over the ties, groaning and sighing with pain, a bright idea suddenly irradiated my mind. As I studied the iron groove which contained the cogs in the middle of the track, I perceived that its edges were raised a little above the level of the rails and covered with oil. It occurred to me that it might be possible to slide down this track on a plank, if only I had a plank. I looked to the right. A miracle! There in the ditch lay a plank of exactly the right dimensions. I seized it. I placed it crosswise of the rails. "All aboard!" I called. Frank obeyed. I took my place at the other end, and so with our valises between us, we began to slip slowly, smoothly, and with joyous ease down the shining track. Hoopla! We had taken a wing. We had solved our problem. The experiment was successful. Laughing and shouting with exultation, we swept on. We had but to touch every other tie with our heels in order to control our speed, so we coasted smoothly, genially. On we went mile after mile, slipping down the valley into the vivid sunlight, our eyes on the glorious scenery about us, down, down like a swooping bird. Once we passed above some workmen who looked up in open-mouthed amazement and cursed us in voices which seemed far and faint and futile. A little later the superintendent of the water tank warningly shouted, "Stop that! Get off!" But we only laughed at him and swept on, out over a high trestle where none could follow. At times our heads grew dizzy with the flicker and glitter of the rocks beneath us, and as we rounded dangerous curves of the track or descended swift slides with almost uncontrollable rapidity, I had some doubts, but we kept our wits, remained upon the rails, and at last spun around the final bend and came to a halt upon a level stretch of track just above the little station. There, kicking aside our faithful plank, we took up our valises and with trembling knees and a sense of triumph set off down the valley of the wild Amonoosuc. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tramping, New York, Washington, and Chicago. For 2 days we followed the Amonoosuc, which is a lovely stream, tramping along exquisite winding roads, loitering by sunny ripples, or dreaming in the shadow of magnificent elms. It was all very, very beautiful to us of the level lands of Iowa and Dakota. These brooks rushing over their rocky beds, these stately trees and these bleak mountain tops looming behind us, all glowed with the high splendor of which we had dreamed. At noon we called at a farmhouse to get something to eat, and at night we paid for lodging in a rude tavern beside the way, and so at last reached the railway and the Connecticut River. Here we gained our trunks, which had been sent round by express, and as the country seemed poor and the farms barren, we spent nearly all our money in riding down the railway 50 or 60 miles. At some small town, I forget the name, we again took to the winding roads, looking for a job. Jobs, it turned out, were exceedingly hard to get. The haying was over, the oats mainly in shock, and the people on the highway suspicious and inhospitable. As we plodded along, Our dimes melting away, hunger came at last to be a grim reality. We looked less and less like college boys and more like tramps, and the householders began to treat us with hostile contempt. No doubt these farmers, much beset with tramps, had reasonable excuse for their inhospitable ways, but to us it was all bitter and uncalled for. I knew that cities were filled with robbers, brigands, burglars, and pirates, but I had held up to this time, the belief that the country, though rude and barren of luxury, was nevertheless a place of plenty where no man need suffer hunger. Frank, being younger and less hardy than I, became clean disheartened, and upon me fell the responsibility and burden of the campaign. I certainly was to blame for our predicament. We came finally to the point of calling at every house where any crops lay ungathered, desperately in hope of securing something to do. At last there came a time when we no longer had money for a bed, and were forced to sleep wherever we could find covert. One night we couched on the floor of an old schoolhouse. The next we crawled into an oat shock and covered ourselves with straw. Let those who have never slept on the ground through an August night say that it is impossible that one should be cold. During all the early warm part of the night a family of skunk rustled about us, and toward morning we both woke because of the chill. On the third night we secured the blessed opportunity of nesting in a farmer's granary. All humor had gone out of our expedition. Each day the world grew blacker and the men of the Connecticut Valley more cruel and relentless. We both came to understand, not to the full but in a large measure, the bitter rebellion of the tramp. To plod on and on into the dusk, rejected of comfortable folk, to couch at last with polecats in a shock of grain, is a liberal education in sociology. On the fourth day we came upon an old farmer who had a few acres of badly tangled oats which he wished gathered and bound. He was a large, loose-jointed, good-natured Sloven who looked at me with stinging, penetrating stare, while I explained that we were students on a vacation, tramping and in need of money. He seemed not particularly interested till Frank said with tragic bitterness, "If we ever get back to Dakota, we'll never even look this way again." This interested the man. He said, "Turn in and cut them oats," and we gladly buckled to our job. Our spirits rose with the instant resiliency of youth. But what a task that reaping proved to be! The grain, tangled and flattened close to the ground, has to be caught up in one hand and cut with the old-fashioned reaping hook, the kind they used in Egypt 5,000 years ago, a thin crescent of steel with a straight handle, and as we bowed ourselves to the ground to clutch and clip the grain, we nearly broke in 2 pieces. It was a hot midday, and the sun fell upon our bended shoulders with amazing power, but we toiled on, glad of the opportunity of earning $1. Every cent means escape from this sad country, I repeated. We stayed some days with this reticent gardener, sleeping in the attic above his kitchen like 2 scullions, uttering no complaint till we had earned $7 apiece. Then we said, "Good luck," and bought tickets for Greenfield, Massachusetts. We chose this spot for the reason that a great railway alluringly crossed the river at that place. We seemed in better situation to get west from such a point. Greenfield was so like Rockford, the western town in which I had worked as a carpenter, that I at once purchased a few tools and within a few hours secured work shingling a house on the edge of the town, while my brother took a hand at harvesting worms from a field of tobacco nearby. The builder, a tall man, bent and grizzled, complimented me warmly at the close of my second day, and said, "You may consider yourself hired for as long as you please to stay. You're a rattler." No compliment since has given me more pleasure than this. A few days later he invited both of us to live at his home. We accepted and were at once established in most comfortable quarters. Tranquil days followed. The country was very attractive, and on Sundays we walked the neighboring lanes, or climbed the high hills, or visited the quaint and lonely farmhouses round about, feeling more akin each week to the life of the valley, but we had no intention of remaining beyond a certain tie. Great rivers called and cities allured. New York was still to be explored, and to return to the West before winter set in was our plan. At last the time came when we thought it safe to start toward Albany, and with grateful word of thanks to the carpenter and his wife, we set forth upon our travels. Our courage was again at topmost gauge. My success with the saw had given me confidence. I was no longer afraid of towns, and in a glow of high resolution and with $30 in my pocket, I planned to invade New York, which was to me the wickedest and the most sorrowful as well as the most splendid city in the world. Doubtless, the true story of how I entered Manhattan will endanger my social position, but as an unflinching realist, I must begin by acknowledging that I left the Hudson River boat carrying my own luggage. I shudder to think what we two boys must have looked like as we set off, side by side, prospecting for Union Square and the Bowery. Broadway, we knew, was the main street and Union Square the center of the island. Therefore, we turned north and paced along the pavement, still clamped to our everlasting bags. Broadway was not then the deep canon that it is today. It was walled by low shops of red brick. In fact, the whole city seemed low as compared with the high buildings of Chicago. Nevertheless, I was keenly worried over the question of housing. Food was easy. We could purchase a doughnut and a cup of coffee almost anywhere, or we could eat a sandwich in the park. But the matter of a bed, the business of sleeping in a maelstrom like New York, was something more than serious. It was dangerous. Frank, naturally of a more prodigal nature, was all for going to the Broadway Hotel. "It's only for one night," said he. He always was rather careless of the future. I reminded him that we still had Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington to do, and every cent must be husbanded. So we moved along toward Union Square with the question of a hotel still undecided, our arms aching with fatigue. "If only we could get rid of these awful bags," moaned Frank. To us, Broadway was a storm, a cyclone, an abnormal, unholy congestion of human souls. The friction of feet on the pavement was like the hissing of waves on the beach. The passing of trucks jarred upon our ears like the sevenfold thunders of Patmos, but we kept on, shoulder to shoulder, watchful, alert, till we reached Union Square, where, with sighs of deep relief, we sank upon the benches along with the other rubes and jayhawkers, lolling in sweet repose with the weary souls laxly turned to the kindly indiscriminating breeze. The evening was mild, the scene enthralling, and we would have been perfectly happy but for the deeply disturbing question of a bed. Franklin, resting upon my resourceful management, made no motion even when the sun sank just about where that Venetian-fronted building now stands. But while the insolent, teeming populace in clattering carts and drays charged round our peaceful sylvan haven, each driver plying the lash with the fierce aspect of a Roman charioteer, I rose to a desperate mission. With the courage born of need, I led the way straight toward the basement portal of a small brown hotel on 4th Avenue, and was startled almost into flight to find myself in a barroom. Not knowing precisely how to retreat, I faltered out, "Have you a bed for us?" It is probable that the landlord, a huge foreign-looking man, understood our timidity. At any rate, he smiled beneath his black mustache and directed a clerk to show us a room. In charge of this man, a slim youth with a very bad complexion, we climbed a narrow stairway which grew geometrically shabbier as we rose, until at last we came into a room so near the roof that it could afford only half windows. But as we were getting the chamber at half price, we could not complain. No sooner had the porter left us than we both stretched out on the bed, in such relief and ecstasy of returning confidence as only weary youths and honest poverty can know. It was heavenly sweet. this sense of safety in the heart of a tempest of human passion, but as we rested, our hunger to explore returned. Time is passing. We shall probably never see New York again, I argued, and besides, our bags are now safely cached. Let's go and see how the city looks by night. To this Franklin agreed, and forth we went into the square, rejoicing in our freedom from those accursed bags. Here for the first time I observed the electric light shadows, so clear-cut, so marvelous. The park was lighted by several sputtering, sizzling arc lamps, and their rays, striking down through the trees, flung upon the pavement a wavering, exquisite tracery of sharply defined purple-black leaves and branches. This was indeed an entirely new effect in our old world, and to my mind its wonder surpassed nature. It was as if I had suddenly been translated to some realm of magic art. Where we dined I cannot say. Probably we ate a doughnut at some lunch counter, but I am glad to remember that we got as far as Madison Square, which was like discovering another and still more enchanting island of romance. To us, the Fifth Avenue Hotel was a great historic building, for in it Grant and Sherman and Lincoln and Greeley had often registered. Ah, what a night that was! I did not expend $1, not even a quarter, but I would give half of all I now own for the sensitive heart, the absorbent brain I then possessed. Each form, each shadow, was a miracle. Romance and terror and delight peopled every dusky side street. Submerged in the wondrous, drenched with the spray of this measureless ocean of human life, we wandered on till overborne nature called a halt. It was 10 o'clock, and prudence as well as weariness advised retreat. Decisively, yet with a feeling that we would never again glow beneath the lights of this radiant city, I led the way back to our half-rate bed in the Union Square Hungarian Hotel. It was worth recording that on reaching our room, we opened our small window and leaning out, gazed away over the park. What time the tumult and the thunder and the shouting died into a low, continuous roar. The poetry and the majesty of the city lost nothing of its power under the moon. Although I did not shake my fist over the town and vow to return and conquer it, as penniless writers in fiction generally do, I bowed down before its power. "It's too much for us," I told my brother. 2 millions of people. Think of it. Of course London is larger, but then London is so far off. Sleep for us both was but a moment's forgetfulness. At one moment it was night, and at another it was morning. We were awakened by the voice of the pavement, the sound which Whitman calls the loud, proud, restive bass of the streets, and I again leaned forth to listen to the widespread crescendo roar of the deepening traffic. The air being cool and clear, the pedestrians stepped out with brisker, braver movement, and we too rose eager to meet the day at the gate of the town. All day we tramped, absorbing everything that went on in the open. Having explored the park, viewed the obelisk, and visited the zoo, we wandered up and down Broadway, mooning upon the life of the streets. Curbstone fights, police maneuvers, shop window comedies, building operations, everything we saw instructed us. We soaked ourselves in the turbulent rivers of the town with a feeling that we should never see them again. We had intended to stay 2 days, but a tragic encounter with a restaurant bandit so embittered and alarmed us that we fled New York, as we supposed, forever. At 1 o'clock, being hungry, very hungry, we began to look for a cheap eating house, and somewhere in University Place we came upon a restaurant which looked humble enough to afford a 25-cent dinner, which was our limit of extravagance, and so timidly we ventured in. A foreign-looking waiter greeted us and led us to one of a number of very small tables covered with linen which impressed even Frank's uncritical eyes with its mussiness. With a feeling of having inadvertently entered a den of thieves, I wished myself out of it but lacked the courage to rise, and when the man returned and placed upon the table 2 glasses and a strange-looking bottle with a metal stopper which had a kind of lever at the sides, Frank said, "Hi, good thing. I'm thirsty." Quite against my judgment, he fooled around with the lever until he succeeded in helping himself to some of the liquid with which the bottle was filled. It was soda water, and he drank heartily, although I was sure it would be extra on the bill. The food came on slowly, by fits and starts, and the dishes were all so cold and queer of taste that even Frank complained. But we ate with a terrifying premonition of trouble. "This meal will cost us at least 35 cents each," I said. "No matter, it's an experience," my spendthrift brother retorted. At last, when the limp lettuce, the amazing cheese, and the bitter coffee were all consumed, I asked the soiled, outlandish waiter for the price. In reply, he penciled on a slip as though we were deaf, and finally laid the completed bill face down beside my plate. I turned it over and grew pale. It totaled $1.20. I felt weak and cold, as if I had been suddenly poisoned. I trembled, then grew hot with indignation. 60 cents apiece, I gasped. "Didn't I warn you?" Frank was still in reckless mood. "Well, this is the only time we have to do it. They won't catch us here again." I paid the bill and hurried out, bitterly exclaiming, "No more New York for me. I will not stay in such a robber's den another night." And I didn't. At sunset, we crossed the ferry and took the train for New Brunswick, New Jersey. Why we selected this town I cannot say, but I think it must have been because it was halfway to Philadelphia, and that we were just about as scared of Philadelphia as we were resentful of New York. After a night battle with New Jersey mosquitoes and certain plantigrade bedfellows native to cheap hotels, we passed on to Philadelphia and to Baltimore, and at sunset of the same day reached Washington, the storied capital of the nation. Everything we saw here was deeply significant, national, rousing our patriotism. We were at once and profoundly interested by the negro life which flowered here in the free air of the district as under an African sun. The newsboys, the bootblacks, the mule drivers all amused us. We spent that first night in Washington in a little lodging house just at the corner of the Capitol grounds, where beds were offered for 25 cents. It was a dreadful place, but we slept without waking. It took a large odor, a sharp lance, to keep either of us awake in those days. Tramping busily all the next day, we climbed everything that we could climb. We visited the Capitol, the War Building, the Treasury, and the White House grounds. We toiled through all the museums, working harder than we had ever worked upon the farm, till Frank cried out for mercy. It was inexorable. "Our money is getting low. We must be very saving of car fare," I insisted. "We must see all we can. We'll never be here again." Once more we slept among the negroes in a bare little lodging house, and on the third day, brimming with impressions, boarded the Chicago express and began our glorious, our exultant return over the Alleghanies toward the west. It was with a feeling of joy, of distinct relief, that we set our faces toward the sunset. Every mile brought us nearer home. I knew the West. I knew the people, and I had no fear of making a living beyond the Alleghanies. Every mile added courage and hope to our hearts, and increased the value of the splendid, if sometimes severe experiences through which we had passed. Frank was especially gay, for he was definitely on his way home, back to Dakota. And when the next day of the heights of the Allegheny Mountains, the train dipped to the west, and swinging around a curve, disclosed to us the tumbled spread of mountain land descending to the valley of the Ohio, we sang "O'er the Hills in Legion's Voice," as our forefathers did of old. We were about to re-enter the land of the teeming furrow. Late that night, as we were riding through the darkness in the smoking car, I rose and, placing in my brother's hands all the money I had, said goodbye, and at Mansfield, Ohio, swung off the train, leaving him to proceed on his homeward way alone. It was about 1 o'clock of an autumn night, sharp and clear, and I spent the remainder of the morning on a bench in the railway station, waiting for the dawn. I could not sleep, and so spent the time in pondering on my former experiences in seeking work. Have I been wrong? I asked myself. Is the workman in America, as in the old world, coming to be a man despised? Having been raised in the splendid patriotism, perhaps one might say flamboyant patriotism, of the West during and following our Civil War, I had been brought up to believe that labor was honorable, that idlers were to be despised. But now, as I sat with bowed heads, cold, hungry, and penniless, knowing that I must go forth at daylight, seeking work, the world seemed a very hostile place to me. Of course, I did not consider myself a workman in the ordinary hopeless sense. My need of a job was merely temporary, for it was my intention to return to the Middle West in time to secure a position as a teacher in some country school. Nevertheless, a lively imagination gave me all the sensations of the homeless man. The sun rose warm and golden, and with the return of my courage, I started forth, confident of my ability to make a place for myself. With a wisdom which I had not hitherto shown, I first sought a home, and luckily, I say luckily because I never could account for it, I knocked at the door of a modest little boarding house whose mistress, a small blonde lady, invited me in and gave me a room without a moment's hesitation. Her dinner, a delicious midday meal, so heartened me that before the end of the day I had secured a place as one of the crew of carpenters. My spirits rose. I was secure. My evenings were spent in reading Abbott's Life of Napoleon, which I found buried in an immense pile of old magazines. I had never before read a full history of the great Corsican, and this chronicle moved me almost as profoundly as Hugo's Les Miserables had done the year before. On Sundays I walked about the country under the splendid oaks and beeches which covered the ridges, dreaming of the West and of the future which was very vague and not very cheerful in coloring. My plan, so far as I had a plan, was not ambitious. I had decided to return to some small town in Illinois and secure employment as a teacher. But as I lingered on at my carpenter trade till October, nothing was left for me but a country school. And when Orrin Carter, county superintendent of Grundy County, he is Judge Carter now, informed me that a district school some miles out would pay $50 a month for a teacher, I gladly accepted the offer. On the following afternoon, I started forth a passenger with hankering on his way homewards in an empty corn wagon. The box had no seat. Therefore he and I both rode standing during a drive of 6 miles. The wind was raw and the ground, frozen hard as iron, made the ride a kind of torture. But our supper of buckwheat pancakes and pork sausages at Deacon Ring's was partial compensation. On the following Monday I started my school. The winter which followed appalled the oldest inhabitant. Snow fell almost daily and the winds were razor-bladed. In order to save every dollar of my wages, I built my own fires in the schoolhouse. This means that on every weekday morning I was obliged to push out into the stinging dawn, walk a mile to the icy building, split kindling, start a flame in the rude stove, and have the room comfortable at 8:30. The thermometer often went to a point 20 degrees below zero, and my ears were never quite free from peeling skin and fevered tissues. My pupils were boys and girls of all sizes and qualities, and while it would be too much to say that I made the best teacher of mathematics in the county, I think I helped them in their reading, writing, and spelling, which after all are more important than algebra. On Saturday, I usually went to town, for I had in some way become acquainted with the principal of a little normal school which was being carried on in Morris by a young Quaker from Philadelphia. Professor Forsyth soon recognized in me something more than the ordinary elocutionist, and readily aided me in securing a class in oratory among his students. This work and Forsyth's comradeship helped me to bear the tedium of my work in the country. No Saturday was too stormy, and the roads were never too deep with snow to keep me from my weekly visit to Morris, where I came in contact with the people nearer to my ways of thinking and living. But after all this was but the final section of my eastern excursion, for as the spring winds set in, the call of the sunset regions again overcame my love of cities. The rush to Dakota in March was greater than ever before, and a power stronger than my will drew me back to the line of the middle border, which had moved on into the Missouri Valley, carrying my people with it. As the spring odors filled my nostrils, my wish to emigrate was like that of the birds. Out there is my share of the government land, and if I am to carry out my plan of fitting myself for a professorship, I argued, these claims are worth securing. My rights to the public domain are as good as any other man's. My recollection of the James River Valley were all pleasant. My brother and father both wrote urging me to come and secure a claim, and so at last I replied, "I'll come as soon as my school is out," thus committing all my future to the hazard of the homestead. And so it came about that in the second spring after setting my face to the east, I planned a return to the border. I had had my glimpse of Boston, New York, and Washington. I was 23 years of age, and eager to revisit the plain whereon my father, with the fate of a pioneer, was again upturning the sod and building a fourth home. And yet, son of the middle border, I had discovered that I was also a grandson of New England. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Land of the Straddle-Bug. A night in Chicago where I saw Salvini play Othello, a day in Neshonoc to visit my Uncle Richard, and I was again in the midst of a jocund rush of land seekers. The movement, which had begun 3 years before, was now at its height. Thousands of cars, for lack of engines to move them, were lying idle on the switches all over the West. Trains swarming with immigrants from every country of the world were haltingly creeping out upon the level lands. Norwegians, Swedes, Danes, Scotchmen, Englishmen, and Russians all mingled in this flood of land seekers rolling toward the sundown plain, where a fat soiled valley had been set aside by good Uncle Sam for the enrichment of every man. Such elation, such hopefulness could not fail to involve an excitable youth like myself. My companion, Forsyth, dropped off at Millbank, but I kept on into the James Valley, arriving at the Ordway on the evening of the second day, a clear cloudless evening in early April, with the sun going down red in the west, the prairie chickens calling from the knolls, and hammers still sounding in the village, their tattoo denoting the urgent need of roofs to shelter the incoming throng. The street swarmed with boomers. All talk was of lots, of land. Hour by hour, as the sun sank, prospectors returned to the hotel from their trips into the unclaimed territory, hungry and tired but jubilant, and as they assembled in my father's store after supper, their boastful talk of claims secured made me forget all my other ambitions. I was as eager to clutch my share of Uncle Sam's bounty as any of them. The world seemed beginning anew for me as well as for these aliens from the crowded eastern world. "I am ready to stake a claim," I said to my father. Early the very next day, with a party of 4, among them Charles Babcock, a brother of Burton, I started for the unsurveyed country, where, some 30 miles to the west, my father had already located a preemption claim and built a rough shed, the only shelter for miles around. "We'll camp there," said Charles. It was an inspiring ride. The plain, freshly uncovered from the snow, was swept by a keen wind, which held in spite of that an acrid prophecy of sudden spring. Ducks and geese rose from every icy pond and resumed their flight into the mystic north, and as we advanced, the world broadened before us. The treelessness of the wide swells, the crispness of the air, and the feeling that to the westward lay the land of the Sioux, all combined to make our trip a kind of epic in miniature. Charles also seemed to feel the essential poetry of the expedition, although he said little except to remark, "I wish Burton were here." It was 1 o'clock before we reached the cabin, and 2 before we finished luncheon. The afternoon was spent in wandering over the nearby obtainable claims, and at sundown we all returned to the shed to camp. As dusk fell, and while the geese flew low gabbling confidentially, and the ducks whistled by overhead in swift unerring flight, Charles and I lay down on the hay beside the horses, feeling ourselves to be, in some way, partners with God in this new world. I went to sleep hearing the horses munching their grain in the neighboring stalls, entirely contented with my day and confident of the morrow. All questions were answered, all doubts stilled. We arose with the sun, and having eaten our rude breakfast, set forth some 6 miles to the west to mark the location of our claims with the Straddle-Bugs. The Straddle-Bug, I should explain, was composed of 3 boards set together in tripod form and was used as a monument, a sign of occupancy. Its presence defended the claim against the next comer. Lumber being very scarce at the moment, the building of a shanty was impossible, and so for several weeks these signs took the place of improvements and were fully respected. No one could honorably jump these claims within 30 days, and no one did. At last, when far beyond the last claimant, we turned and looked back upon a score of these glittering guidons of progress, banners of the army of settlement, I realized that I was a vedette in the van of civilization, and when I turned to the west, where nothing was to be seen, save the mysterious plains and a long low line of still more mysterious hills, I thrilled with joy at all I had won. It seemed a true invasion, this taking possession of the virgin sod, but as I considered, there was a haunting sadness in it, for the shining pine pennons represented the inexorable plow. They prophesied the death of all wild creatures and assured the devastation of the beautiful, the destruction of all the signs and seasons of the sod. Apparently, none of my companions shared this feeling, for they all leaped from the wagon and planted their stakes, each upon his chosen quarter section, with whoops of joy, cries which sounded faint and far, like the futile voices of insects, diminished to shrillness by the echoless abysses of the unclouded sky. As we had measured the distance from the township lines by counting the revolutions of our wagon wheels, so now with pocket compass and couple of laths, Charles and I laid out inner boundaries and claimed 3/4 sections, one for Frank and one each for ourselves. Level as a floor these acres were, and dotted with the bones of bison. We ate our dinner on the bare sod, while all around us the birds of springtime moved in myriads, and over the swells to the east other wagons laden with other land seekers crept like wingless beetles, stragglers from the main skirmish line. Having erected our pine-board straddle-bugs with our names written thereon, we jubilantly started back toward the railway. Tired but peaceful, we reached Ordway at dark, and Mrs. Wind's supper of ham and eggs and potatoes completed our day most satisfactorily. My father, who had planned to establish a little store on his claim, now engaged me as his representative, his clerk, and I spent the next week in hauling lumber and in helping to build a shanty and wareroom on the section line. As soon as the place was habitable, my mother and sister Jessie came out to stay with me, for in order to hold his preemption, my father was obliged to make it his home. Before we were fairly settled, my mother was forced to feed and house a great many land seekers who had no other place to stay. This brought upon her once again all the drudgery of a pioneer housewife, and filled her with a longing for the old home in Iowa. It must have seemed to her as if she were never again to find rest except beneath the sod. Nothing that I have ever been called upon to do caused me more worry than the act of charging those land seekers for their meals and bunks, and yet it was perfectly right that they should pay. Our buildings had been established with great trouble and at considerable expense, and my father said, "We cannot afford to feed so many people without return." And yet it seemed to me like taking an unfair advantage of poor and homeless men. It was with the greatest difficulty that I brought myself to charge them anything at all. Fortunately, the prices had been fixed by my father. Night by night it became necessary to lift a lantern on a high pole in front of the shack, in order that those who were traversing the plain after dark might find their way, and often I was aroused from my bed by the arrival of a worn and bewildered party of pilgrims rescued from a sleepless couch upon the wet sod. For several weeks mother was burdened with these wayfarers, but at last they began to thin out. The skirmish line moved on, the ranks halted, and all about the Moggison Ranch hundreds of yellow shanties sparkled at dawn like flecks of gold on a carpet of green velvet. Before the end of May, every claim was taken and improved, more or less. Meanwhile, I had taken charge of the store and Frank was the stage driver. He was a very bad salesman, but I was worse. That must be confessed. If a man wanted to purchase an article and had the money to pay for it, we exchanged commodities right there. But as far as my selling anything, father used to say Hamlin couldn't sell gold dollars for 90 cents apiece. And he was right, entirely right. I found little to interest me in the people who came to the store, for they were just ordinary folk from Illinois and Iowa, and I had never been a youth who made acquaintances easily. So with nothing of the politician in me, I seldom inquired after the babies or gossiped with the old women about their health and housekeeping. I regretted this attitude afterward. A closer relationship with the settlers would have furnished me with a greater variety of fictional characters, but at that time I had no suspicion that I was missing anything. As the land dried off and the breaking plow began its course, a most idyllic and significant period of life came on. The plain became very beautiful as the soil sent forth its grasses. On the shadowed side of the ridges, exquisite shades of pink and purple bloomed, while the most radiant yellow-green flamed from the slopes on which the sunlight fell. The days of May and June succeeded one another in perfect harmony, like the notes in a song, broken only once or twice by thunderstorms. An opalescent mist was in the air, and everywhere, and on every swell, the settlers could be seen moving silently to and fro with their teams, while the women sang at their work about the small shanties and in their new gardens. On every side was the most cheerful acceptance of hard work and monotonous fare. No one acknowledged the transient quality of this life, although it was only a novel sort of picnic on the prairie, soon to end. Many young people and several groups of girls, teachers from the East, were among those who had taken claims, and some of these made life pleasant for themselves and helpful to others by bringing to their cabins books and magazines and pictures. The store was not the only social center of the township, but the post office, and Frank, who carried the mail and who was much more gallant than I, seemed to draw out all the schoolma'ams of the neighborhood. The raising of a flag on a high pole before the door was the signal for the post, which brought the women pouring in from every direction eager for news of the Eastern world. In accordance with my plan to become a teacher, I determined to go to the bottom of the laws which govern literary development, and so with an unexpurgated volume of Taine, a set of Chambers' Encyclopedia of English Literature, and a volume of Green's History of the English People, I set to work to base myself profoundly in the principles which govern a nation's self-expression. I still believe that in order to properly teach an appreciation of poetry, A man should have the power of dramatic expression, that he should be able to read so as to make the printed page live in the ears of his pupils. In short, I had decided to unite the orator and the critic. As a result, I spent more time over my desk than beside a counter. I did not absolutely refuse to wait on a purchaser, but no sooner was his package tied up than I turned away to my work of digesting and transcribing in longhand Taine's monumental book. Day after day I bent to this task, pondering all the great Frenchman had to say of race, environment, and momentum, and on the walls of the cabin I mapped out in chalk the various periods of English society as he had indicated them. These charts were the wonder and astonishment of my neighbors whenever they chanced to enter the living room, and they appeared especially interested in the names written on the ceiling over my bed. I had put my favorites there, so that when I opened my eyes of a morning, I could not help absorbing a knowledge of their dates and works. However, on Saturday afternoon when the young men came in from their claims, I was not above pitching quits or putting the shot with them. In truth, I took a mild satisfaction in being able to set a big boulder some 10 inches beyond my strongest competitor. Occasionally I practiced with the rifle but was not a crack shot. I could still pitch a ball as well as any of them, and I served as pitcher in the games which the men occasionally organized. As harvest came on, mother and sister returned to Ordway, and cooking became a part of my daily routine. Charles occasionally helped me out, and we both learned to make biscuits and even pies. Frank loyally declared my apple pies to be as good as any man could make. Meanwhile, an ominous change had crept over the plain. The winds were hot and dry, and the grass baked on the stem had become as inflammable as hay. The birds were silent. The sky, absolutely cloudless, began to scare us with its light. The sun rose through the dusty air, sinister with flare of horizontal heat. The little gardens on the breaking withered, and many of the women began to complain bitterly of the loneliness and lack of shade. The tiny cabins were like ovens at midday. Smiling faces were less frequent. Timid souls began to inquire, "Are all Dakota summers like this?" And those with greatest penetration reasoned, from the quality of the grass which was curly and fine as hair, that they had unwittingly settled upon an arid soil. And so week by week the holiday spirit faded from the colony, and men in feverish unrest uttered words of bitterness. Eyes ached with light and hearts sickened with loneliness. Defeat seemed facing every man. By the 1st of September, many of those who were in greatest need of land were ready to abandon their advanced position on the border and fall back into the ranks behind. We were all nothing but squatters. The section lands had not been run, and every preemptor looked and longed for the coming of the surveying crew, because once our filings were made, we could all return to the east, at least for 6 months, or we could prove up and buy our land. In other words, the survey offered a chance to escape from the tedious monotony of the burning plain into which we had so confidently thrust ourselves. But the surveyors failed to appear, though they were reported from day to day to be at work in the next township, and so, one by one, those of us who were too poor to buy ourselves food dropped away. Hundreds of shanties were battened up and deserted. The young women returned to their schools, and men who had counted upon getting work to support their families during the summer, and who had failed to do so, abandoned their claims and went east where settlement had produced a crop. Our song of emigration seemed but bitter mockery now. Moved by the same desire to escape, I began writing to various small towns in Minnesota and Iowa in the hope of obtaining a school, but with little result. My letters written from the borderline did not inspire confidence in the school boards of the East. Then winter came. Winter! No man knows what winter means until he has lived through one in a pine board shanty on a Dakota plain with only buffalo bones for fuel. There were those who had settled upon this land, not as I had done with intent to prove up and sell, but with plans to make a home. And many of these, having toiled all the early spring in hope of a crop, now at the beginning of winter found themselves with little money and no coal. Many of them would have starved and frozen had it not been for the buffalo skeletons which lay scattered over the sod, and for which a sudden market developed. Upon the proceeds of this singular harvest they almost literally lived. Thus the herds of deer and buffalo did indeed strangely furnish the cheer. As for Charles and myself, we also returned to Ordway, and there spent a part of each month brooding darkly over the problem of our future. I already perceived the futility of my return to the frontier. The mysterious urgings of a vague, yet deep-seated longing to the east rendered me restless, sour, and difficult. I saw nothing before me, and yet my hard experiences in Wisconsin and in New England made me hesitate about going far. Teaching a country school seemed the only thing I was fitted for, and there shone no promise of that. Furthermore, like other preemptors, I was forced to hold my claim by visiting it once every 30 days, and these trips became each time more painful, more menacing. February and March were of pitiless severity. One blizzard followed another with ever-increasing fury. No sooner was the snow laid by a north wind than it took wing above a southern blast and returned upon us, sifting to and fro, until at last its crystals were as fine as flour, so triturated that it seemed to drive on an inch-board. Often it filled the air of hundreds of feet above the earth like a mist, and lay in long ridges behind every bush or weed. Nothing lived on these desolate uplands but the white owl and the wolf. One cold, bright day I started for my claim accompanied by a young Englishman, a fair-faced, delicate young clerk from London, and before we had covered half our journey, the west wind met us with such fury that the little cockney would have certainly frozen had I not forced him out of the sleigh to run by its side. Poor little man! This was not the romantic home he had expected to gain when he left his office on the Strand. Luckily, his wretched shanty was some 6 miles nearer than mine, or he would have died. Leaving him safe in his den, I pushed on toward my own claim in the teeth of a terrific gale, the cold growing each moment more intense. The sunset regions at the moment did not provoke me to song. In order to reach my cabin before darkness fell, I urged my team desperately, and it was well that I did, for I could scarcely see my horses during the last mile, and the wind was appalling even to me, an experienced plainsman. Arriving at the barn, I was disheartened to find the doors heavily banked with snow, but I fell to in desperate haste and soon shoveled a passageway. This warmed me, but in the delay one of my horses became so chilled that he could scarcely enter his stall. He refused to eat also, and this troubled me very much. However, I loaded him with blankets and fell to work rubbing his legs with wisps of hay to start the circulation, and did not desist until the old feller began nibbling his forage. By this time the wind was blowing 70 miles an hour, and black darkness was upon the land. With a rush I reached my shanty, only to find that somebody had taken all my coal and nearly all my kindling, save a few pieces of pine. This was serious, but I kindled a fire with the blocks, a blaze which was specially grateful by reason of its quick response. Hardly was the stove in action when a rap at the door startled me. "Come!" I shouted. In answer to my call, a young man, a neighbor, entered, carrying a sack filled with coal. He explained with some embarrassment that in his extremity during the preceding blizzard he had borrowed from my store, and that, upon seeing my light, he had hurried to restore the fuel, enough at any rate to last out the night. His heroism appeased my wrath, and I watched him setting out on his return journey with genuine anxiety. That night is still vivid in my memory. The frail shanty, cowering close, quivered in the wind like a frightened hare. The powdery snow appeared to drive directly through the solid boards, and each hour the mercury slowly sank. Drawing my bed close to the fire, I covered myself with a buffalo robe, and so slept for an hour or two. When I woke it was still dark, and the wind, though terrifying, was intermittent in its attack. The timbers of the house creaked as the blast lay hard upon it, and now and again the faint, fine crystals came sifting down upon my face, driven beneath the shingles by the tempest. At last I lit my oil lamp and shivered in my robe till dawn. I felt none of the exultation of a king in fairyland, nor that of a lord of the soil. The morning came, bright with the sun, but with the thermometer 40 degrees below zero. It was so cold that the horses refused to face the northwest wind. I could not hitch them to the sleigh until I had blanketed them both beneath their harness. Even then they snorted and poured in terror. At last, having succeeded in hooking the traces, I sprang in, and wrapping the robe about me, pushed eastward with all speed, seeking food and fire. This may be taken as a turning point in my career, for this experience, followed by two others almost as severe, permanently chilled my enthusiasm for pioneering the plain. Never again did I sing sunset regions with the same exultant spirit, or the hills in Legion's voice no longer meant sunlit savannas, flower meadows, and deer-filled glades. The mingled wood and prairie land of the song was gone, and Uncle Sam's domain, bleak, semi-arid, and windswept, offered little charm to my imagination. From that little cabin on the ridge, I turned my face toward the settlement, eager to escape the terror and the loneliness of the treeless sod. I began to plan for other work in other airs. Furthermore, I resented the conditions under which my mother lived and worked. Our home was in a small building next to the shop, and had all the shortcomings of a cabin and none of its charm. It is true, nearly all our friends lived in equal discomfort, but it seemed to me that mother had earned something better. Was it for this she had left her home in Iowa? Was she never to enjoy a roomy and comfortable dwelling? She did not complain, and she seldom showed her sense of discomfort. I knew that she longed for the friends and neighbors she had left behind, and yet, so far from being able to help her, I was even then planning to leave her. In a sullen rage, I endured the winter, and when at last the sun began to ride the sky with fervor, and the prairie cock announced the spring, hope of an abundant crop, the promise of a new railroad, the incoming of jocund settlers, created in each of us a confidence which expressed itself in a return to the land. With that marvelous faith which marks the husbandman, we went forth once more with the drill and the harrow, planting seed against another harvest. Sometime during these winter days, I chanced upon a book which effected a profound change in my outlook on the world and led to far-reaching complications in my life. This volume was the Lovell edition of Progress and Poverty, which was at the time engaging the attention of the political economists of the world. Up to this moment, I had never read any book or essay in which our land system had been questioned. I had been raised in the belief that this was the best of all nations, in the best of all possible worlds, in the happiest of all ages. I believed, of course, that the wisdom of those who formulated our Constitution was but little less than that of archangels, and that all contingencies of our progress in government had been provided for, or anticipated in that inspired and deathless instrument. Now, as I read this book, my mind following step by step the author's advance upon the citadel of privilege, I was forced to admit that his main thesis was right. Unrestricted individual ownership of the earth I acknowledged to be wrong, and I caught some glimpse of the radiant plenty of George's ideal commonwealth. The trumpet call of the closing of the pages filled me with a desire to battle for the right. Here was the theme for the great orator. Here was the opportunity for the most devoted evangel. Raw as I was, inconspicuous as a grasshopper by the roadside, I still had something in me which responded to the call of the prophet of San Francisco, and yet I had no definite intention of becoming a missionary. How could I? Penniless, dependent upon the labor of my hands for a livelihood, discontented, yet unable to decide upon a plan of action, I came and went all through that long summer with laggard feet and sorrowful countenance. My brother Franklin, having sold his claim, had boldly advanced upon Chicago. His ability as a bookkeeper secured him against want, and his letters were confident and cheerful. At last, in the hour when my perplexity was greatest, the decisive impetus came, brought by a chance visitor, a young clergyman from Portland, Maine, who arrived in the town to buy some farms for himself and a friend. Though a native of Madison, Mr. Bashford had won a place in the East and had decided to put some part of his salary into Dakotas' alluring soil. Upon hearing that we were also from Wisconsin, he came to call and stayed to dinner, and being of a jovial and candid nature, soon drew from me a fairly coherent statement of my desire to do something in the world. At the end of a long talk he said, "Why don't you come to Boston and take a special course at the university? I know the professor of literature, and I can also give you a letter to the principal of a school of oratory." This offer threw me into such excitement that I was unable to properly thank my adviser, but I fell into depths of dejection as soon as he left town. How can I go east? How can I carry out such a plan? I asked myself with bitter emphasis. All I had in the world was a small trunk, a couple of dozen books, a valise, and a few acres of barren, unplowed land. My previous visit to Boston was just the sort to tempt me to return. But the experiences as a laborer in New England had lessened my confidence in its resources, and yet the thought of being able to cross the common every day opened a dazzling vista. The very fact that Mr. Bashford had gone there from the West as a student, a poor student, made a prodigiously daring step seem possible to me. If only I had a couple of $100, I said to my mother, who listened to my delirious words in silence. She divined what was surging in my heart and feared it. Thereafter, I walked the floor of my room or wandered the prairie roads in continual debate. What is there for me to do out here? I demanded. I can farm on these windy, dusty acres. That's all. I am a failure as a merchant, and I am sick of the country. There were moments of a morning or at sunset when the plain was splendid as a tranquil sea, and in such moments I bowed down before its mysterious beauty, but for the most part it seemed an empty, desolate, mocking world. The harvest was again light, and the earth shrunk and seamed for lack of moisture. A hint of winter in the autumn air made me remember the remorseless winds and the iron earth over which the snow swept as if across an icy polar sea. I shuddered as I thought of again fighting my way to that desolate little cabin in McPherson County. I recalled, but dimly, the exultation with which I made my claim. Boston, by contrast, glowed with beauty, with romance, with history, with glory, like the vision of some turreted town built in the eastern sky at sunset. "I'll do it," I said at last. "I'll sell my claim. I'll go east. I'll find some little hole to creep into. I'll study night and day and so fit myself for teaching. Then I'll come back to West, to Illinois or Wisconsin. Never will I return to this bleak world." I offered my claim for sale, and when I continued my daily labor on the farm, my mind was far away amid the imagined splendors of the East. My father was puzzled and a good deal irritated by his son's dark moods. My failure to fit into the store was unaccountable and unreasonable. "To my thinking," said he, "you'll have all the school you need. You ought to find it easy to make a living in a new, progressive community like this." To him, a son who wanted to go east was temporarily demented. It was an absurd plan. "Why, it's against the drift of things. You can't make a living back east. Hang on to your land and you'll come out all right. The place for a young man is in the West." Bitter and rebellious of mood, uneasy and uncertain of purpose, my talks with him resulted only in irritation and discord. But my mother, with unabiding faith in my powers, offered no objection. She could not advise. It was all so far above and beyond her. But she patted my hand and said, "Cheer up! I'm sure it will come out all right. I hate to have you go, but I guess Mr. Bashford is right. You need more schooling." I could see that she was saddened by the thought of the separation which was to follow. With a vague knowledge of the experience of all the mothers of pioneer sons, she feared that the days of our close companionship were ended. The detachment was not for a few months. It was final. Her face was very wistful and her voice tremulous as she told me to go. "It is hard for me to leave you and sister," I replied, "but I must. I'm only rotting here. I'll come back, at least, to visit you." In tremendous excitement, I mortgaged my claim for $200, and with that in my hand, started for the land of Emerson, Longfellow, and Hawthorne, believing that I was in truth reversing all the laws of development, breasting the current of progress, stemming the tide of emigration. All about me, other young men were streaming toward the sunset, pushing westward to escape the pressure of the earth lords behind, whilst I, alone and poor, was daring all the dangers, all the difficulties from which they were so eagerly escaping. There was in my heart an illogical exultation as though I too were about to escape something. And yet, when the actual moment of parting came, I embraced my sorrowing mother and kissed my quaint little sister goodbye without feeling in the least heroic or self-confident. At the moment, sadness weakened me, reducing me to boyish timidity. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On to Boston. With plenty of time to think, I thought, crouched low in my seat, silent as an owl. True, I dozed off now and again, but even when shortened by these periods of forgetfulness, the journey seemed interminable, and when I reached the grimy old shed of a station, which was the Chicago terminal of the Northwestern in those days, I was glad of a chance to taste outside air, no matter how smoky it reported itself to be. My brother, who was working in the office of a weekly farm journal, met me with an air of calm superiority. He had become a true Chicagoan. Under his confident leadership, I soon found a boarding place and a measure of repose. I must have stayed with him for several days, for I recall being hypnotized into ordering a $20 tailor-made suit from a South Clark Street merchant. You know the kind. It was a Prince Albert suit, my first made-to-order outfit, but the extravagance seemed justified in face of the known elegance of men's apparel in Boston. It took me 36 hours more to get to Boston, and as I was ill all the way, I again rode in the smoking car. A less triumphant Jason never entered the city of light and learning. The day was a true November day, dark and rainy and cold, and when I confronted my cloud-built city of domes and towers, I was concerned only with a place to sleep. I had little desire of battle and no remembrance of the Golden Fleece. Up from the Hoosac station and over the slimy, greasy pavement, I trod with humped back, carrying my heavy valise. It was the same imitation leather concern with which I had toured the city 2 years before, while gay little streetcars tinkled by, so close to my shoulder that I could have touched them with my hand. Again I found my way through Haymarket Square to Tremont Street and so at last to the common, which presented a cold and dismal face at this time. The glory of my dream had fled. The trees, bare and brown and dripping with rain, offered no shelter. The benches were sodden, the paths muddy, and the sky, lost in a desolate mist, shut down over my head with oppressive weight. I crawled along the muddy walk, feeling about as important as a belated beetle in a July thunderstorm. Half of me was ready to surrender and go home on the next train, but the other half, the obstinate half, sullenly forged ahead, busy with the problem of a roof and bed. My experience in Rock River now stood me in good hand. Stopping a policeman, I asked the way to the Young Men's Christian Association. The officer pointed out a small tower not far away, and down the Tremont Street walk I plodded as wretched a youth as one would care to see. Humbled, apologetic, I climbed the stairway, approached the desk, and in a weak voice requested the address of a cheap lodging place. From the cards which the clerk carelessly handed to me, I selected the nearest address, which chanced to be on Boylston Place, a short, narrow street just beyond the public library. It was a deplorably wet and gloomy alley, but I ventured down its narrow walk and desperately knocked on the door of number 12. A handsome elderly woman with snow-white hair met me at the threshold. She looked entirely respectable, and as she named a price which I could afford to pay, I accepted her invitation to enter. The house swarmed with life. Somebody was strumming a banjo, a girl was singing, and as I mounted the stair to the first floor, a slim little maid of about 14 met us. "This is my daughter Fay," said the landlady with manifest pride. Left to myself, I sank into a chair with such relief as only the poor country boy knows when at the end of a long tramp from the station he lets slip his handbag and looks around upon a room for which he has paid. It was a plain little chamber, but it meant shelter and sleep, and I was grateful. I went to bed early. I slept soundly, and the world to which I awoke was new and resplendent. My headache was gone, and as I left the house in search of breakfast, I found the sun shining. Just around the corner on Tremont Street, I discovered a little old man who, from a sidewalk booth, sold delicious coffee in cups of 2 sizes, one at 3 cents and a larger one at 5 cents. He also offered doughnuts at a penny each. Having breakfasted at an outlay of exactly 8 cents, I returned to my chamber, which was a hall room, 8 feet by 10, and faced the north. It was heated, theoretically, from a register in the floor, and there was just space enough for my trunk, a cot, and a small table at the window, but as it cost only $6 per month, I was content. I figured that I could live on $5 per week, which would enable me to stay till spring. I had about $130 in my purse. From this sunless nook, this narrow niche, I began my study of Boston, whose historic significance quite overpowered me. I was alone. Mr. Bashford in Portland, Maine, was the only person in all the East on whom I could call for aid or advice in case of sickness. My father wrote me that he had relatives living in the city, but I did not know how to find them. No one could have been more absolutely alone than I during that first month. I made no acquaintances. I spoke to no one. A part of each day was spent in studying the historical monuments of the city, and the remaining time was given to reading at the Young Men's Union or in the public library, which stood next door to my lodging house. At night, I made detailed studies of the habits of the cockroaches with which my room was peopled. There was something uncanny in the action of these beasts. They were new to me, and apparently my like had never before been observed by them. They belonged to the shadow, to the cold, and to the damp of the city, whereas I was fresh from the sunlight of the plain, and as I watched them peering out from behind my wash basin, they appeared to marvel at me and to confer on my case with almost elfish intelligence. Tantalized by an occasional feeble and vacillating current of warm air from the register, I was forced at times to wear my overcoat as I read, and at night I spread it over my cot. I did not see the sun for a month. The wind was always filled with rain or sleet, and as the lights in Bates Hall were almost always blazing, I could hardly tell when day left off and night began. It seemed as if I had been plunged into another and darker world, a world of storm, of gray clouds, of endless cold. Having resolved to keep all my expenses within $5 per week, I laid down a scientific plan for cheap living. I first nosed out every low-priced eating place within 10 minutes' walk of my lodging, and soon knew which of these joints were wholesome and which were not. Just around the corner was a place where a filling dinner could be procured for 15 cents including pudding, and the little lunch counter on Tremont Street supplied my breakfast. Not one nickel did I spend in car fare, and yet I saw almost every celebrated building in the city. However, I tenderly regarded my shoe soles each night, for the cost of tapping was enormous. My notion of studying at some school was never carried out. The Boston University classes did not attract me. The Harvard lectures were inaccessible, and my call upon the teacher of expression, to whom Mr. Bashford had given me a letter, led to nothing. The professor was a nervous person and made the mistake of assuming that I was as timid as I was silent. His manner irritated me, and the outburst of my resentment was astonishing to him. I was hungry at the moment, and to be patronized was too much. This encounter plunged me into deep discouragement, and I went back to my reading in the library with the despairing resolution to improve every moment, for my stay in the East couldn't last many weeks. At the rate my money was going, May would see me bankrupt. I read both day and night, grappling with Darwin, Spencer, Fiske, Helmholtz, Haeckel, all the mighty masters of evolution whose books I had not hitherto been able to open. For diversion, I dived into early English poetry and weltered in that sea of song which marks the beginnings of every literature, conning the ballads of Ireland and Wales, the epics of Ireland, the early German and the songs of the troubadours, a course of reading which started me on a series of lectures to be written directly from the study of the authors themselves. This dimly took shape as a volume to be called The Development of English Ideals, a sufficiently ambitious project. Among other proscribed books, I read Whitman's Leaves of Grass, and without doubt that volume changed the world for me as it did for many others. Its rhythmic chants, its wonderful music filled me with a keen sense of the mystery of the near at hand. I rose from that first reading with a sense of having been taken up into high places. The spiritual significance of America was let loose upon me. Herbert Spencer remained my philosopher and master. With eager haste I sought to compass the synthetic philosophy. The universe took on order and harmony as from my 5-cent breakfast I went directly to the consideration of Spencer's theory of the evolution of music or painting or sculpture. It was thrilling, it was joyful to perceive that everything moved from the simple to the complex, how the bowstring became the harp and the egg the chicken. My mental diaphragm creaked with the pressure of inrushing ideas. My brain, young, sensitive to every touch, took hold of facts and theories like a phonographic cylinder, and while my body softened and my muscles wasted from disuse, I skittered from pole to pole of the intellectual universe like an impatient bat. I learned a little of everything and nothing very thoroughly. With so many peaks in sight, I had no time to spend on digging up the valley soil. My only exercise was an occasional slow walk. I could not afford to waste my food in physical effort, and besides, I was thinly dressed and could not go out except when the sun shone. My overcoat was considerably more than half cotton and a poor shield against the bitter wind which drove straight from the Arctic Sea into my bones. Even when the weather was mild, the crossings were nearly always ankle-deep in slush, and walking was anything but a pleasure. Therefore, it happened that for days I took no outing whatsoever. From my meals I returned to my table in the library and read until closing time, conserving in every way my 30 cents worth of food units. In this way I covered a wide literary and scientific territory. Humped over my fitful register, I discussed the nebular hypothesis. My poets and scientists not merely told me of things I had never known, they confirmed me in certain conceptions which had come to me without effort in the past. I became an evolutionist in the fullest sense, accepting Spencer as the greatest living thinker. Fiske and Galton and Allen were merely assistants to the mastermind whose generalization included in their circles all modern discovery. It was a sad change when, leaving the brilliant reading room where my mind had been in contact with these masters of scientific world, I crept back to my minute den, there to sit humped and shivering, my overcoat thrown over my shoulders, confronting with scared resentment the sure wasting of my little store of dollars. In spite of all my care, the pennies departed from my pockets like grains of sand from an hourglass, and most disheartening of all, I was making no apparent gain toward fitting myself for employment in the West. Furthermore, the greatness, the significance, the beauty of Boston was growing upon me. I felt the neighboring presence of its autocrats more definitely and powerfully each day. Their names filled the daily papers, their comings and goings were carefully noted. William Dean Howells, Oliver Wendell Holmes, John G. Whittier, Edwin Booth, James Russell Lowell, all these towering personalities seemed very near to me now, and their presence, even if I never saw their faces, was an inspiration to one who had definitely decided to compose essays and poems, and to write possibly a history of American literature. Symphony concerts, the Lowell Institute lectures, the Atlantic Monthly, all the distinctive institutions of the Hub, had become very precious to me, notwithstanding the fact that I had little actual share in them. Their nearness, while making my poverty more bitter, aroused me in a vague ambition to succeed in something. "I won't be beaten. I will not surrender," I said. Being neither a resident of the city nor a pupil of any school, I could not take books from the library, and this inhibition wore upon me till at last I determined to seek the aid of Edward Everett Hale, who had long been a great and gracious figure in my mind. His name had been among the authors of our rainy day game on the farm. I had read his books, and I had heard him preach, and as his lend-a-hand helpfulness was proverbial, I resolved to call upon him at his study in the church and ask his advice. I was not very definite as to what I expected him to do. Probably I hoped for sympathy in some form. The old man received me with kindness, but with a look of weariness which I quickly understood. Accustomed to helping people, he considered me just another case. With hesitation I explained my difficulty about taking out books. With a bluff roar he exclaimed, "Well, well, that is strange. Have you spoken to the librarian about it?" "I have, Dr. Hale, but he told me there were 20,000 young students in the city in precisely my condition. People not residents and with no one to vouch for them cannot take books home." "I don't like that," he said. "I will look into that. You shall be provided for. Present my card to Judge Chamberlain. I am one of the trustees, and he will see that you have all the books you want." I thanked him and withdrew, feeling that I had gained a point. I presented the card to the librarian, whose manner softened at once. As a protégé of Dr. Hale, I was distinguished. "I will see what can be done for you," said Judge Chamberlain. Thereafter I was able to take books to my room, a habit which still further imperiled my health, for I read 14 hours a day instead of 10. Naturally, I grew white and weak. My Dakota tan and my corn-fed muscle melted away. The only part of me which flourished was my hair. I begrudged every quarter which went to the barber's, and I was cold most of the time, except when I infested the library. And I was hungry all the time. I knew that I was physically on the downgrade. But what could I do? Nothing except to cut down my expenses. I was living on less than $5 a week, but even at that, the end of my stay in the city was not far off. Hence I walked gingerly and read fiercely. Bates Hall was deliciously comfortable, and every day at 9 o'clock I was at the door eager to enter. I spent most of my day at the desk in the big central reading room, but at night I haunted the Young Men's Union, thus adding myself to a dubious collection of half-demented, ill-clothed derelicts who suffered the contempt of the attendants by reason of their filling all the chairs and monopolizing all the newspaper racks. We never conversed one with another, and no one knew my name. But there came to be a certain diplomatic understanding amongst us, somewhat as snakes, rabbits, hyenas, and turtles sometimes form happy families. There was one old ruffian who always sniffed and snuffed like a fat hog as he read, monopolizing my favorite newspaper. Another member of the circle perused the same page of the same book day after day, laughing vacuously over its contents. Never by any mistake did he call for a different book, and I never saw him turn a leaf. No doubt I was counted as one of this group of irresponsibles. All this hurt me. I saw no humor in it then, for I was even at this time an intellectual aristocrat. I despised brainless folk. I hated these loafers. I loathed the clerk at the desk who dismissed me with a contemptuous smirk, and I resented the formal smile and impersonal politeness of Mr. Baldwin, the president. Of course I understood that the attendants knew nothing of my dreams and my ambitions, and that they were treating me quite as well as my looks warranted, but I blamed them just the same, furious at my own helplessness to demonstrate my claims for higher honors. During all this time the only woman I knew was my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and her daughter Fay. Once a week I curtly said, "Here is your rent, Mrs. Davis," and yet several times she asked with concern, "How are you feeling? You don't look well. Why don't you board with me? I can feed you quite as cheaply as you can board yourself." It is probable that she read slow starvation in my face, but I haughtily answered, "Thank you, I prefer to take my meals out." As a matter of fact, I dreaded contact with the other boarders. As a member of the union, a certain number of lectures were open to me, and so, night by night, in company with my fellow nuts, I called for my ticket and took my place in line at the door, like a charity patient at a hospital. However, as I seldom occupied a seat to the exclusion of anyone else, and as my presence usually helped to keep the speaker in countenance, I had no qualms. The union audience was notoriously the worst audience in Boston, being in truth a group of intellectual mendicants waiting for oratorical hand-me-outs. If we didn't happen to like the sandwiches or the dry doughnuts given us, we threw them down and walked away. Nevertheless, in this hall I heard nearly all the great preachers of the city, and though some of their cant phrases worried me, I was benefited by the literary allusions of others. Carpenter retained nothing of the old-fashioned theology, and Hale was always a delight. So was Minot Savage. Dr. Bartol, a quaint, absorbing survival of the Concord School of Philosophy, came once, and I often went to his Sunday service. It was always joy to enter the old West Meeting House, for it remained almost precisely as it was in Revolutionary days. Its pews, its curtains, its footstools, its pulpit, were all deliciously suggestive of the time when stately elms looked in at the window, and when the minister, tall, white-haired, black-cravated, arose in the high pulpit and began to read with curious, sing-song cadences a chant from Job. I easily imagined myself listening to Ralph Waldo Emerson. His sermons held no cheap phrases, and his sentences delighted me by their neat literary grace. Once in an address on Grant he said, he was an atmospheric man. He developed from the war cloud like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps Minot Savage pleased me best of all, for he too was a disciple of Spencer, a logical, consistent, and fearless evolutionist. He often quoted from the poets in his sermon. Once he read Whitman's Song of Myself with such power, such sense of rhythm, that his congregation broke into applause at the end. I heard also, at Tremont Temple and elsewhere, men like George William Curtis, Henry Ward Beecher, and Frederick Douglass, but greatest of all in a certain sense was the influence of Edwin Booth, who taught me the greatness of Shakespeare and the glory of English speech. Poor as I was, I visited the Yale Museum night after night, paying 35 cents, which admitted me to a standing place in the first balcony, and there on my feet and in complete absorption I saw in wondrous procession Hamlet, Lear, Othello, Petruchio, Sir Giles Overreach, Macbeth, Iago, and Richelieu emerge from the shadow and reenact their tragic lives before my eyes. These were my purple, splendid hours. From the light of this glorious mimic world I stumbled down the stairs out into the night, careless of wind or snow, my brain in a tumult of revolt, my soul surging with high resolves. The stimulation of these performances was very great. The art of this prince of tragedy was a powerful educational influence along the lines of oratory, poetry, and the drama. He expressed to me the soul of English literature. He exemplified the music of English speech. His acting was at once painting and sculpture and music, and I became still more economical of food in order that I might the more often bask in the golden atmosphere of his world. I said, I too will help to make the dead lines of the great poet speak to the living people of today, and with new fervor bent to the study of oratory as the handmaid of poetry. The boys who acted as ushers in the balcony came at length to know me, and sometimes when it happened that some unlucky suburbanite was forced to leave his seat near the railing, one of the lads would nod at me and allow me to slip down and take the empty place. In this way I got closer to the marvelous lines of the actor's face and was enabled to read and record the subtler, fleeter shadows of his expression. I have never looked upon a face with such transcendent power of externalizing and differentiating emotions, and I have never heard a voice of equal beauty and majesty. Booth taught millions of Americans the dignity, the power, and the music of the English tongue. He set a high mark in grace and precision of gesture, and the mysterious force of his essentially tragic spirit made so deep an impression upon those who heard him that they confused him with the characters he portrayed. As for me, I could not sleep for hours after leaving the theater. Line by line I made mental note of the actor's gestures, accents, and cadences, and afterward wrote them carefully down. As I closed my eyes for sleep, I could hear that solemn chant, "Duncan is in his grave." After life's fitful fever he sleeps well. With horror and admiration I recalled him when at Sir Giles, with palsied hand helpless by his side, his face distorted, he muttered as if to himself, "Some undone widow sits upon my sword." Or when as Petruchio, in making a playful snatch at Kate's hand with the blaze of a lion's anger in his eyes, his voice rang out, "Were it the paw of an angry bear, I'd smite it all, but as it's Kate's, I kiss it." To the boy from the cabin on the Dakota plain, these stage pictures were almost incommunicable beauty and significance. They justified me in all my daring. They made any suffering, past, present, or future, worthwhile. And the knowledge that these glories were evanescent and that I must soon return to the Dakota plain only deepened their power and added to the grandeur of every scene. Booth's home at this time was on Beacon Hill, and I used to walk reverently by just to see where the great man housed. Once, the door being open, I caught a momentary glimpse of a curiously ornate umbrella stand and the soft glow of a distant lamp, and the vision greatly enriched me. This singularly endowed artist presented to me the radiant summit of human happiness and glory, and to see him walk in and out of his door was my silent hope. But alas, this felicity was denied me. Under the spell of these performers, I wrote a series of studies of the tragedian in his greatest roles. Edwin Booth as Lear, Edwin Booth as Hamlet, and so on, recording with the minutest fidelity every gesture, every accent, till 4 of these impersonations were preserved on the page as if in amber. I reread my Shakespeare in the light of Booth's eyes, in the sound of his magic voice, and when the season ended, the city grew dark, doubly dark for me. Thereafter, I lived in the fading glory of that month. These were growing days. I had moments of tremendous expansion, hours when my mind went out over the earth like a freed eagle. But these flights were always succeeded by fits of depression as I realized my weakness and my poverty. Nevertheless, I persisted in my studies. Under the influence of Spencer, I traced a parallel development of the arts and found a measure of scientific peace. Under the inspiration of Whitman, I pondered the significance of democracy and caught some part of its spiritual import. With Henry George as guide, I discovered the main cause of poverty and suffering in the world, and so in my little room, living on 40 cents a day, I was in a sense profoundly happy, so long as I had $1.50 with which to pay my rent, and $2 for the keepers of the various dives in which I secured my food. I was imaginatively the equal of Booth and brother to the kings of song. And yet one stern persistent fact remained. My money was passing and I was growing weaker and paler every day. The cockroaches no longer amused me. Coming as I did from a land where the sky made up half the world, I resented being thus condemned to a nook from which I could see only a gray rag of mist hanging above a neighboring chimney. In the moments when I closely confronted my situation, the glory of the western sky came back to me, and it must have been during one of these dreary storms that I began to write a poor, faltering little story which told of the adventures of a cattleman in the city. No doubt it was the expression of the homesickness at my own heart, but only 1 or 2 of the chapters ever took shape, for I was tortured by the feeling that no matter how great the intellectual advancement caused by hearing Edwin Booth in Hamlet might be, it would avail me nothing when confronted by the school committee of Blankville, Illinois. I had moments of being troubled and uneasy, and at times experienced a feeling that was almost despair. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Enter a friend. One night, seeing that the principal of a well-known school of oratory was bulletined to lecture at the Young Men's Union upon the philosophy of expression, I went to hear him, more by way of routine than with any expectation of being enlightened or even interested. But his very first words surprised and delighted me. His tone was positive, his phrases epigrammatic, and I applauded heartily. "Here is a man of thought," I said. At the close of the address I ventured to the platform and expressed to him my interest in what he had said. He was a large man with a broad and smiling face framed in a brown beard. He appeared pleased with my compliments and asked if I were a resident of Boston. "No, I am a Western man," I replied, "and I am here to study, and I was especially interested in your quotation from Darwin's book on expression in men and animals." His eyes expressed surprise, and after a few minutes' conversation he gave me his card saying, "Come and see me tomorrow morning at my office." I went home pleasantly excited by this encounter. After months of unbroken solitude in the midst of throngs of strangers, this man's cordial invitation meant much to me. On the following morning, at the hour set, I called at the door of his office on the top floor of No. 7 Beacon Street, which was an old-fashioned one-story building without an elevator. Brown asked me where I came from, what my plans were, and I replied with eager confidence. Then we grew harmoniously enthusiastic over Herbert Spencer and Darwin and Mantegazza, and I talked a stream. My long silence found vent. Words poured from me in a torrent, but he listened smilingly, his big head cocked on one side, waiting patiently for me to blow off steam. Later, when given a chance, he showed me the manuscript of a book upon which he was at work, and together we discussed its main thesis. He asked me my opinion of this passage and that, and I replied not as a pupil but as an equal, and the author seemed pleased at my candor. 2 hours passed swiftly in this way, and as the interview was about to end, he asked, "Where do you live?" I told him and explained that I was trying to fit myself for teaching and that I was living as cheaply as possible. "I haven't any money for tuition," I confessed. He mused a moment, then said, "If you wish to come into my school, I shall be glad to have you do so. Never mind about tuition. Pay me when you can." This generous offer sent me away filled with gratitude and an illogical hope. Not only had I gained a friend, I had found an intellectual comrade, one who was far more widely read, at least in science, than I. I went to my 10-cent lunch with a feeling that a door had unexpectedly opened and that it led into broader, sunnier fields of toil. The school, which consisted of several plain offices and a large classroom, was attended by some 70 or 80 pupils, mostly girls from New England and Canada, with a few from Indiana and Ohio. It was a simple little workshop, but to me it was the most important institution in Boston. It gave me welcome, and as I came into it on Monday morning at 9 o'clock and was introduced to the pretty teacher of Delsarte, Miss Maida Cragen, whose smiling lips and big Irish gray eyes made her beloved of all her pupils, I felt that my lonely life in Boston was ended. The teachers met me with formal kindliness, finding in me only another crude lump to be molded into form, and while I did not blame them for it, I instantly drew inside my shell and remained there, thus robbing myself of much that would have done me good. Some of the girls went out of their way to be nice to me, but I kept aloof, filled with the savage resentment of my poverty and my threadbare clothing. Before the week was over, Professor Brown asked me to assist in reading the proof sheets of his new book, and this I did, going over it with him line by line. His deference to my judgment was a sincere compliment to my reading and warmed my heart like some elixir. It was my first authoritative appreciation, and when at the end of the third session he said, "I shall consider your criticism more than equal to the sum of your tuition," I began to faintly forecast the time when my brain would make me self-supporting. My days were now cheerful. My life had direction. For 2 hours each afternoon, when work in the school was over, I sat with Brown, discussing the laws of dramatic art, and to make myself still more valuable in this work, I read every listed book or article upon expression, and translated several French authorities, transcribing them in longhand for his use. In this work the weeks went by and spring approached. In a certain sense I felt that I was gaining an education which would be of value to me, but I was not earning 1 cent of money, and my outgo was more than $5 per week, for I occasionally went to the theater, and I had also begun attendance at the Boston Symphony concerts in Music Hall. By paying 25 cents, students were allowed to fill the gallery and stand on the ground floor, and Friday afternoons generally found me leaning against the wall listening to Brahms and Wagner. At such times I often thought of my mother and my Uncle David and wished that they too might hear these wondrous harmonies. I tried to imagine what the effect of this tumult sound would be as it beat in upon their inherited deeply musical brain cells. One by one I caught up the threads of certain other peculiar Boston interests, and by careful reading of the transcript was enabled to vibrate in full harmony with the local hymn of gratitude. New York became a mere emporium, a town without a library, a city without a first-class orchestra, the home of a few commercial painters and several journalistic poets. Chicago was a huge, dirty town on the middle border. Washington, a vulgar political camp. Only Philadelphia was admitted to have the quality of a real city, and her literary and artistic resources were pitiably slender and failing. But all the time that I was feasting on these insubstantial glories, my meat was being cut down and my coat hung ever more loosely over my ribs. Pale and languid, I longed for spring, for sunshine with all the passion of a prisoner, and when at last the grass began to show green in the sheltered places on the common, and the sparrows began to utter their love notes, I went often of an afternoon to a bench in lee of a clump of trees, and there sprawled out like a debilitated fox, basking in the tepid rays of a diminished sun. For all his expressed admiration of my literary and scientific acumen, Brown did not see fit to invite me to dinner, probably because of my rusty suit and frayed cuffs. I did not blame him. I was in truth a shabby figure, and the dark brown beard which had come upon me added to the unhealthy pallor of my skin, so that Mrs. Brown, a rather smart and socially ambitious lady, must have regarded me as something of an anarchist, a person to avoid. She always smiled as we met, but her smile was defensive. However, a blessed break in the monotony of my fare came during April, when my friend Bashford invited me to visit him in Portland. I accepted his invitation with naive precipitation and furbished up my wardrobe as best I could, feeling that even the wife of a clergyman might not welcome a visitor with fringed cuffs and celluloid collars. This was my first sea voyage, and I greatly enjoyed the trip after I got there. Mrs. Bashford received me kindly, but I imagined with a trace of official hospitality in her greeting. It was plain that she, like Mrs. Brown, considered me a charity patient. Well, no matter, Bashford and I got on smoothly. Their house was large, and its grandeur was almost oppressive to me, but I spent nearly a week in it. As I was leaving, Bashford gave me a card to Dr. Cross, a former parishioner in Jamaica Plain, saying, "Call upon the doctor as soon as you return. He'll be glad to hear of Dakota." My little den in Boylston Place was almost intolerable to me now. Spring sunshine, real sunshine, flooded the land, and my heart was full of longing for the country. Therefore, though I dreaded meeting another stranger, I decided to risk a dime and make the trip to Jamaica Plains to call upon Dr. Cross. This ride was a further revelation of the beauty of New England. For half an hour the little horse car ran along winding lanes under great overarching elm trees, past apple orchards in bursting bloom. On every hand luscious lawns spread, filled with crocuses and dandelions just beginning to spangle the green. The effect upon me was somewhat like that which would be produced in the mind of a convict who should suddenly find his prison doors opening into a June meadow. Standing with the driver on the front platform, I drank deep of the flower-scented air. I had never seen anything more beautiful. Dr. Cross, a sweet and gentle man of about 60 years of age, not unlike in manner and habit Professor Bush, my principal at the Cedar Valley Seminary, received his city visitor with a kindly smile. I liked him and trusted him at once. He was tall and very thin, with dark eyes and a long gray beard. His face was absolutely without suspicion or guile. It was impossible to conceive of his doing an unkind or hasty act, and he afterward said that I had the pallor of a man who had been living in a cellar. "I was genuinely alarmed about you," he said. His small frame house was simple, but it stood in the midst of a clump of pear trees, and when I broke out in lyrical praise of the beauty of the grass and the glory of the flowers, the doctor smiled and became even more distinctly friendly. It appeared that through Mr. Bashford he had purchased a farm in Dakota, and the fact that I knew all about it and all about wheat farming gave me distinction. He introduced me to his wife, a wholesome, hearty soul who invited me to dinner. I stayed. It was my first chance at a real meal since my visit to Portland, and I left the house with a full stomach as well as a full heart, feeling that the world was not quite so unfriendly after all. "Come again on Sunday," the doctor almost commanded. "We shall expect you." My money now has retired to the lower corner of my left-hand pocket, and it was evident that unless I call upon my father for help, I must go back to the West. And much as I loved to talk about the broad fields and pleasant streams of Dakota, I dreaded the approach of the hour when I must leave Boston, which was coming to mean more and more to me every day. In a blind vague way, I felt that to leave Boston was to leave all hope of literary career, and yet I saw no way of earning money in the city. In the stress of my need, I thought of an old friend, a carpenter in Greenfield. "I'm sure he will give me a job," I said. With this in mind, I went into Professor Brown's office one morning and said, "Well, Professor, I must leave you." "What's that? What's the matter?" queried the principal shrilly. "My money's gone. I've got to get out and earn more," I answered sadly. He eyed me gravely. "What are you going to do?" he inquired. "I am going back to shingling," I said with tragic accent. "Shingling!" the old man exclaimed, and then began to laugh, his big paunch shaking up and down with the force of his mirth. "Shingling!" he shouted finally. "Can you shingle?" "You bet I can," I replied with comical access of pride. "But I don't like to. That is to say, I don't like to give up my work here in Boston just when I'm beginning to feel at home." Brown continued to chuckle. To hear that a man who knew Mantegazza and Darwin and Whitman and Browning could even think of shingling was highly humorous. But as he studied my forlorn face, he sensed the despairing quiver in my voice, and his kind heart softened. He ceased to smile. "Oh, you mustn't do that," he said earnestly. "You mustn't surrender now. We'll fix up some way for you to earn your keep. Can't you borrow a little?" "Yes, I could get a few dollars from home, but I don't feel justified in doing so. Times are hard out there, and besides, I see no way of repaying a loan." He pondered a moment. "Well, now, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll make you our instructor in literature for the summer term, and I'll put your Booth lecture on the program. That'll give you a start, and perhaps something else will develop for the autumn." This noble offer so emboldened me that I sent West for $25 to pay my board, and to have my suit dyed. It was the very same suit I had bought of the Clark Street tailor, and the aniline purple had turned pink along the seams, or if not pink, it was some other color equally noticeable in the raiment of a lecturer and not to be endured. I also purchased a new pair of shoes and a necktie of the Windsor pattern. This cravat and my long Prince Albert frock, while not strictly in fashion, made me feel at least presentable. Another piece of good fortune came to me soon after Dr. Cross again invited me to dine, and after dinner, as we were driving together along one of the country lanes, the good doctor said, "Mrs. Cross is going up into New Hampshire for this summer, and I shall be alone in the house. Why don't you come and stay with me? You need the open air, and I need company." This generous offer nearly shipwrecked my dignity. Several moments passed before I could control my voice to thank him. At last I said, "That's very kind of you, doctor. I'll come if you will let me pay at least the cost of my board." The doctor understood this feeling and asked, "How much are you paying now?" With slight evasion I replied, "Well, I try to keep within $5 a week." He smiled. "I don't see how you do it, but I can give you an attic room and you can pay me at your convenience." This novel invitation translated me from my dark, cold, cramped den with its night guard of redoubtable cockroaches into the light and air of a comfortable suburban home. It took me back to the sky and the birds and the grass, and Irish Mary, the cook, put red blood into my veins. In my Sabbath walks along the beautiful country roads, I heard again the song of the catbird and the trill of the bobolink. For the first time in months, I slept in freedom from hunger, in security of the morrow. Oh, good Hiram Cross, your golden crown should be studded with jewels, for your life was filled with kindnesses like this. Meanwhile, in preparation for the summer term, I gladly helped stamp and mail Brown's circulars. The lecture Edwin Booth as Iago I carefully rewrote, for Brown had placed it on his printed program and had also announced me as instructor of literature. I took care to send this circular to all my friends and relatives in the West. Decidedly that summer of Taine in a Dakota cabin was bearing fruit, And yet, just in proportion as Brown came to believe in my ability, so did he proceed to hector me. He never failed to ask of a morning, "Well, when are you going back to shingling?" The summer school opened in July. It was well attended, and the membership being made up of teachers of English and oratory from several states was very impressive to me. Professors of elocution and of literature from well-known colleges and universities gave me dignity and distinction to every session. My class was very small and paid me very little, but it brought me to know Mrs. Payne, a studious, kindly woman, a resident of Hyde Park, who, for some reason which will forever remain obscure, considered me not merely a youth of promise, but a lecturer of value. Having heard from Brown how sadly I needed money, perhaps she even detected poverty in my dyed coat. She not only invited me to deliver an immediate course of lectures at her house in Hyde Park, but proceeded to force tickets upon all her friends. The importance of this engagement will appear when the reader is informed that I was owing the doctor for a month's board, and saw no way of paying it, and that my one suit was distressingly threadbare. There are other and more interesting ways of getting famous, but alas! I rose only by inches and incredible effort. My reader must be patient with me. My subjects were ambitious enough. The Art of Edwin Booth was ready for delivery, but Victor Hugo and his prose masterpieces was only partly composed, and the modern German novel and the American novel were in notes merely. Therefore, with puckered brow and sturdy pen, I set to work in my little attic room, and there I toiled night and day to put on paper the notions I had acquired concerning these grandiose subjects. In after years I was appalled at the audacity of that schedule, and I think I had the grace to be scared at the time, but I swung into it recklessly. Tickets had been taken by some of the best known men among the teachers, and I was assured by Mrs. Payne that we would have the most distinguished audience that ever graced Hyde Park. Among your listeners will be the literary editors of several Boston papers, 2 celebrated painters, and several well-known professors of oratory, she said, and like Lieutenant Napoleon called upon to demonstrate his powers, I graved with large and ruthless fist, and approached my opening date with palpitating but determined heart. It was a tense moment for me as while awaiting for my introduction, I looked into the faces of the men and women seated in that crowded parlor. Just before the dais, shading his eyes with his hand, was a small man with a pale face and brown beard. This was Charles E. Hurd, literary editor of the Transcript. Near him sat Theodore Weld, as venerable in appearance as Socrates, with long white hair and rosy cheeks, well known as one of the anti-slavery guard, a close friend of Wendell Phillips and William Lloyd Garrison. Beside him was Professor Raymond of Princeton, the author of several books, while Churchill of Andover and half a dozen other representatives of great colleges loomed behind him. I faced them all with a gambler's composure, but behind my mask I was jellied with fear. However, when I rose to speak, the tremor passed out of my limbs. The blood came back to my brain, and I began without stammering. This first paper, fortunately for us all, dealt with Edwin Booth, whom I revered. To my mind, he not only expressed the highest reach of dramatic art in his day, he was the best living interpreter of Shakespeare, and no doubt it was the sincerity of my utterance which held my hearers, for they all listened intently while I analyzed the character of Iago and disclosed what seemed to me to be the sources of the great tragedian's power. And when I finished, they applauded with unmistakable approval, and Mrs. Payne glowed with a sense of proprietorship in her protégé who had seized the opportunity and made it his. It was absurd, but triumphant. Many of the guests, kindly of spirit, came up to shake hands and congratulate me. Mr. Hurd gave me a close grip and said, "Come up to the Transcript office and see me." John J. Enneking, a big, awkward, red-bearded painter, elbowed up and in his queer German way spoke in approval. Churchill, Raymond, both said, "You'll do," and Brown finally came along with a mocking smile in his big face, eyed me with an air of quizzical comradeship, nudged me slyly with his elbow as he went by, and said, "Going back to shingling, are you?" On the homeward drive Dr. Cross said very solemnly, "You have no need to fear the future." It was a very small event in the history of Hyde Park, but it was a veritable breach of Lodi for me. I never afterward felt lonely or disheartened in Boston. I had been tested both as teacher and orator, and I must be pardoned for a sudden growth of boyish self-confidence. The 3 lectures which followed were not so successful as the first, but my audience remained. Indeed, I think it would have increased night by night had the room permitted it, and Mrs. Payne was still perfectly sure that her protégé had in him all the elements of success. But I fear Professor Church expressed the sad truth when he said in writing, "Your man Garland is a diamond in the rough." Of course I must have appeared very seedy and uncouth to these people, and I am filled with wonder at their kindness to me. My accent was Western. My coat sleeves shone at the elbows. My trousers bagged at the knees. Considering the anarch I must have been, I marvel at their toleration. No Western audience could have been more hospitable, more cordial. The $90 which I gained from this series of lectures was, let me say, the less important part of my victory, and yet it was wondrous opportune. They enabled me to cancel my indebtedness to the doctor and still have a little something to keep me going until my classes began in October, and as my landlord did not actually evict me, I stayed on shamelessly, fattening visibly on the puddings and roasts which Mrs. Cross provided and dear old Mary cooked with joy. She was the true artist. She loved to see her work appreciated. My class in English literature that term numbered 20, and the money which brought this carried me through till the midwinter vacation, and permitted another glorious season of Booth and the symphony orchestra. In the month of January I organized a class in American literature, and so at last became self-supporting in the city of Boston. No one who has not been through it can realize the greatness of this victory. I permitted myself a few improvements in hose and linen. I bought a leather handbag with a shoulder strap, and every day joined the stream of clerks and students crossing the Common. I began to feel a propriety interest in the Hub. My sleeping room, also my study, continued to be in the attic, a true attic with a sloping roof and one window, but the window faced the south, and in it I did all my reading and writing. It was hot on sunny days and dark on cloudy days, but it was a refuge. As a citizen with a known habitation, I was permitted to carry away books from the library, and each morning from 8 until 12:30 I sat at my desk writing, tearing away at some lecture or historical essay, and once in a while I composed a few lines of verse. 5 afternoons in each week I went to my classes and to the library, returning at 6 o'clock to my dinner and to my reading. This was my routine, and I was happy in it. My letters to my people in the West were confident, more confident than I ofttimes felt. During my second summer, Burton Babcock, who had decided to study for the Unitarian ministry, came east with intent to enter the divinity school at Harvard. He was the same old Burton, painfully shy, thoughtful, quaintly abrupt in manner, and together we visited the authorities at Cambridge and presented his case as best we could. For some reason not clear to either of us, the school refused to aid, and after a week's stay with me, Burton, a little disheartened but not resentful, went to Meadville, Pennsylvania. Boston seemed very wonderful to him, and I enjoyed his visit keenly. We talked inevitably of old friends and old days in the manner of middle-aged men, and he told me that John Gammons had entered the Methodist ministry and was stationed in Decorah, that Charles, my former partner in Dakota, had returned to the old home very ill with some obscure disease. Mitchell Morrison was a watchmaker and jeweler in Winona, and Lee Moss had gone to Superior. The scattering process had begun. The diverging wind currents of destiny had already parted our little group, and every year would see its members farther apart. How remote it all seems to me now, like something experienced on another planet. Each month saw me more and more the Bostonian by adoption. My teaching paid my board, leaving me free to study and to write. I never did any hack work for the newspapers. Hawthorne's influence over me was still powerful, and in my first attempts at writing fiction I kept to the essay form and sought for a certain distinction in tone. In poetry, however, Bret Harte, Joaquin Miller, and Walt Whitman were more to my way of thinking than either Poe or Emerson. In brief, I was sadly mixed. Perhaps the enforced confinement of my city life gave all poems of the open air, of the prairies, their great and growing power over me, for I had resolved to remain in Boston until such time as I could return to the West in the guise of a conqueror. Just what I was about to conquer, and in what way I was to secure eminence, was not very clear to me. But I was resolved nonetheless, and had no immediate intention of returning. In the summer of 1886, Brown held another summer school, and again I taught a class. Autumn brought a larger success. Mrs. Lee started a Browning class in Chelsea, and another loyal pupil organized a Shakespeare class in Waltham. I enjoyed my trips to these classes very much, and one of the first stories I ever wrote was suggested by some characters I saw in an old grocery store in Waltham. As I recall my method of teaching, it consisted chiefly of readings. My critical comment could not have been profound. I was earning now $12 per week. Part of this went for railway fare, but I still had a margin of profit. True, I still wore reversible cuffs and carried my laundry bundles in order to secure the discount, but I dressed in better style and looked a little less like a starving Russian artist, and I was becoming an author. My entrance into print came about through my good friend Mr. Hurd, the book reviewer of the Transcript. For him I began to write an occasional critical article or poem just to try my hand. One of my regular beats was up the 3 long flights of stairs which led to Hurd's little den above Washington Street, for there I felt myself a little more of the literary man, a little nearer to the current of American fiction. Let me repeat my appreciation of the fact that I met with the quickest response and the most generous aid among the people of Boston. There was nothing cold or critical in their treatment of me. My success, admittedly, came from some sympathy in them rather than from any real deserving on my part. I cannot understand at this distance why those charming people should have consented to receive from me opinions concerning anything whatsoever, at least of all notions of literature. But they did, and they seemed delighted at discovering me. Perhaps they were surprised at finding so much intelligence in a man from the plains. It was well that I was earning my own living at last, for things were not going especially well at home. A couple of dry seasons had made a great change in the fortunes of my people. Frank, with his usual careless good nature as a clerk in the store, had given credit to almost every comer, and as the hard times came on, many of those indebted failed to pay, and father was forced to give up his business and go back to the farm which he understood and could manage without the aid of an accountant. The junior, as I called my brother, being footloose and discontented, wrote to say that he was planning to go farther west, to Montana, I think it was. His letter threw me into dismay. I acknowledged once again that my education had in a sense been bought at his expense. I recalled the many weeks when the little chap had plowed in my stead whilst I was enjoying the inspiration of Osage. It gave me distress to think of him separating himself from the family as David had done, and yet my own position was too insecure to warrant me promising much in his aid. Nevertheless, realizing that mother would suffer less if she knew her 2 sons were together, I wrote saying, "If you have definitely decided on leaving home, don't go west. Come to Boston. and I will see if I cannot get you something to do." It ended in his coming to Boston, and my mother was profoundly relieved. Father gave no sign either of pleasure or regret. He set to work once more, increasing his acreage, vigorous and unsubdued. Frank's coming added to my burden of responsibility and care, but increased my pleasure in the city, for I now had someone to show it to. He secured a position as an accountant in the railway office, and though we seldom met during the week, on Sundays we roamed the parks, or took excursions down the bay, and in a short time he too became an enthusiastic Bostonian with no thought of returning to Dakota. Little Jessie was now the sole stay and comfort to our mother. As I look back now upon the busy, happy days of 1885 and 1886, I can grasp only a few salient experiences. A terrific storm is on the sea. We are at Nantasket to study it. The enormous waves are charging in from the illimitable sky like an army of horses, only to fall and waste themselves in wrath upon the sand. I feel the stinging blast against my face. I am riding on a train over the marshes on my way to my class in Chelsea. I look across the level bay and behold a soaring banner of sunshot mist, spun by a passing engine, rising, floating, vanishing in the air. I am sitting in an old grocery shop in Waltham, listening to the quaint aphorism of a group of loafers around the stove. I am lecturing before a summer school in Pepperell, New Hampshire. I am at the theater. I hear Salvini thunderously clamoring on the stage. I see Modjeska's beautiful hands. I thrill to Sarah Bernhardt's velvet somber voice. It is summer. Frank and I are walking the lovely lanes of Milton under gigantic elms, or lying on the grass of the park in West Roxbury, watching the wild birds come and go, hearing the sound of the scythe stone in the meadow. Day by day, week by week, Boston, New England, comes to fuse that part of me which is Eastern. I grow at last into thinking myself a fixture. Boston is the center of music, of art, of literature. My only wish now is to earn money enough to visit my people in the West. And yet, notwithstanding all this, neither of us ever really became a Bostonian. We never got beyond a feeling for the beauty, the picturesqueness and the charm of our surroundings. The East caused me to cry out in admiration, but it did not inspire me to write. It did not appeal to me as my material. It was rather as a story already told, a song already sung. When I walked a lane, or saw the sloping roof of a house set against a hillside, I thought of Whittier or Hawthorne and was silent. The sea reminded me of Celia Thaxter or Lucy Larcom. The marshes brought up the wayside inn of Longfellow. All was of the past. New England, rich with its memories of great men and noble women, had no direct inspiration for me, a son of the West. It did not lay hold upon my creative imagination, neither did it inspire me to sing of its glory. I remained immutably of the middle border, and strange to say, my desire to celebrate the West was growing. Each season dropped a thickening veil of mist between me and the scenes of my youth, adding a poetic glamour to every rememberable form and fact. Each spring, when the smell of fresh, uncovered earth returned to fret my nostrils, I thought of the wild fields of Iowa, of the level plains of Dakota, and a desire to hear once more the prairie chicken calling from the ridges filled my heart. In the autumn, when the wind swept through the bare branches of the elm, I thought of the lonely days of plowing on the prairie, and the poetry and significance of those wild gray days came over me with such power that I instinctively seized my pen to write of them. One day a man shoveling coal in the alley below my window reminded me of that peculiar ringing scrape which the farm shovel used to make when, on the Iowa farm at dusk, I scooped my load of corn from the wagon box to the crib, and straightway I fell a dreaming, and from dreaming I came to composition. And so it happened that my first writing of any significance was an article depicting an Iowa corn husking scene. It was not merely a picture of the life my brother and I had lived. It was an attempt to set forth a typical scene of the Middle Border. The farm life of New England had been fully celebrated by means of innumerable stories and poems. I began, its husking bees, its dances, its winter scenes are all on record. Is it not time that we of the West should depict our own distinctive life? The Middle Border has its poetry, its beauty, if we can only see it. To emphasize these differences, I called this first article "The Western Corn Husking," and put into it the grim report of the men who had been there, an insistence of the painful as well as the pleasant truth, a quality which was discovered afterwards to be the characteristic of my work. The bitter truth was strongly developed in this first article. Up to this time I had composed nothing except several more or less highfalutin essays, a few poems, and one or two stories somewhat in imitation of Hawthorne. But in this my first real shot at the delineation of prairie life, I had no models. Perhaps this clear field helped me to be true. It was not fiction, as I had no intention at that time of becoming a fictionist, but it was fact, for it included the mud and the cold of the landscape as well as its bloom and charm. I sent the corn husking to the New American Magazine, and almost by return mail the editor, William Wyckoff, wrote an inspiring letter to the effect that the life I had described was familiar to him, and that it had never been treated this way. I shall be very glad to read anything you have written or may write, and I suggest that you follow up this article by others of the same nature. It was just the encouragement I needed. I fell to work at once upon other articles, taking up the seasons one by one. Wyckoff accepted them gladly, but paid for them slowly and meagerly, but I did not blame him for that. His magazine was even then struggling for life. It must have been about this time that I sold to Harper's Weekly a long poem of the prairie, for which I was paid the enormous sum of $25. With this, the first money I ever had received for magazine writing, I hastened to purchase some silk for my mother, and the memoirs of General Grant for my father, with intent to suitably record and celebrate my entrance into literature. For the first time in her life, my mother was able to wear a silk dress, and she wrote soon after a proud and grateful letter saying things which blurred my eyes and put a lump into my throat. If only I could have laid that silk in her lap and caught the light of her happy smile. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Visit to the West. At 27 years of age, and after having been 6 years absent from Osage, the little town in which I went to school, I found myself able to revisit it. My earnings were still humiliatingly less than those of a hod carrier, but by shameless economy I had saved a little over $100, and with this as a traveling fund, I set forth at the close of school on a vacation tour which was planned to include the old home in the coulee, the Iowa farm, and my father's house in Dakota. I took passage in a first-class coach this time, but was still a long way from buying a berth in a sleeping car. To find myself actually on the train and speeding westward was deeply and pleasurably exciting, but I did not realize how keen my hunger for familiar things had grown, till the next day when I reached the level lands of Indiana. Every field of wheat, every broad hat, every honest treatment of the letter R gave me assurance that I was approaching my native place. The reapers at work in the fields filled my mind with visions of the past. The very weeds at the roadside had a magical appeal, and yet, eager as I was to reach old friends, I found in Chicago a new friend whose sympathy was so stimulating, so helpful that I delayed my journey for 2 days in order that I might profit by his critical comment. This meeting came about in a literary way. Some months earlier, in May to be exact, Hurd of the Transcript had placed in my hands a novel called Zuri, and my review of it had drawn from its author, a Western man, a letter of thanks and a cordial invitation to visit him as I passed through Chicago on my way to my old home. This I had gladly accepted, and now with keen interest I was on my way to his home. Joseph Kirkland was at this time nearly 60 years of age, a small, alert, dark-eyed man, a lawyer who lived in what seemed to me at the time plutocratic grandeur. But in spite of all this, and notwithstanding the difference in our ages, I liked him and we formed an immediate friendship. "Mrs. Kirkland and my daughters are in Michigan for the summer," he explained, "and I am camping in my study." I was rather glad of this arrangement, for, having the house entirely to ourselves, we could discuss realism, Howells, and the land question with full vigor and all night if we felt like it. Kirkland had read some of my Western sketches, and in the midst of his praise of them suddenly asked, "Why don't you write fiction?" To this I replied, "I can't manage the dialogue." "Nonsense," said he. "You're lazy, that's all. You use the narrative form because it's easier. Buckle to it. You can write stories as well as I can, but you must sweat." This so surprised me that I was unable to make any denial of his charge. The fact is, he was right. To compose a page of conversation wherein each actor uses his own accent and speaks from his own point of view was not easy. I had dodged the hard spots. The older man's bluntness and humor, and his almost wistful appreciation of my youth and capacity for being moved, troubled me, absorbed my mind even during our talk. Some of his words stuck like burrs, because they seemed so absurd. "When your name is known all over the West," he said in parting, "remember what I say. You can go far if you'll only work. I began too late. I can't emotionalize present-day Western life. You can, but you must bend to your desk like a man. You must grind." I didn't feel in the least like a successful fictionist, and being a household word seemed very remote, but I went away resolved to grind if grinding would do any good. Once out of the city, I absorbed atmosphere like a sponge. It was me no longer, as in New England, a question of warmed over themes and appropriated characters. Whittier, Hawthorne, Holmes had no connection with the rude life of these prairies. Each weedy field, each wire fence, the flat stretches of grass, the leaning Lombardy trees, everything was significant rather than beautiful, familiar rather than picturesque. Something deep and resonant vibrated within my brain as I looked out upon this monotonous, commonplace landscape. I realized for the first time that the East had surfeited me with picturesqueness. It appeared that I have been living for 6 years amidst painted, neatly arranged pasteboard scenery. Now suddenly I dropped to the level of nature unadorned, down to the ugly, unkempt lanes I knew so well, back to the pungent realities of the streamless plain. Furthermore, I acknowledged a certain responsibility for the conditions of the settlers. I felt related to them, an intolerant part of them. Once fairly out among the fields of northern Illinois, everything became so homely, uttered itself so piercingly to me that nothing less than song could express my sense of joy, of power. This was my country, these my people. It was the 3rd of July, a beautiful day with a radiant sky, darkened now and again with sudden showers. Great clouds, trailing veils of rain, enveloped the engine as it roared straight into the west. For an instant all was dark. Then forth we burst into the brilliant sunshine, careening over the green ridges as if drawn by runaway dragons with breath of flame. It was sundown when I crossed the Mississippi River at Dubuque, and the scene which I looked out upon will forever remain a splendid page in my memory. The coaches lay under the western bluffs, but away to the south the valley ran, walled with royal purple, and directly across the flood a beach of sand flamed under the sunset light as if it were a bed of pure untarnished gold. Behind this an island rose, covered with noble trees which suggested all the romance of the immemorial river. The red man's canoe, the explorer's bateau, the hunter's lodge, the emigrant's cabin, all stood related to that inspiring vista. For the first time in my life I longed to put this noble stream into verse. All that day I had studied the land. musing upon its distinctive qualities. And while I acknowledged the natural beauty of it, I revolted from the gracelessness of its human habitations. The lonely box-like farmhouses on the ridges suddenly appeared to me like the dens of wild animals. The lack of color, of charm in the lives of the people anguished me. I wondered why I had never before perceived the futility of a woman's life on a farm. I asked myself, why have these stern facts never been put into our literature as they have been used in Russia and in England? Why has this land no storytellers like those who have made Massachusetts and New Hampshire illustrious? These and many other speculations buzzed in my brain. Each moment was a revelation of new uglinesses as well as of remembered beauties. At 4 o'clock of a wet morning I arrived at Charles City, from which I was to take the spur for Osage. Stiffened and depressed by my night's ride, I stepped out upon the platform and watched the train as it passed on, leaving me with 2 or 3 other silent and sleepy passengers to wait until 7 o'clock in the morning for the accommodation train. I was still busy with my problem, but the salient angles of my interpretation were economic rather than literary. Walking to and fro upon the platform, I continued to ponder my situation. In a few hours I would be among my old friends and companions, to measure and be measured. 6 years before, I had left them to seek my fortune in the Eastern world. I had promised little, fortunately, and I was returning without the pot of gold and with only a tinge of glory. Exteriorly I had nothing but a crop of sturdy whiskers to show for my years of exile, but mentally I was much enriched. 20 years of development lay between my thought at the moment and those of my simpler days. My study of Spencer, Whitman, and other of the great leaders of the world, my years of absorbed reading in the library, my days of loneliness and hunger in the city had swept me into a far bleak land of philosophic doubt where even the most daring of my classmates would hesitate to follow me. A violent perception of the mysterious, the irrevocable march of human life swept over me and I shivered before a sudden realization of the ceaseless change and shift of Western life and landscape. How few of those I knew were there to greet me! Walter and Charles were dead. Maud and Lena were both married, and Burton was preaching somewhere in the West. 6 short years had made many changes in the little town, and it was in thinking upon these changes that I reached a full realization of the fact that I was no longer a promising boy of the prairie but a man, with a notion of human life and duty and responsibility which was neither cheerful nor resigned. I was returning as from deep valleys, from the most alien climate. Looking at the sky above me, feeling the rush of the earth beneath my feet, I saw how much I had dared and how little, how pitifully little I had won. Over me the ragged rain clouds swept, obscuring the stars, and in their movement and in the feeling of the dawn lay something illimitable and prophetic. Such moments do not come to men often, but to me for an hour life was painfully purposeless. What does it all mean? I asked myself. At last the train came, and as it rattled away to the north and I drew closer to the scenes of my boyhood, my memory quickened. The cedar rippling over its limestone ledges, the gray old mill and the pond where I used to swim, the farmhouses with their weedy lawns, all seemed not only familiar but friendly. And when at last I reached the station, the same grimy little den from which I had started forth 6 years before, I rose from my seat with the air of a world traveler and descended upon the warped and splintered platform among my one-time friends and neighbors, with quickened pulse and seeking eye. It was the 4th of July and a crowd was at the station, but though I recognized half the faces, not one of them lightened at sight of me. The bus driver, the ragged old drayman, scandalously profane, the common loafers shuffling about, chewing and spitting, seemed absolutely unchanged. 1 or 2 elderly citizens eyed me closely as I slung my little Boston valise with a long strap over my shoulder and started up the billowing board sidewalk toward the center of the town. but I gave out no word of recognition. Indeed, I took a boyish pride in the disguising effect of my beard. How small and flat and leisurely the village seemed! The buildings which had once been so imposing in my eyes were now of very moderate elevation indeed, and the Opera House was almost indistinguishable from the two-story structures which flanked it. But the trees had increased in dignity, and some of the lawns were lovely. With eye singling out each familiar object, I loitered along the walk. There stood a grimy wagon shop from which a hammer was ringing cheerily, like the chirp of a cricket, just as aforetime. Orrin Blakey stood at the door of his lumber yard, surveying me with curious eyes, but I passed him in silence. I wished to spend an hour or two in going about in guise of a stranger. There was something instructive as well as deliciously exciting in thus seeing old acquaintances as from behind a mask. They were at once familiar and mysterious. Mysterious with my new question, is this life worth living? The Merchants' Hotel, which once appeared so luxurious, within the reach only of great lecturers like Joseph Cook and Wendell Phillips, had declined to a shabby frame tavern. But entering the dining room, I selected a seat near an open window, from which I could look out upon the streets and survey the throng of thickening sightseers as they moved up and down before me like the figures in a vitascope. I was waited upon by a slatternly girl, and the breakfast she brought to me was so bad, after Mary's cooking, that I could only make a pretense of eating it. But I kept my seat, absorbed by the forms coming and going almost within the reach of my hand. Among the first to pace slowly by was Lawyer Ricka, stately, solemn, and bibulous as ever, his red beard flowing over a vest unbuttoned in the manner of the old-fashioned Southern gentleman, his spotless linen and neat tie showing that his careful, faithful wife was still on guard. Him I remembered for his astounding ability to recite poetry by the hour, and also because of a florid speech which I once heard him make in the courtroom. For 6 mortal hours he spoke on a case involving the stealing of a horse blanket worth about $4.50. In the course of his argument he ranged with leisurely self-absorption from ancient Egypt and the sacred crocodile down through the Dark Ages, touching at Athens and Mount Olympus, reviewing Rome and the court of Charlemagne, winding up at 4 p.m. with an impassioned appeal to the jury to remember the power of environment upon his client. I could not remember how the suit came out, but I did recall the look of stupefaction which rested on the face of the accused as he found himself likened to Girth, the swineherd, and a peasant of Carcassonne. Ricker seemed quite unchanged, save for the few gray hairs which had come into his beard, and as he stood in conversation with one of the merchants of the town, his nasal voice, his formal speech, and the grandiloquent gesture of his right hand brought back to me all the stories I heard of his drinking and of his wife's heroic rescuing expeditions to neighboring saloons, a strange, unsatisfactory end to a man of great natural ability. Following him came a girl leading a child of 10. I knew them at once. Ella McKee had been of the size of the little one, her sister, when I went away, and nothing gave me a keener realization of the years which had passed than the flowering of the child I had known into this charming maiden of 18. Her resemblance to her sister Flora was too marked to be mistaken, and the little one by her side had the same flashing eyes and radiant smile with which both of her grown-up sisters were endowed. Their beauty fairly glorified the dingy street as they walked past my window. Then an old farmer, bent and worn of frame, halted before me to talk with a merchant. This was David Babcock, Burton's father, one of our old-time neighbors, a little more bent, a little thinner, a little grayer. That was all, and as I listened to his words I asked, "What purpose does a man serve by toiling like that for 60 years with no increase of leisure, with no growth in mental grace?" There was a wistful note in his voice which went straight to my heart. He said, "No, our wheat crop ain't a-goin' to amount to much this year. Of course we don't try to raise much grain. It's mostly stock. But I thought I'd try wheat again. I wished we could get back to the good old days of wheat raising." It wasn't so confined in a stock raisin. His good days were also in the past. As I walked the street I met several neighbors from Dry Run as well as acquaintances from the Grove. Nearly all, even the young men, looked worn and weather-beaten, and some appeared both silent and sad. Laughter was curiously infrequent, and I wondered whether in my days on the farm they had all been as rude of dress, as misshapen of form, and as wistful of voice as they now seemed to me to be. Have times changed? Has a spirit of unrest and complaining developed in the American farmer? I perceived the town from the triple viewpoint of a former resident, a man from the city, and a reformer, and every minutest detail of dress, tone, and gesture revealed new meaning to me. Francher and Gammons were feebler certainly, and a little more querulous with age, and their faded beards and rough hands gave pathetic evidence of the hard wear of wind and toil. At the moment nothing glows the essential tragic futility of their existence. Then down the street came the ragamuffins, the little 4th of July procession, which in the old days had seemed so funny, so exciting to me. I laughed no more. It filled me with bitterness to think that such a makeshift spectacle could amuse anyone. How dull and eventless life must be to enable such a pitiful travesty to attract and hold the attention of girls like Ella and Flora, I thought as I saw them standing with their little sister to watch the parade. From the window of a law office, Emma and Matilda Leete were leaning, and I decided to make myself known to them. Emma, who had been one of my high admirations, had developed into a handsome and interesting woman with very little of the village in her dress or expression, and when I stepped up to her and asked, "Do you know me?" her calm gray eyes and smiling lips denoted humor. "Of course I know you in spite of the beard. Come in and sit with us and tell all of us about yourself." As we talked I found that they, at least, had kept in touch with the thought of the East, and Ella understood in some degree the dark mood which I voiced. She, too, occasionally doubted whether the life they were all living was worth while. "We make the best of it," she said, "but none of us are living up to our dreams." Her musical voice, thoughtful eyes, and quick intelligence reasserted their charm, and I spent an hour or more in her company talking of old friends. It was not necessary to talk down to her. She was essentially urban in tone, while other of the girls who had once impressed me with their beauty had taken on the airs of village matrons and did not interest me. If they retained aspirations, they concealed the fact. Their husbands and children entirely occupied their minds. Returning to the street, I introduced myself to Uncle Billy Fraser and Osmond Button and other Sun Prairie neighbors, and when it became known that Dick Garland's boy was in town, many friends gathered about to shake my hands and inquire concerning Belle and Dick. The hard, crooked fingers which they laid in my palm completed the sorrowful impression which their faces had made upon me. A twinge of pain went through my heart as I looked into their dim eyes and studied their heavy knuckles. I thought of the hand of Edwin Booth, of the flower-like palm of Helena Modjeska, of the subtle touch of Inez, and I said, "Is it not the time that the human hand ceased to be primarily a bludgeon for hammering a bare living out of the earth? Nature all bountiful, undiscriminating, would, under justice, make such toil unnecessary." My heart burned with indignation. With William Morris and Henry George I exclaimed, "Nature is not to blame. Man's laws are to blame." But of this I said nothing at the time, at least not to men like Babcock and Fraser. Next day I rode forth among the farms of Dry Run, retracing familiar lanes, standing under the spreading branches of the maple trees as I had planted 15 years before. I entered the low stone cabin wherein neighbor Button had lived for 20 years, always intending some time to build a house and make a granary of this, and at the table with the family and the hired men, I ate again of Aunt's wrist biscuits and sweet melon pickles. It was not a pleasant meal. On the contrary, it was depressing to me. The days of the border were over, and yet Arvilla his wife was ill and aging, still living in pioneer discomfort, toiling like a slave. At neighbor Gardner's home I watched his bent complaining old wife housekeeping from dawn to dark, literally dying on her feet. William Knapp's home was somewhat improved, but the men still came to the table in their shirt sleeves, smelling of sweat and stinking of the stable, just as they used to do, and Mrs. Knapp, grown more gouty, more unwieldy than ever. She spent 12 or 14 hours each day on her swollen and aching feet, moved with a waddling motion because, as she explained, "I can't limp. I'm just as lame in one leg as I am in the other. But they ain't no use to complain. I've just so much work to do, and I might as well go ahead and do it." I slept that night in her best room. Yes, at last, after 30 years of pioneer life, she had a guest chamber and a new bedroom suite. With open pride and joy she led Belle Garland's boy in to view this precious acquisition, pointing out the soap and towels and carefully removing the counterpane. I understood her pride, for my mother had not yet acquired anything so luxurious as this. She was still on the border. Next day I called upon Andrew Ainsley, and while the women cooked in a red-hot kitchen, Andy stubbed about the barnyard in his bare feet, showing me his hogs and horses. Notwithstanding his town visitor and the fact that it was Sunday, he came to dinner in a dirty, sweaty, collarless shirt, and I, sitting at his oilcloth-covered table, slipped back, deeper, ever deeper among the stern realities of the life from which I had emerged. I recalled that while my father had never allowed his sons or the hired men to come to the table unwashed or uncombed, we usually ate while clothed in our sweaty garments, glad to get food into our mouths in any decent fashion, while the smell of the horse and the cow mingled with the savor of the soup. There is no escape, even on a modern model farm, from the odor of the barn. Every house I visited had its individual message of sordid struggle and half-hidden despair. Agnes had married and moved away to Dakota, and Bess had taken upon her girlish shoulders the burdens of wifehood and motherhood almost before her girlhood had reached its first period of bloom. In addition to the work of being cook and scrub woman, she was now a mother and nurse. As I looked around upon her worn chairs, faded rag carpets, and sagging sofas, the bare walls of her pitiful little house seemed a prison. I thought of her as she was in the days of her radiant girlhood, and my throat filled with rebellious pain. All the gliding of farm life melted away. The hard and bitter realities came back upon me in a flood. Nature was as beautiful as ever. The soaring sky was filled with shining clouds. The tinkle of the bobolink's fairy bells rose from the meadow. A mystical sheen was on the odorous grass and waving grain, but no splendor of cloud, no grace of sunset could conceal the poverty of these people. On the contrary, they brought out, with a more intolerable poignancy, the gracelessness of these homes and the sordid quality of the mechanical daily routine of these lives. I perceived beautiful youth becoming bowed and bent. I saw lovely girlhood wasting away into thin and hopeless age. Some of the women I had known had withered into querulous and complaining spinsterhood, and I heard ambitious youth cursing the bondage of the farm. Of such pain and futility are the lives of the average man and woman of both city and country composed. I acknowledged to myself with savage candor. Why lie about it? Some of my playmates opened their acrid hearts to me. My presence stimulated their discontent. I was one of them, one who, having escaped, had returned as from some far-off glorious land of achievement. My improved dress, my changed manner of speech, everything I said, roused in them a kind of rebellious rage and gave them unwonted power of expression. Their mood was no doubt transitory, but it was as real as my own. Men who were growing bent in digging into the soil spoke to me of their desire to see something of the great eastern world before they died. Women whose eyes were faded and dim with tears listened to me with almost breathless interest whilst I told them of the great cities I had seen, of wonderful buildings, of theaters, of the music of the sea. Young girls expressed to me their longing for a life which was better worthwhile, and lads, eager for adventure and excitement, confided to me their secret intention to leave the farm at the earliest moment. "I don't intend to wear out my life drudging on this old place," said Wesley Fancher with a bitter oath. In those few days I perceived life without its glamour. I no longer looked upon these toiling women with the thoughtless eyes of youth. I saw no humor in the bent forms and graying hair of the men. I began to understand that my own mother had trod a similar slavish round with never a full day of leisure, with scarcely an hour of escape from the tugging hands of children, and the need of mending and washing clothes. I recalled her as she passed from the churn to the stove, from the stove to the bedchamber, and from the bedchamber back to the kitchen, day after day, year after year, rising at daylight or before, and going to her bed only after the evening dishes were washed and the stockings and clothing mended for the night. The essential tragedy and hopelessness of most human life under the conditions into which our society was swiftly hardening embittered me, called for expression, but even then I did not know that I had found my theme. I had no intention at the moment of putting it into fiction. The reader may interrupt at this point to declare that all life, even the life of the city, is futile, if you look at it in that way, and I reply by saying that I still have moments when I look at it that way. What is it all about, anyhow, this life of ours? Certainly to be forever weary and worried, to be endlessly soiled with thankless labor, and to grow old before one's time soured and disappointed is not the whole destiny of man. Some of these things I said to Emma and Matilda, but their optimism was too ingrained to yield to my gray mood. "We can't afford to grant too much," said Emma. "We are in it, you see." Leaving the village of Osage with my mind still in a tumult of revolt, I took the train for the Northwest, eager to see my mother and my little sister, yet beginning to dread the changes which I must surely find in them. Not only were my senses exceedingly alert and impressionable, my eyes saw nothing but the loneliness and the lack of beauty in the landscape. And the farther west I went, the lonelier became the box-like habitations of the plain. Here were the lands over which we had hurried in 1881, lured by the government land of the farther west. Here now a kind of pioneering behind the lines was going on. The free lands were gone, and so at last the price demanded by these speculators must be paid. This wasteful method of pioneering, this desolate business of lonely settlement took on a new and tragic significance as I studied it. Instructed by my new philosophy, I now perceived that these plowmen, these wives and daughters had been pushed out into these lonely, ugly shacks by the force of landlordism behind. These plodding Swedes and Danes, these thrifty Germans, these hairy Russians had all fled from the feudalism of their native lands and were here because they had no share in the soil from which they sprung, and because in the settled communities of the eastern states the speculative demand for land had hindered them from acquiring even a leasing right to the surface of the earth. I clearly perceived that our song of emigration had been, in effect, the hymn of fugitives. And yet all this did not prevent me from acknowledging the beauty of the earth. On the contrary, social injustice intensified nature's prodigality. I said, yes, the landscape is beautiful, but how much of its beauty penetrates to the heart of the men who are in the midst of it and battling with it? How much of consolation does the worn and weary renter find in the beauty of cloud and tree or in the splendor of the sunset? Grace of flower does not feed or clothe the body, and when the toiler is both badly clothed and badly fed, bird song and leaf shine cannot bring content. Like Millet, I asked, why should all of a man's waking hours be spent in an effort to feed and clothe his family? Is there not something wrong in our social scheme when the unremitting toiler remains poor? With such thoughts filling my mind, I passed through this belt of recent settlement and came at last into the valley of the James. One by one, the familiar flimsy little wooden towns were left behind, strung like beads upon a string, and at last the elevator at Ordway appeared on the edge of the horizon. A minute, wavering projection against the skyline, and half an hour later we entered the village, a sparse collection of weather-beaten wooden houses, without shade of trees or grass of lawns, a desolate, drab little town. Father met me at the train, grayer of beard and hair, but looking hale and cheerful, and his voice, his peculiar expression swept away all my city experience. In an instant I was back precisely where I had been when I left the farm. He was captain. I was a corporal in the rear ranks. And yet he was distinctly less harsh, less keen. He had mellowed. He had gained in sentiment, in philosophy that was evident, and as we rode away toward the farm we fell into intimate, almost tender talk. I was glad to note that he had lost nothing either in dignity or manliness in my eyes. His speech, though sometimes ungrammatical, was vigorous and precise, and his stories gave evidence of his native constructive skill. "Your mother is crazy to see you," he said, "but I have only this one-seated buggy, and she couldn't come down to meet you." When nearly a mile away, I saw her standing outside the door of the house waiting for us, so eager that she could not remain seated, and as I sprang from the carriage, she came hurrying out to meet me, uttering a curious little murmuring sound which touched me to the heart. The changes in her shocked me, filled me with a sense of guilt. Hesitation was in her speech. Her voice, once so glowing and so jocund, was tremulous, and her brown hair, once so abundant, was thin and gray. I realized at once that in the 3 years of my absence she had topped the high altitude of her life, and was now descending swiftly toward defenseless age, and in bitter sadness I entered the house to meet my sister Jessie, who was almost a stranger to me. She had remained small and was quaintly stooped in neck and shoulders, but retained something of her childish charm. To her I was quite alien, in no sense a brother. She was very reticent, but it did not take me long to discover that in her quiet fashion she commanded the camp. For all his military bluster, the old soldier was entirely subject to her. She was never willful concerning anything really important, but she assumed all the rights of an individual, and being the only child left in the family, went about her affairs without remark or question, serene, sweet, but determined. The furniture and pictures of the house were quite as humble as I had remembered them to be, but mother wore with pride the silk dress I had sent to her, and was so happy to have me at home that she sat in silent content, while I told her of my life in Boston. Boasting of my success, of course, I had to do that to justify myself, and explaining that I must return in time to resume my teaching in September. Harvest was just beginning, and I said, "Father, if you'll pay me full wages, I'll take a hand." This pleased him greatly, but he asked, "Do you think you can stand it?" "I can try," I responded. Next day I laid off my city clothes and took my place as of old on the stack. On the broad acres of the arid plains, the header and not the binder was then in use for cutting the wheat, and as a stacker I had to take care of the grain brought to me by the 3 header boxes. It was very hard work that first day. It seemed that I could not last out that afternoon, but I did, and when at night I went to the house for supper, I could hardly sit at the table with the men, so weary were my bones. I sought my bed early and rose next day so sore that movement was torture. This wore away at last, and on the 3rd day I had no difficulty in keeping up my end of the whiffle tree. The part of labor that I hated was the dirt. Night after night as I came in, covered with dust, too tired to bathe, almost too weary to change my shirt, I declared against any further harvesting. However, I generally managed to slosh myself with cold water from the well, and so went to my bed with a measure of self-respect, but even the spare room was hot and small, and the condition of my mother's life saddened me. It was so hot and drear for her. Every detail of the daily life of the farm now assumed literary significance in my mind. The quick callousing of my hands, the swelling of my muscles, the sweating of my scalp, all the unpleasant results of severe physical labor I noted down, but with no intention of exalting toil into a wholesome and regenerative thing as Tolstoy, an aristocrat, had attempted to do. Labor, when so prolonged and severe as at this time my toil had to be, is warfare. I was not working as a visitor but as a hired hand and doing my full day's work and more. At the end of the week I wrote to my friend Kirkland, enclosing some of my detailed notes, and his reply set me thinking. "You're the first actual farmer in American fiction. Now tell the truth about it," he wrote. Thereafter I studied the glory of the sky and the splendor of the wheat with a deepening sense of the generosity of nature and monstrous injustice of social creeds. In the few moments of leisure which came to me as I lay in the shade of a grain rick, I penciled rough outlines of poems. My mind was in a condition of tantalizing productivity, and I felt vaguely that I ought to be writing books instead of pitching grain. Conceptions for stories began to rise from the subconscious deeps of my thought like bubbles, noiseless and swift, and still I did not realize that I had entered upon a new career. At night or on Sunday I continued my conferences with father and mother. Together we went over the past, talking of old neighbors, and from one of these conversations came the theme of my first story. It was a very simple tale told by my mother of an old woman who made a trip back to her York State home after an absence in the West of nearly 30 years. I was able to remember some of the details of her experience, and when my mother had finished speaking, I said to her, "That is too good to lose. I'm going to write it out." Then, to amuse her, I added, "Why, that's worth $70 to me. I'll go halves with you." Smilingly she held out her hand. "Very well. You may give me my share now." "Wait till I write it," I replied, a little taken aback. Going to my room, I set to work and wrote nearly 2,000 words of the sketch. This I brought out later in the day and read to her with considerable excitement. I really felt that I had struck out a character which, while it did not conform to the actual woman in the case, was almost as vivid in my mind. Mother listened very quietly until I had finished, then remarked with sententious approval, "That's good. Go on." She had no doubt of my ability to go on indefinitely. I explained to her that it wasn't so easy as all that, but that I could probably finish it in a day or two. As a matter of fact, I completed the story in Boston, but mother got her share of the loot just the same. Soon afterward, while sitting in the door looking out over the fields, I penciled the first draft of a little poem called "Color in the Wheat," which I also read to her. She received this in the same manner as before, from which it appeared that nothing I wrote could surprise her. Her belief in my powers was quite boundless. Father was inclined to ask, "What's the good of it?" Of course, all my visit was not entirely made up of hard labor in the field. There were Sundays when we could rest or entertain the neighbors, and sometimes a shower gave us a few hours' respite, but for the most part the weeks which I spent at home were weeks of stern service in the ranks of the toilers. There was a very good reason for my close application to the fork handle. Father paid me an extra price as boss stacker, and I could not afford to let a day pass without taking the fullest advantage of it. At the same time, I was careful not to convey to my pupils and friends from Boston the disgraceful fact that I was still dependent upon my skill with a pitchfork to earn a living. I was not quite sure of their approval of the case. At last there came the time when I must set face toward the east. It seemed a treachery to say goodbye to my aging parents, leaving them and my untrained sister to this barren, empty, laborious life on the plain, whilst I returned to the music, the drama, the inspiration, the glory of Boston. Opposite poles of the world could not be farther apart. Acute self-accusation took out of my return of all the exultation and much of the pleasure which I had expected to experience as I dropped my harvester's fork and gloves and put on the garments of civilization once more. With heart sore with grief and rebellion at the inexorable trend of things, I entered the car, and when from its window I looked back upon my grieving mother, my throat filled with a suffocating sense of guilt. I was deserting her, recreant to my blood. That I was reenacting the most characteristic of all American dramas in thus pursuing an ambitious career in a far-off city I most poignantly realized, and yet I went. It seemed to me at the time that my duty lay in the way of giving up all my selfish plans in order that I might comfort my mother in her growing infirmity, and counsel and defend my sister. But I did not. I went away borne on a stream of purpose so strong that I seemed but a leak in its resistless flood. This feeling of bitterness, of rebellion, of dissatisfaction with myself wore gradually away, and by the time I reached Chicago I had resolved to climb high. I will carry mother and Jessie to comfort and to some small share, at least in the world of art, was my resolve. In this way I sought to palliate my selfish plan. Obscurely forming in my mind were two great literary concepts, that truth was a higher quality than beauty, and that to spread the reign of justice should everywhere be the design and intent of the artist. The merely beautiful in art seemed petty, and success at the cost of the happiness of others a monstrous egotism. In the spirit of these ideals, I returned to my small attic room in Jamaica Plain and set to work to put my new conceptions into some sort of literary form. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I joined the Anti-Poverty Brigade. In the slow procession of my struggling fortunes, this visit to the West seems important, for it was the beginning of my career as a fictionist. My talk with Kirkland and my perception of the sordid monotony of farm life had given me a new and very definite emotional relationship to my native state. I perceived now the tragic value of scenes which had hitherto appeared merely dull or petty. My eyes were opened to the enforced misery of the pioneer. As a reformer, my blood was stirred to protest. As a writer, I was beset with the desire to record in some form this newly born conception of the border. No sooner did I reach my little desk in Jamaica Plain than I began to write, composing in the glow of a flaming conviction. With a delightful and deceptive sense of power, I graved with heavy hand, as if with pen of steel on brazen tablets, picture after picture of the plain. I had no doubts, no hesitations about the kind of effect I wished to produce. I perceived little that was poetic, little that was idyllic, and nothing that was humorous in the man who, with hands like claws, was scratching a scanty living from the soil of a rented farm, while his wife walked her ceaseless rounds from tub to churn and from churn to tub. On the contrary, the life of such a family appealed to me as an almost unrelievedly tragic futility. In the few weeks between my return and the beginning of my teaching, I wrote several short stories, and outlined a propagandist play, with very little thought as to whether such stories would sell rapidly or not at all. I began to send them away, to the Century, to Harper's, and other first-class magazines without permitting myself any deep disappointment when they came back, as they all did. However, having resolved upon being printed by the best periodicals, I persisted. Notwithstanding rejection after rejection, I maintained an elevated aim and continued to fire away. There was a certain arrogance in all this, I will admit, but there was also sound logic, for I was seeking the ablest editorial judgment, and in this way I got it. My manuscripts were badly put together. I used cheap paper and could not afford a typist. Hence I could not blame the readers who hurried my stories back at me. No doubt my illegible writing as well as the blunt, unrelenting truth of my pictures repelled them. One or two friendly souls who wrote personal notes protesting against my false interpretation of Western life. The fact that I, a working farmer, was presenting for the first time in fiction the actualities of Western country life did not impress them favorably as I had expected it to do. My own pleasure in being true was not shared, it would seem, by others. "Give us charming love stories," pleaded the editors. "No, we've had enough of lies," I replied. "Other writers are telling the truth about the city. The artisan's narrow, grimy, dangerous job is being pictured, and it appears to me that the time has come to tell the truth about the barnyard's daily grind. I have lived a life and I know that farming is not entirely made up of burying, tossing the new mown hay and singing the old oaken bucket on the porch by moonlight. The working farmer," I went on to argue, "has to live in February as well as June. He must pitch manure as well as clover. Milking, as depicted on a blue china plate where a maid in a flounced petticoat is caressing a gentle Jersey cow in a field of daisies, is quite unlike sitting down to the steaming flank of a stinking brindle heifer in fly time. Pitching odorous timothy in a poem and actually putting it into a mow with the temperature at 98 in the shade are widely separated in fact, as they should be in fiction. For me," I concluded, "the grime and the mud and the sweat and the dust exist. They still form a large part of life on the farm, and I intend that they shall go into my stories in their proper proportions." Alas! Each day made me more and more the dissenter from accepted economic as well as literary conventions. I became less and less of the booming, indiscriminating patriot. Precisely as successful politicians, popular preachers, and vast traders diminished in importance in my mind, so the significance of Whitman and Tolstoy and George increased, for they all represented qualities which make for saner, happier, and more equitable conditions in the future. Perhaps I despised idlers and time-savers unduly, but I was of an age to be extreme. During the autumn, Henry George was announced to speak in Faneuil Hall, Sacred Art of Liberty, and with eager feet my brother and I hastened to the spot to hear this reformer whose fame already resounded throughout the English-speaking world. Beginning his campaign in California, he had carried it to Ireland, where he had been twice imprisoned for speaking his mind, and now, after having set Bernard Shaw and other English Fabians aflame with indignant protest, was about to run for mayor of New York City. I have an impression that the meeting was a noonday meeting for men. At any rate, the historical old hall, which had echoed to the voices of Garrison and Phillips and Webster, was filled with an eager expectant throng. The sanded floor was packed with auditors standing shoulder to shoulder, and the galleries were crowded with these who, like ourselves, had gone early in order to ensure seats. From our places in the front row, we looked down upon an almost solid mosaic of derby hats, the majority of which were rusty by exposure to wind and rain. As I waited, I recalled my father's stories of the stern passions of anti-slavery days. In this hall, Wendell Phillips, in the pride and power of his early manhood, had risen to reply to the cowardly apologies of entrenched conservatism, and here now another voice was about to be raised in behalf of those whom the law oppressed. My brother had also read Progress and Poverty, and both of us felt that we were taking part in a distinctly historical event, the beginning of a new abolition movement. At last, a stir at the back of the platform announced the approach of the speaker. 3 or 4 men suddenly appeared from some concealed door and entered upon the stage. One of them, a short man with a full red beard, we recognized at once. The Prophet of San Francisco, as he was then called, in fine derision, was not a noticeable man till he removed his hat. Then the fine lines of his face from the crown of his head to the tip of his chin printed itself ineffaceably upon our minds. The dome-like brow was that of one highly specialized on lines of logic and sympathy. There was also something in the tense poise of his body which foretold the orator. Impatiently the audience endured the speakers who prepared the way, and then, finally, George stepped forward. But prolonged waves of cheering again and again prevented his beginning. Thereupon he started pacing to and fro along the edge of the platform, his big head thrown back, his small hands clenched as if in anticipation of coming battle. He no longer appeared small. He was the mastermind of that assembly. His first words cut across the air with singular calmness. Coming after the applause, following the nervous movement of a moment before, his utterance was surprisingly cold, masterful, and direct. Action had condensed into speech, heat was transformed into light. His words were orderly and well chosen. They had precision and grace as well as power. He spoke as other men write, with style and arrangement. His address could have been printed word for word as it fell from his lips. This self-mastery, this graceful lucidity of utterance, combined with a personal presence, distinctive and dignified, reduced even his enemies to respectful silence. His altruism, his sincere pity, and his hatred for injustice sent me away in the mood of a disciple. Meanwhile, a few of his followers had organized an anti-poverty society similar to those which had already sprung up in New York, and my brother and I used to go of a Sunday evening to the old Horticultural Hall on Tremont Street, contributing our presence and our dimes in aid of the meeting. Speakers were few, and as the weeks went by, the audiences grew smaller and smaller, till one night Chairman Rush announced with sad intonation that the meetings could not go on. "You've all got tired of hearing us repeat ourselves, and we have no new speaker. None at all for next week. I'm afraid we'll have to quit." My brother turned to me. "Here's your call," he said. "Volunteer to speak for them." Recognizing my duty, I rose as the audience was leaving and sought the chairman. With a tremor of excitement in my voice, I said, "If you can use me as a speaker for next Sunday, I will do my best for you." Roche glanced at me for an instant, and then without a word of question, shouted to the audience, "Wait a moment! We have a speaker for next Sunday." Then, bending down, he asked of me, "What is your name and occupation?" I told him, and again he lifted his voice, this time in triumphant shout. "Professor Hamlin Garland will speak for us next Sunday at 8 o'clock. Come and bring all your friends." "You are in for it now," laughed my brother gleefully. "You'll be lined up with the anarchists, sure." That evening was in a very real sense a parting of the ways for me. To refuse this call was to go selfishly and comfortably along the lines of literary activity I had chosen. To accept was to enter the arena where problems of economic justice were being sternly fought out. I understood already something of the disadvantage which attached to being called a reformer, but my sense of duty and the influence of Herbert Spencer and Walt Whitman rose above my doubts. I decided to do my part. All the week I agonized over my address, and on Sunday spoke to a crowded house with a kind of partisan success. On Monday my good friend Chamberlain, the listener of the transcript, filled his column with a long review of my heretical harangue. With one leap I had reached the limelight of conservative Boston disapproval. Chamberlain himself, a philosophical anarchist, was pleased with the individualistic note which ran through my harangue. The single-taxers were, of course, delighted, for I admitted my discipleship to George, and my socialistic friends urged that the general effect of my argument was on their side. Altogether, for a penniless student and a struggling story writer, I created something of a sensation. All my speeches thereafter helped to dye me deeper than ever with the color of reform. However, in the midst of my anti-poverty campaign, I did not entirely forget my fiction and my teaching. I was becoming more and more of a companion of artists and poets, and my devotion to things literary deepened from day to day. A dreadful theorist in some ways, I was, after all, more concerned with literary than with social problems. Writing was my life. land reform one of my convictions. High in my attic room I bent above my manuscript with a fierce resolve. From 8 o'clock in the morning until 12:30, I dug and polished. In the afternoon I met my classes. In the evening I revised what I had written, and in case I did not go to the theater or to a lecture, I had no social engagement. I wrote until 10 o'clock. For recreation I sometimes drove with Dr. Cross on his calls, or walked the lanes and climbed the hills with my brother. In this way most of my stories of the West were written. Happy in my own work, I bitterly resented the laws which created millionaires at the expense of the poor. These were the days of security and tranquility, and good friends thickened. Each week I felt myself in less danger of being obliged to shingle, though I still had difficulty in clothing myself properly. Again I saw Booth play his wondrous round of parts and was able to complete my monograph which I called The Art of Edwin Booth. I even went so far as to send to the great actor the chapter on his Macbeth, and received from him grateful acknowledgments in a charming letter. A little later I had the great honor of meeting him for a moment, and it happened in this way. The veteran reader, James E. Murdoch, was giving a recital in a small hall on Park Street, and it was privately announced that Edwin Booth and Lawrence Barrett would be present. This was enough to justify me in giving up one of my precious dollars on the chance of seeing the great tragedian enter the room. He came in a little late, flushing, timid, apologetic. It seemed to me a very curious and wonderful thing that this man, who had spoken to millions of people from behind the footlights, should be timid as a maid when confronted by less than 200 of his worshipful fellow citizens in a small hall. So gentle and kindly did he seem. My courage grew, and after the lecture I approached the spot where he stood, and Mr. Barrett introduced me to him as the author of the lecture on Macbeth. Never had I looked into such eyes, deep and dark and sad, and my tongue failed me miserably. I could not say a word. Booth smiled with kindly interest and murmured his thanks for my critique, and I went away down across the common in a glow of delight and admiration. In the midst of all my other duties, I was preparing my brother Franklin for the stage. Yes, through some mischance, this son of the prairie had obtained the privilege of studying with a retired little lady who still occasionally made tours of the garrison circuit, and who had agreed to take him out with her, provided he made sufficient progress to warrant it. It was to prepare him for this trip that I met him 3 nights in the week at his office. He was bookkeeper in a cutlery firm, and there rehearsed East Lynne, Leah the Forsaken, and The Lady of Lions. From 7 o'clock until 9 I held the book whilst he pranced and shouted and gesticulated through his lines. At last, emboldened by his star's praise, he cut loose from his ledger and went out on a tour which was extremely diverting but not at all remunerative. The company ran on a reef, and Frank sent for carfare, which I cheerfully remitted, crediting it to his educational account. The most vital literary man in all America at this time was William Dean Howells, who was in the full tide of his powers and an issue. All through the early 80s, reading Boston was divided into 2 parts, those who liked Howells and those who fought him, and the most fiercely debated question at the clubs was whether his heroines were true to life or whether they were caricatures. In many homes he was read aloud with keen enjoyment of his delicate humor and his graceful, incisive English. In other circles he was condemned because of his injustice to the finer sex. As for me, having begun my literary career, as the reader may recall, by assaulting this leader of the realistic school, I had ended, naturally, by becoming his public advocate. How could I help it? It is true, a large part of one of my lectures consisted of a gratuitous slam at Mr. Howells and the so-called realists. But further reading and deeper thought along the lines indicated by Whitman had changed my view. One of Walt's immortal invitations which had appealed to me with special power was this: Stop this day and night with me, and you shall possess the origin of all poems. You shall no longer take things at second or third hand, nor look through the eyes of the dead, nor through my eyes either, but through your own eyes. You shall listen to all sides and filter them from yourself. Thus, by a circuitous route, I had arrived at a position where I found myself inevitably a supporter not only of Howells but of Henry James, whose work assumed ever larger significance in my mind. I was ready to concede with the realist that the poet might go round the earth and come back to find the things nearest at hand the sweetest and best after all, but that certain injustices, certain cruel facts, must not be blinked at. And so, while admiring the grace, the humor, the satire of Howells' books, I was saved from anything like imitation by the sterner and darker material in which I worked. My wall of prejudice against the author of A Modern Instance really began to sag when during the second year of my stay in Boston I took up and finished The Undiscovered Country, which I had begun 5 or 6 years before. But it was The Minister's Charge which gave me the final push to my defenses and fetched them tumbling about my ears in a cloud of dust. In fact, it was a review of this book, written for the transcript, which brought about a meeting with the great novelist. My friend Hurt liked the review and had it set up. The editor, Mr. Clement, upon reading it in proof, said to Hurt, "This is an able review. Put it in as an editorial. Who is the writer of it?" Hurt told him about me, and Clement was interested. "Send him to me," he said. On Saturday, I was not only surprised and delighted by the sight of my article in a large type at the head of the literary page. I was fluttered by the word which Mr. Clement had sent to me. Humbly as a minstrel might enter the court of his king, I went before the editor, and stood expectantly while he said, "That was an excellent article. I had sent it to Mr. Howells. You should know him, and sometime I will give you a letter to him. But not now. Wait a while. War is being made upon him just now, and if you were to meet him, your criticism would have less weight. His enemies would say that you have come under his personal influence. Go ahead with the work you have in hand, and after you have put yourself on record concerning him and his books, I will see that you meet him." Like a knight enlisted in a holy war, I descended the long narrow stairway to the street and went to my home without knowing what had passed me. I ruminated for hours on Mr. Clement's praise. I read and reread my able article till I knew it by heart, and then I started in, seriously, to understand and estimate the school of fiction to which Mr. Howells belonged. I read every one of his books as soon as I could obtain them. I read James too, and many of the European realists, but it must have been 2 years before I called upon Mr. Clement to redeem his promise. Deeply excited, with my note of introduction carefully stowed in my inside pocket, I took the train one summer afternoon bound for Lee's Hotel in Auburndale, where Mr. Howells was at this time living. I fervently hoped that the building would not be too magnificent, for I felt very small and very poor on alighting at the station, and every rod of my advance sensibly decreased my self-esteem. Starting with faltering feet, I came to the entrance of the grounds in a state of panic, and as I looked up the path toward the towering portico of the hotel, it seemed to me the palace of an emperor, and my resolution entirely left me. Actually, I walked up the street for some distance before I was able to secure sufficient grip on myself to return and enter. It is entirely unwarranted and very presumptuous in me to be thus intruding on a great author's time, I admitted, but it was too late to retreat, and so I kept on. Entering the wide central hall, I crept warily across its polished hardwood floor to the desk where a highly ornate clerk presided. In a meek husky voice I asked, "Is Mr. Howells in?" "He is, but he's at dinner," the despot on the other side of the counter coldly replied, and his tone implied that he didn't think the great author would relish being disturbed by an individual who didn't even know the proper time to call. However, I produced my letter of introduction, and with some excess of spirit requested His Highness to have it sent in. A colored porter soon returned, showed me to a reception room off the hall, and told me that Mr. Howells would be out in a few minutes. During these minutes I sat with eyes on the portieres and a frog in my throat. How will he receive me? How will he look? What shall I say to him? I asked myself, and behold, I hadn't an idea left. Suddenly the curtains parted and a short man with a large head stood framed in the opening. His face was impassive, but his glance was one of the most piercing I had ever encountered. In a single instant before he smiled, he discovered my character and my thought, as though his eyes had been the lenses of some singular and powerful X-ray instrument. It was the glance of a novelist. Of course, all this took but a moment's time. Then his face softened, became winning, and his glance was gracious. "I'm glad to see you," he said, and his tone was cordial. "Won't you be seated?" We took seats at the opposite ends of a long sofa, and Mr. Howells began at once to inquire concerning the work and the purposes of his visitor. He soon drew forth the story of my coming to Boston and developed my theory of literature, listening intently while I told him of my history of American ideals and my attempt at fiction. My conception of the local novel and of its great importance in American literature especially interested the master, who listened intently while I enlarged upon my reasons for believing that the local novel would continue to grow in power and insight. At the end I said, in my judgment, the men and women of the South, the West, the East, are working, without knowing it, in accordance with a great principle, which is this: American literature, in order to be great, must be national, and in order to be national, must deal with conditions peculiar to our own land and climate. Every genuinely American writer must deal with the life he knows best and for which he cares the most. Thus Joel Chandler Harris, George W. Cable, Joseph Kirkland, Sarah Orne Jewett, and Mary Wilkins, like Bret Harte, are but varying phases of the same movement, a movement which is to give us at last a really vital and original literature. Once set going, I fear I went on like the political orator who doesn't know how to sit down. I don't think I did quit. Howells stopped me with a compliment. "You're doing a fine and valuable work," he said, and I thought he meant it, and he did mean it. Each of us has had some perception of this movement, but no one has correlated it as you have done. I hope you will go on and finish and publish your essays. These words uttered, perhaps out of momentary conviction, brought blood to my face and filled me with conscious satisfaction. Words of praise by this keen thinker were like golden medals. I had good reason to know how discriminating he was in his use of adjectives, for he was even then the undisputed leader in the naturalistic school of fiction, and to gain even a moment's interview with him would have been a rich reward for a youth who had only just escaped from spreading manure on an Iowa farm. Emboldened by his gracious manner, I went on. I confessed that I, too, was determined to do a little at recording, by way of fiction, the manners and customs of my native West. I don't know that I can write a novel, but I intend to try, I added. He was kind enough then to say that he would like to see some of my stories of Iowa. "You have almost a clear field out there. No one but Howe seems to be tilling it." How long he talked or how long I talked I do not know, but at last, probably in self-defense, he suggested that we take a walk. We strolled about the garden a few minutes, and each moment my spirits rose, for he treated me not merely as an aspiring student, but as a fellow author in whom he could freely confide. At last, in his gentle way, he turned me toward my train. It was then, as we were walking slowly down the street, that he faced me with the trust of a comrade and asked, "What would you think of a story dealing with the effect of a dream on a life of a man? I have in mind a tale to be called The Shadow of a Dream, or something like that, wherein a man is to be influenced in some decided way by the memory of a vision. a ghostly figure which is to pursue him and have some share in the final catastrophe, whatever it may turn out to be. What would you think of such a plot?" Filled with surprise at his trust and confidence, I managed to stammer a judgment. "It would depend entirely upon the treatment," I answered. "The theme is a little like Hawthorne, but I can understand how, under your hand, it would not be in the least like Hawthorne." His assent was instant. "You think it not quite like me? You are right. It does sound a little lurid. I may never write it, but if I do, you may be sure it will be treated in my own way and not in Hawthorne's way." Stubbornly, I persisted. "There are plenty who can do the weird kind of thing, Mr. Howells, but there is only one man who can write books like A Modern Instance and Silas Lapham." All that the novelist said, as well as his manner of saying it, was wonderfully enriching to me. To have such a man, one whose fame was even at this time international, desire an expression of my opinion as to the fitness of his chosen theme was like feeling on my shoulder the touch of a kingly accolade. I went away exalted. My apprenticeship seemed over. To America's chief literary man, I was a fellow writer, a critic, and with this recognition, the current of my ambition shifted course. I began to hope that I, too, might some day become a social historian as well as a teacher of literature. The reformer was still present, but the literary man had been reinforced, and yet even here I had chosen the unpopular, unprofitable side. Thereafter, the gentle courtesy, the tact, the exquisite yet simple English of this man was my education. Every hour of his delicious humor, his wise advice, his ready sympathy sent me away in mingled exultation and despair. Despair of my own blunt and common diction, exultation over his continued interest and friendship. How I must have bored that sweet and gracious soul! He could not escape me. If he moved to Belmont, I pursued him. If he went to Nahant, or Magnolia, or Kittery, I spent my money like water in order to follow him up and bother him about my work, or worry him in a public acceptance of the single tax. And yet every word he spoke, every letter he wrote, was a benediction and an inspiration. He was a constant revelation to me of the swift transitions of mood to which a Celtic man of letters is liable. His humor was like a low, sweet bubbling geyser spring. It rose with a chuckle close upon some very somber mood and broke into exquisite phrases which lingered in my mind for weeks. Side by side with every jest was a bitter sigh, for he too had been deeply moved by new social ideals, and we talked much of the growing contrasts of rich and poor, of the suffering and loneliness of the farmer, the despair of the proletariat, and though I could never quite get him to perceive the difference between his program and ours, he was always for some vague socialistic reform. He readily admitted that land monopoly was the chief cause of poverty, and the first injustice to be destroyed. "But you must go farther, much farther," he would sadly say. Of all my literary friends at this time, Edgar Chamberlain of the Transcript was the most congenial. He too was from Wisconsin, and loved the woods and fields with passionate fervor. At his house I met many of the young writers of Boston, at least they were young then. Sylvester Baxter, Imogen Guiney, Minna Smith, Alice Brown, Mary E. Wilkins, and Bradford Torrey were often there. No events in my life except the occasional calls on Mr. Howells were more stimulating to me than the visits to the circle about Chamberlain's hearth. He was the kind of man who could not live without an open fire, and Mrs. Chamberlain's boundlessly hospitable table was an equally appealing joy. How they regarded me at this time I cannot surely define. Perhaps they tolerated me out of love for the West, but I here acknowledge my obligations to the listener. He taught me to recognize literary themes in the city, for he brought the same keen insight, the same tender sympathy to bear upon the crowds of the streets that he used in describing the songs of the thrush or the whir of the partridge. He was especially interested in the Italians who were just beginning to pour into the North End, displacing the Irish as workmen in the streets, and often in his column made gracious and charming references to them, softening without doubt the suspicion and dislike with which many citizens regarded them. Hurd, on the contrary, was a very bookish man. He sat amidst mountains of books for review, and yet he was always ready to welcome the slender volume of the new poet. To him I owe much. From him I secured my first knowledge of James Whitcomb Riley, and it was Hurd who first called my attention to Kirkland's Zury. Through him I came to an enthusiasm for the study of Ibsen and Bjornson, for he was widely read in the literature of the North. On the desk of this hard-working, ill-paid man of letters, who never failed to utter words of encouragement to me, I wished to lay a tardy wreath of grateful praise. He deserves the best of the world beyond, for he got little but hard work from this. He loved poetry of all kinds, and enjoyed a wide correspondence with those who could not choose but sing. His desk was crammed with letters from struggling youths whose names are familiar now, and in whom he took an almost paternal interest. One day as I was leaving Hurd's office, he said, "By the way, Garland, you ought to know Jim Hearn. He's doing much the same sort of work on the stage that you and Miss Wilkins are putting into the short story. Here are a couple of tickets to his play. Go and see it and come back and tell what you think of it." Hearn's name was new to me, but Hurd's commendation was enough to take me down to the obscure theater in the South End where Drifting Apart was playing. The play was advertised as a story of the Gloucester fishermen, and Catherine Hearn was the Mary Miller of the piece. Hearn's part was that of a stalwart fisherman, married to a delicate young girl, and when the curtain went up on his first scene, I was delighted with the setting. It was a veritable cottage interior, not an English cottage, but an American working man's home. The worn chairs, the rag rugs, the sewing machine doing duty as a flower stand, all were in keeping. The dialogue was homely, intimate, almost trivial, and yet contained a sweet and touching quality. It was, indeed, of a piece with the work of Miss Jewett, only more humorous, and the action of Catherine and James Hearn was in key with the text. The business of Jack's shaving and getting ready to go down the street was most delightful in spirit, and the act closed with a touch of true pathos. The second act, a dream act, was not so good, but the play came back to realities in the last act and sent us all away in joyous mood. It was for me the beginning of the local color American drama, and before I went to sleep that night I wrote a letter to Hearn telling him how significant I found his play and wishing him the success he deserved. Almost by return mail came his reply thanking me for good wishes and expressing a desire to meet me. "We are almost always at home on Sunday and shall be very glad to see you whenever you can find time to come." A couple of weeks later, as soon as I thought it seemly, I went out to Ashmont to see them, for my interest was keen. I knew no one connected with the stage at this time, and I was curious to know. I was almost frenziedly eager to know the kind of folk the Hearns were. My first view of their house was a disappointment. It was quite like any other two-story suburban cottage. It had a small garden, but it faced directly on the walk and was a most uninspiring color. But if the house disappointed me, the home did not. Hearn, who looked older than when on stage, met me with a curiously impassive face, but I felt his friendship through this mask. Catherine, who was even more charming than Mary Miller, wore no mask. She was radiantly cordial, and we were friends at once. Both persisted in calling me Professor, although I explained that I had no right to any such title. In the end, they compromised by calling me the Dean, and the Dean I remained in all the happy years of our friendship. Not the least of the charms of this home was the companionship of Hearn's three lovely little daughters, Julie, Crystal, and Dorothy, who liked the Dean. I don't know why, and were always at the door to greet me when I come. No other household meant as much to me. No one understood more clearly than the Hearns the principle I stood for, and no one was more interested in my plans for uniting the scattered members of my family. Before I knew it, I had told them all about my mother and her pitiful condition, and Catherine's expressive face clouded with sympathetic pain. "You'll work it out," she said. "I am sure of it." And her confident words were a comfort to me. They were true Celts, swift to laughter and quick with tears. They inspired me to bolder flights. They met me on every plane of my intellectual interests, and our discussions of Herbert Spencer, Henry George, and William Dean Howells often lasted deep into the night. In all matters concerning the American drama we were in accord. Having found these rare and inspiring souls, I was not content until I had introduced them to all my literary friends. I became their publicity agent without authority and without pay, for I felt the injustice of a situation where such artists could be shunted into a theater in the South End where no one ever saw them, at least no one of the world of arts and letters. Their cause was my cause, their success my chief concern. Drifting apart, I soon discovered, was only the beginning of Herne's ambitious design to write plays which should be as true in their local color as Howell's stories. He was at this time working on two plays, which were to bring lasting fame and a considerable fortune. One of these was a picture of New England coast life, and the other was a study of factory life. One became Shore Acres, and the other Margaret Fleming. From time to time as we met, he read me these plays, scene by scene as he wrote them, and when Margaret Fleming was finished, I helped him put it on at Chickering Hall. My brother was in the cast, and I served as man in front for 6 weeks, again without pay of course, and did my best to let Boston know what was going on there in that little theater, the first of all the little theaters in America. Then came the success of Shore Acres at the Boston Museum, and my sense of satisfaction was complete. How all this puts me back into that other shining Boston! I am climbing again those 3 long flights of stairs to the transcript office. Chamberlain extends a cordial hand. Clement nods as I pass his door. It is raining, and in the wet street the vivid reds, greens, and yellows of Horace cars splash the pavement with gaudy color. Round the tower of the Old South Church the doves are whirling. It is Saturday. I am striding across the common to Park Square, hurrying to catch the 5:02 train. The trees of the mall are shaking their heavy tears upon me. Drays thunder afar off. Bells tinkle. How simple, quiet, village-like the city of my vision seems in contrast with the Boston of today with its diabolic subways, its roaring overhead trains, its electric cars, and its streaming automobiles. Over and over again I have tried to rediscover that Boston, but it is gone, never to return. Herne is dead. Hurd is dead. Clement no longer edits the transcript. Howells and Mary Wilkins live in New York. Louise Chandler Moulton lies deep in that grave of whose restful quiet she often sang. And Edward Everett Hale, a type of New England that was old when I was young, has also passed into silence. His name, like that of Higginson and Holmes, is only a faint memory in the marble splendors of the new public library. The ravening years, how they destroy! End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My mother is stricken. In the summer of 1889, notwithstanding a widening opportunity for lectures in the East, I decided to make another trip to the West. In all my mother's letters, I detected a tremulous undertone of sadness, of longing, and this filled me with unrest even in the midst of the personal security I had won. I could not forget the duty I owed to her who had toiled so uncomplainingly that I might be clothed and fed and educated. And so I wrote to her announcing the date of my arrival. My friend Dr. Cross, eager to see the short grass country, which was a far off and romantic territory to him, arranged to go with me. It was in July, and very hot the day we started. But we were both quite disposed to make the most of every good thing and to ignore all discomforts. I'm not entirely certain, but I think I occupied a sleeping car berth on this trip. If I did so, it was for the first time in my life. Anyhow, I must have treated myself to regular meals, for I cannot recall being ill on the train. This in itself was remarkable. Strange to say, most of the incidents of the journey between Boston and Wisconsin are blended like the faded figures on a strip of sunsmith cloth. Nothing remains definitely distinguishable except the memory of our visit to my Uncle William's farm in Neshonoc, and the recollection of the pleasure we took in the vivid bands of wild flowers which spun like twin ribbons of satin from beneath the wheels of the rear coach as we rushed across the state. All else has vanished as though it had never been. These primitive blossoms along the railroad's right of way deeply delighted my friend, but to me they were more than flowers. They were cups of sorcery, torches of magic incense. Each nodding pink brought back to me the sights and sounds and smells of the glorious meadows of my boyhood's vanished world. Every weed had its mystic tale. The slope of the hills, the cattle grouped under the trees, all wrote upon me like old, half-forgotten poems. My uncle, big, shaggy, gentle and reticent, met us at the faded little station and drove us away toward the sun-topped sleeping camel, whose lines and shadows were so lovely and so familiar. In an hour we were at the farmhouse where quaint Aunt Maria made us welcome in true pioneer fashion, and cooked a mess of hot biscuit to go with the honey from the bees in the garden. They both seemed very remote, very primitive even to me. To my friend Cross, they were exactly like characters in a story. He could only look and listen and smile from his seat in the corner. William, a skilled bee-man, described to us his methods of tracking wild swarms, and told us how he handled those in his hives. "I can scoop 'em up as if they were so many kernels of corn," he said. After supper, as we all sat on the porch watching the sunset, he reverted to the brave days of '55 when deer and bear came down over the hills, when a rifle was almost as necessary as a hoe, and as he talked, I revived him in the black-haired smiling young giant of my boyhood days, untouched of age or care. He was a poet in his dreamy, reticent way, for when next morning I called attention to the beauty of the view down the valley, his face took on a kind of wistful sweetness and a certain shyness as he answered with a visible effort to conceal his feeling. "I like it. No place better. I wish your father and mother had never left the valley." And in this wish I joined. On the third day we resumed our journey toward Dakota, and the doctor, though outwardly undismayed by the long, hard ride and the increasing barrenness of the level lands, sighed with relief when at last I pointed out against the level skyline the wavering bulk of the grain elevator which alone marked the wind-swept, deserted side of Ordway, the end of our journey. He was tired. Business, I soon learned, had not been going well on the border during the 2 years of my absence. None of the towns had improved. On the contrary, all had lost ground. Another dry year was upon the land, and the settlers were deeply disheartened. The holiday spirit of 8 years before had entirely vanished. In its place was a sullen rebellion against government and against God. The stress of misfortune had not only destroyed hope, it had brought out the evil side of many men. Dissensions had grown common. 2 of my father's neighbors had gone insane over the failure of their crops. Several had slipped away between 2 days to escape their debts. And even little Jessie, who met us at the train, brave as a meadow lark, admitted that something gray had settled down over the plain. Graveyards, jails, asylums, all the accompaniments of civilization were now quite firmly established. On the west lay the lands of the Sioux, and beyond them the still more arid foothills. The westward movement of the middle border for the time seemed at an end. My father, Jessie told me, was now cultivating more than 500 acres of land, and deeply worried, for his wheat was thin and light and the price less than 60 cents per bushel. It was nearly sunset as we approached the farm, and a gorgeous sky was overarching it, but the bare little house in which my people lived seemed a million miles distant from Boston. The trees which my father had planted, the flowers which my mother had so faithfully watered, had withered in the heat. The lawn was burnt brown. No green thing was in sight, and no shade offered save that made by the little cabin. On every side stretched scanty yellowing fields of grain, and from every worn road dust rose like smoke from crevices, giving upon deep-hidden subterranean fires. It was not a good time to bring a visitor to the homestead, but it was too late to retreat. Mother, grayer, older, much less vigorous than she had been 2 years before, met us, silently, shyly, and I bled inwardly every time I looked at her. A hesitation had come into her speech, and the indecision of her movements scared me. But she was too excited and too happy to admit of any illness. Her smile was as sweet as ever. Dr. Cross quietly accepted the hot narrow bedroom which was the best we could offer him, and at supper took his place among the harvest help without any noticeable sign of repugnance. It was all so remote, so characteristic of the border that interest dominated disgust. He was much touched, as indeed was I, by the handful of wild roses which father brought in to decorate the little sitting room. "There's nothing I like better," he said, "than a wild rose." The old trailer had noticeably softened. While retaining his clarion voice and much of his sleepless energy, he was plainly less imperious of manner, less harsh of speech. Jessie's case troubled me. As I watched her, studied her, I perceived that she possessed uncommon powers, but that she must be taken out of this sterile environment. She must be rescued at once, or she will live and die the wife of some Dakota farmer, I said to mother. Again I was disturbed by the feeling that in some way my own career was disloyal, something built upon the privations of my sister as well as upon those of my mother. I began definitely to plan their rescue. "They must not spend the rest of their days on this barren farm," I said to Dr. Cross, and my self-accusation spurred me to sterner resolve. It was not a pleasant time for my good friend, but, as it turned out, there was a special providence in his being there, for a few days later, while Jessie and I were seated in the little sitting room, busily discussing plans for her schooling, we heard a short, piercing cry, followed by low sobbing. Hurrying out into the yard, I saw my mother standing a few yards from the door, her sweet face distorted, the tears streaming down her cheeks. "What is it, mother?" I called out. "I can't lift my feet," she stammered, putting her arms about my neck. "I can't move." And in her voice was such terror and despair that my blood chilled. It was true. She was helpless. From the waist downward, all power of locomotion had departed. Her feet were like lead, drawn to the earth by some terrible magnetic power. In a frenzy of alarm, Jessie and I carried her into the house and laid her on her bed. My heart burned with bitter indignation. "This is the end," I said. "Here is the result of long years of ceaseless toil. She has gone as her mother went, in the midst of the battle." At the moment I cursed the laws of men. I cursed myself. I accused my father. Each moment my remorse and horror deepened, and yet I could do nothing but kneel beside the bed and hold her hand while Jessie ran to call the doctor. She returned soon to say she could not find him. Slowly the stricken one grew calmer, and at last, hearing a wagon drive into the yard, I hurried out to tell my father what had happened. He read in my face something wrong. "What's the matter?" he asked as I drew near. "Mother is stricken," I said. "She cannot walk." He stared at me in silence, his gray eyes expanding like those of an eagle. Then calmly, mechanically, he got down and began to unhitch the team. He performed each habitual act with most minute care, till I, impatient of his silence, his seeming indifference, repeated, "Don't you understand? Mother has had a stroke. She is absolutely helpless." Then he asked, "Where is your friend Dr. Cross?" "I don't know. I thought he was with you." Even as I was calling for him, Dr. Cross came into the cabin, his arms laden with roses. He had been strolling about on the prairie. With his coming, hope returned. Calmly, yet skillfully, he went to the aid of the sufferer, while Father, Jessie, and I sat in agonized suspense awaiting his report. At last he came back to us with gentle, reassuring smile. "There is no immediate danger," he said, and the tone in which he spoke was even more comforting than his words. "As soon as she recovers from her terror she will not suffer." Then he added gravely, "A minute blood vessel has ruptured in her brain, and a small clot has formed there. If this is absorbed, as I think it will be, she will recover. Nothing can be done for her. No medicine can reach her. It is just a question of rest and quiet." Then to me he added something which stung like a poisoned dart. "She should have been relieved from severe household labor years ago." My heart filled with bitterness and rebellion, bitterness against the pioneering madness which had scattered our family, and rebellion toward my father who had kept my mother always on the border, working like a slave long after the time when she should have been taking her ease. Above all, I resented my own failure, my own inability to help in the case. Here was I, established in a distant city, with success just opening her doors to me, and yet still so much the struggler that my will to aid was futile for lack of means. Sleep was difficult that night, and for days thereafter my mind was rent with a continual and ineffectual attempt to reach a solution of my problem, which was indeed typical of ambitious young America everywhere. Shall I give up my career at this point? How can I best serve my mother? These were my questions, and I could not answer either of them. At the end of a week, the sufferer was able to sit up, and soon recovered a large part of her native cheerfulness, although it was evident to me that she would never again be the woman of the ready hand. Her days of labor were over. Her magnificent voice was now weak and uncertain, her speech painfully hesitant. She who had been so strong, so brave, was now both easily frightened and readily confused. She who had once walked with the grace and power of an athlete was now in terror of an uprolled rug upon the floor. Every time I looked at her, my throat ached with remorseful pain. Every plan I made included a vow to make her happy if I could. My success now meant only service to her. In no other way could I justify my career. Dr. Cross, though naturally eager to return to the comfort of his own home, stayed on until his patient had regained her poise. "The clot seems in process of being taken up," he said to me one morning, "and I think it safe to leave her. But you had better stay on for a few weeks." "I shall stay until September at least," I replied. "I will not go back at all if I am needed here." "Don't fail to return," he earnestly advised. "The field is just opening for you in Boston, and your earning capacity is greater there than it is here. Success is almost won. Your mother knows this, and tells me that she will insist on your going on with your work." Heroic soul! She was always ready to sacrifice herself for others. The doctor's parting words comforted me as I returned to the shadeless farmstead to share in the work of harvesting the grain which was already calling for the reaper, and could not wait either upon sickness or age. Again I filled the place of stacker while my father drove the 4-horse header, and when at noon, covered with sweat and dust, I looked at myself, I had very little sense of being a rising literary man. I got back once again to the solid realities of farm life, and the majesty of the colorful sunsets which ended many of our days could not conceal from me the starved lives and lonely days of my little sister and my aging mother. "Think of it," I wrote to my brother. "After 8 years of cultivation, father's farm possesses neither tree nor vine. Mother's head has no protection from the burning rays of the sun, except the shadow which the house casts on the dry, hard dooryard. Where are the woods and prairie lands of our song? Is this the fairyland in which we were all to reign like kings? Doesn't the whole migration of the Garlands and the McClintocks seem a madness? Thereafter, when alone, my mother and I often talked of the good old days in Wisconsin, of David and Deborah and William and Frank. I told her of Aunt Lorita's peaceful life of the green hills and trees. "Oh, I wish we had never left Green Coulee," she said. But this was as far as her complaint ever went, for father was still resolute and undismayed. "We'll try again," he declared. "Next year will surely bring a crop." In a couple of weeks our patient, though unable to lift her feet, was able to shuffle across the floor into the kitchen, and thereafter insisted on helping Jessie at her tasks. From a seat in a convenient corner she picked over berries, stirred cake dough, ground coffee, and wiped dishes, almost as cheerfully as ever. But to me it was a pitiful picture of bravery, and I burned ceaselessly with desire to do something to repay her for this almost hopeless disaster. The worst of the whole situation lay in the fact that my earnings both as teacher and as story writer were as yet hardly more than enough to pay my own carefully estimated expenses, and I saw no way of immediately increasing my income. On the face of it, my plain duty was to remain on the farm, and yet I could not bring myself to sacrifice my Boston life. In spite of my pitiful gains thus far, I held a vital hope of soon, very soon, being in condition to bring my mother and my sister east. I argued, selfishly of course, it must be that Dr. Cross is right. My only chance of success lies in the east. Mother did her best to comfort me. "Don't worry about us," she said. "Go back to your work. I am gaining. I'll be all right in a little while." Her brave heart was still unsubdued. While I was still debating my problem, a letter came which greatly influenced me, absurdly influenced all of us. It contained an invitation from the secretary of the Cedar Valley Agriculture Society to be the speaker of the day at the county fair on the 25th of September. This honor not only flattered me, it greatly pleased my mother. It was the kind of honor she could fully understand. In imagination she saw her son standing up before a throng of old-time friends and neighbors, introduced by Judge Daly and applauded by all the bankers and merchants of the town. "You must do it," she said, and her voice was decisive. Father, though less open in his expression, was equally delighted. "You can go round that way just as well as not," he said. "I'd like to visit the old town myself." This letter relieved the situation in the most unexpected way. We all became cheerful. I began to say, "Of course you are going to get well," and I turned again to my plan of taking my sister back to the seminary. "We'll hire a woman to stay with you," I said, "and Jessie can run up during vacation, and you and father can go down and spend Christmas with old friends." Yes, I confess it. I was not only planning to leave my mother again, I was intriguing to take her only child away from her. There is no excuse for this, none whatever, except the fact that I had her cooperation in the plan. She wanted her daughter to be educated quite as strongly as I could wish, and was willing to put up with a little more loneliness and toil if only her children were on the road to somewhere. Jessie was the obstructionist. She was both scared and resentful. She had no desire to go to school in Osage. She wanted to stay where she was. Mother needed her, and besides, she didn't have any decent clothes to wear. Ultimately, I overcame all her scruples, and by promising her a visit to the great city of Minneapolis, with the privilege of returning if she didn't like the school, I finally got her to start with me. Poor little scared sister! I only half realized the agony of mind through which she passed as we rode away into the Minnesota prairies. The farther she got from home, the shabbier her gown seemed, and the more impossible her coat and hat. At last, as we were leaving Minneapolis on our way to Osage, she leaned her tired head against me and sobbed out a wild wish to go home. Her grief almost wrecked my own self-control, but I soothed her as best I could by telling her that she would soon be among old friends and that she couldn't turn back now. "Go on and make a little visit anyway," I added. "It's only a few hours from Ordway and you can go home at any time." She grew more cheerful as we entered familiar scenes, and one of the girls she had known when a child took charge of her, leaving me free to play the part of distinguished citizen. The last day of the races was in action, when I, with a certain amount of justifiable pride, rode through the gate, the old familiar sagging gate, seated beside the president of the association. I wish I could believe that, as speaker of the day, I filled the sons of my neighbors with some small part of the awe with which the speakers of other days filled me, and if I assume something of the polite condescension with which all public personages carry off such an entrance, I trust it will be forgiven me. The event, even to me, was more inspiring in anticipation than in fulfillment, for when I rose to speak in the bandstand, the wind was blowing hard, and other and less intellectual attractions were in full tide. My audience remained distressingly small and calm. I have a dim recollection of howling into the face of the equatorial current certain disconnected sentences concerning my reform theory, and of seeing on the familiar faces of David Babcock, John Gammons, and other of my bronzed and bent old neighbors a mild wonder as to what I was talking about. On the whole, I considered it a defeat. In the evening I spoke in the Opera House, appearing on the same platform whence 8 years before I had delivered my impassioned graduating oration on going west. True, I had gone east, but then advice is for others, not for oneself. Lee Moss, one of my classmates, and in those seminary days a rival orator, was in my audience, and so was Burton, wordless as ever and a little sad, for his attempt at preaching had not been successful. His ineradicable shyness had been against him. Hattie was there, looking thin and old, and Ella and Matilda with others of the girls I had known 8 years before. Some were accompanied by their children. I suspect I aroused their wonder rather than their admiration. My radicalism was only an astonishment to them. However, a few of the men, the more progressive of them, came to me at the close of my talk and shook hands and said, "Go on! The country needs just such talks." One of these was Uncle Billy Fraser, and his allegiance surprised me, for he had never shown radical tendencies before. Summing it all up on my way to Chicago, I must admit that, as a great man returning to his native village, I had not been a success. After a few hours of talk with Kirkland, I started east by way of Washington in order that I might stop at Camden and call upon old Walt Whitman, whose work I had been lecturing about, and who had expressed a willingness to receive me. It was hot and dry in the drab little city in which he lived, and the street on which the house stood was as cheerless as an ash barrel even to one accustomed to poverty like myself. And when I reached the door of his small, decaying wooden tenement, I was dismayed. It was all so unlike the home of a world-famous poet. It was indeed very like that in which a very destitute mechanic might be living. And as I mounted the steps to Walt's room on the second story, my resentment increased. Not a line of beauty or distinction or grace rewarded my glance. It was all of the same unesthetic barrenness, and not overly clean at that. The old man, majestic as a stranded sea god, was sitting in an armchair, his broad Quaker hat on his head, waiting to receive me. He was spotlessly clean. His white hair, his light gray suit, his fine linen, all gave the effect of exquisite neatness and wholesome living. His clear tenor voice, his quiet smile, his friendly hand clasp charmed me and calmed me. He was so much gentler and sweeter than I had expected him to be. He sat beside a heap of half-read books, marked newspapers, clippings and letters, a welter of concerns which he refused to have removed by the broom of the caretaker. And now and again as he wished to show me something, He rose and hobbled a step or two to fish a book or a letter out of the pile. He was quite lame but could move without a crutch. He talked mainly of his good friends in Boston and elsewhere, and eluded his enemies without a particle of rancor. The lines on his noble face was as placid as those on the brow of an ox. Not one showed petulance or discouragement. He was the optimist in every word. He spoke of one of my stories to which trouble had called his attention, and reproved me gently for not letting in the light. It was a memorable meeting for me, and I went away back to my work in Boston with the feeling that I had seen one of the very greatest literary personalities of the century, a notion I have had no cause to change in the 27 years which have intervened. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin GARLAND. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Main Traveled Roads. My second visit to the West confirmed me in all my sorrowful notions of life on the plain, and I resumed my writing in a mood of bitter resentment, with full intention of telling the truth about Western farm life, irrespective of the land boomer or the politicians. I do not defend this mood. I merely report it. In this spirit I finished a story which I called A Prairie Heroine, in order that no one should mistake my meaning, for it was the study of a crisis in the life of a despairing farmer's wife, and while even here I did not tell the whole truth, I succeeded in suggesting to the sympathetic observer a tragic and hopeless common case. It was a tract, that must be admitted, and realizing this, knowing that it was entirely too grim to find a place in the pages of the Century or Harper's, I decided to send it to the Arena, a new Boston review whose spirit, so I have been told, was frankly radical. A few days later I was amazed to receive from the editor a letter of acceptance enclosing a check, but a paragraph in the letter astonished me more than the check, which was for $100. "I herewith enclose a check," wrote the editor, "which I hope you will accept in payment of your story. I note that you have cut out certain paragraphs of description with fear, no doubt, that the editor would object to them. I hope you will restore the manuscript to its original form and return it. When I ask a man to write for me, I want him to utter his mind with perfect freedom. My magazine is not one that is afraid of strong opinions." This statement, backed up by the writer's signature on a blue slip, produced in me a moment of stupefaction. Entertaining no real hope of acceptance, I had sent the manuscript in accordance with my principle of trying every avenue, and to get such an answer, an immediate answer, with a check. As soon as I recovered the use of my head and hand, I replied in eager acknowledgment. I do not recall the precise words of my letter, but it brought about an early meeting between B.O. Flower, the editor, and myself. Flower's personality pleased me. Hardly more than a boy at this time, he met me with the friendliest smile, and in our talk we discovered many common lines of thought. "Your story," he said, "is the kind of fiction I need. If you have any more of that sort, let me see it. My magazine is primarily for discussion, but I want to include at least one story in each issue. I cannot match the prices of magazines like Century, of course, but I will do the best I can for you." It would be difficult to exaggerate the value of this meeting to me, for no matter what anyone may now say of the Arena's logic or literary style, its editor's life was nobly altruistic. I have never known a man who strove more single-heartedly for social progress than B.O. Flower. He was the embodiment of unselfish public service, and his ready sympathy for every genuine reform made his editorial office a center of civic zeal. As champions of various causes, we all met in his open lists. In the months which followed, he accepted for his magazine several of my short stories and bought and printed Under the Wheel, an entire play, not to mention an essay or two on the new Declaration of Rights. He named me among his regular contributors and became not merely my comforter and active supporter, but my banker, for the regularity of his payments raised me to comparative security. I was able to write home the most encouraging reports of my progress. At about the same time, or a little later, the Century accepted a short story which I called A Spring Romance and a three-part tale of Wisconsin. For these I received nearly $500. Accompanying the note of acceptance was a personal letter from Richard Watson Gilder, so hearty in its words of appreciation that I was assured of another and more distinctive avenue of expression. It meant something to get into the Century in those days. The praise of its editor was equivalent to a diploma. I regarded Gilder as second only to Howells in all that had to do with the judgment of fiction. Flower's interests were ethical, Gilder's aesthetic, and after all my ideals were essentially literary. My reform notions were subordinate to my desire to take honors as a novelist. I cannot be quite sure of the precise date of this good fortune, but I think it must have been in the winter of 1890, for I remember writing a lofty letter to my father, in which I said, "If you want any money, let me know." As it happened, he had need of seed wheat, and it was with deep satisfaction that I repaid the money I had borrowed of him, together with $300 more, and so faced the new year clear of debt. Like the miner who, having suddenly uncovered a hidden vein of gold, bends to his pick in a confident belief in his find, so I humped above my desk without doubts, without hesitations. I had found my work in the world. If I had any thought of investment at this time, which I am sure I had not, it was concerned with the West. I had no notion of settling permanently in the East. My success in entering both the Century and the Arena emboldened me to say to Dr. Cross, "I shall be glad to come down out of the attic and take a full-sized chamber at regular rates." Alas! He had no such room, and so, after much perturbation, my brother and I hired a little apartment on Moreland Street in Roxbury and moved into it joyously. With a few dollars in my pocket, I went so far as to buy a couple of pictures and a new book rack, the first property I had ever owned, and when on the first night, with everything in place, we looked around upon our suite, we glowed with such exultant pride as only struggling youth can feel. After years of privation, I had at last secured a niche in the frowning escarpment of Boston's social palisade. Frank was 27, I was 30, and had it not been for a haunting sense of our father's defeat and a growing fear of mother's decline, we would have been entirely content. "How can we share our good fortune with her and with Sister Jessie?" was the question which troubled us most. Jessie's fate seemed especially dreary by contrast with our busy and colorful life. "We can't bring them here," I argued. "They would never be happy here. Father is a borderman. He would enjoy coming east on a visit, but to shut him up in Boston would be like caging an eagle. The case seems hopeless." The more we discussed it, the more insoluble the problem became. The best we could do was to write often and to plan for frequent visits to them. One day, late in March, Flower, who had been using my stories in almost every issue of his magazine, said to me, "Why don't you put together some of your tales of the West and let us bring them out in book form? I believe they would have instant success." His words delighted me, for I had not yet begun to hope for an appearance as the author of a book. Setting to work at once to prepare such a volume, I put into it 2 unpublished novelettes called Up the Coulee and The Branch Road, for the very good reason that none of the magazines, not even the Arena, found them available. This reduced the number of sketches to 6, so that the title page read Main Traveled Roads, 6 Mississippi Valley Stories by Hamlin Garland. The phrase "main traveled road" is common in the West. Ask a man to direct you to a farmhouse, and he will say, "Keep the main traveled road till you come to the second crossing and turn to the left." It seemed to me not only a picturesque title, significant of my native country, but one which permitted the use of a grimly sardonic foreword. This I supplied. The main traveled road in the West, as everywhere, is hot and dusty in summer, and desolate and drear with mud in fall and spring, and in winter the winds sweep the snows across it. But it does sometimes cross a rich meadow where the songs of the larks and blackbirds and bobolinks are tangled. Follow it far enough, it may lead past a bend in the river where the water laughs eternally over its shallows. Mainly it is long and weariful, and has a dull little town at one end, and a home of toil at the other. Like the main traveled road of life, it is traversed by many classes of people, but the poor and the weary predominate. This, my first book, was put together during a time of deep personal sorrow. My little sister died suddenly, leaving my father and mother alone on the bleak plain, 1,700 miles from both their sons. Hopelessly crippled, my mother now mourned the loss of her baby, and the soldier's keen eyes grew dim, for he loved his little daughter above anything else in the world. The flag of his sunset march was drooping in its staff. Nothing but poverty and a lonely old age seemed before him, and yet, in his letters to me, he gave out only the briefest hints of his despair. All this will explain, if the reader is interested to know, why the dedication of my little book was bitter with revolt. To my father and mother, whose half-century of pilgrimage on the main traveled road of life has brought them only pain and weariness, these stories are dedicated by a son to whom every day brings a deepening sense of his parents' silent heroism. It will explain also why the comfortable, the conservative, those who farmed the farmer, resented my thin gray volume and its message of acrid accusation. It was published in 1891, and the outcry against it was instant and astonishing to me. I had a foolish notion that the literary folk of the West would take a local pride in the color of my work, and to find myself execrated by nearly every critic as a bird willing to foul his own nest was an amazement. Editorials and criticisms poured into the office, all written to prove that my pictures of the middle border were utterly false. Statistics were employed to show that pianos and Brussels carpets adorned almost every Iowa farmhouse. Tilling the prairie soil was declared to be the noblest vocation in the world, not in the least like the pictures this Eastern author has drawn of it. True, corn was only 11 cents per bushel at the time, and the number of alien farm renters was increasing. True, all the bright boys and girls were leaving the farm, following the examples of my critics, but these I was told were all signs of prosperity and not of decay. The American farmer was getting rich and moving to town. Only the renters and the hired men were uneasy and clamorous. My answer to all this criticism was a blunt statement of facts. Butter is not always golden, nor biscuits invariably light and flaky in my farm scenes, because they're not so in real life, I explained. I grew up on a farm, and I am determined once for all to put the essential ugliness of its life into print. I will not lie, even to be a patriot. A proper proportion of the sweat, flies, heat, dirt, and drudgery of it all shall go in. I am a competent witness, and I intend to tell the whole truth. But I didn't. Even my youthful zeal faltered in the midst of a revelation of the lives led by the women on the farms of the middle border. Before the tragic futility of their suffering, my pen refused to shed its ink. Over the hidden chamber of their maternal agonies I drew the veil. The old soldier had nothing to say, but mother wrote to me, "It scares me to read some of your stories. They are so true. You might have said more," she added, "but I'm glad you didn't. Farmers' wives have enough to bear as it is." "My stories were not written for farmers' wives," I replied. They were written to convict the selfish monopolistic liars of the towns." "I hope the liars read 'em," was her laconic retort. Nevertheless, in spite of all the outcry against my book, words of encouragement came in from a few men and women who had lived out the precise experiences which I had put into print. "You have delineated my life," one man said. "Every detail of your description is true. The sound of the prairie chickens, the hum of the threshing machine, the work of seeding, corn husking, everything is familiar to me and new in literature." A woman wrote, "You are entirely right about the loneliness, the stagnation, the hardship. We are sick of lies. Give the world the truth." Another critic, writing from the heart of a great university, said, "I value your stories highly as literature, but I suspect that in the social war which is coming, you and I will be at each other's throats." This controversy naturally carried me farther and farther from the traditional, the respectable. As a rebel in art, I was prone to arouse hate. Every letter I wrote was a challenge, and one of my conservative friends frankly urged the folly of my course. "It is a mistake for you to be associated with cranks like Henry George and writers like Whitman," he said. "It is a mistake to be published by the Arena. Your book should have been brought out by one of the old established firms. If you fling away your radical notions and consent to amuse the governing classes, you will succeed." Fling away my convictions! It were as easy to do that as to cast out my bones. I was not wearing my indignation as a cloak. My rebellious tendencies came from something deep down. They formed an element in my blood. My patriotism resented the failure of our government. Therefore, such an advice had very little influence upon me. The criticism that really touched and influenced me was that which said, "Don't preach, exemplify. Don't let your stories degenerate into tracts." Howells said, be fine, but not too fine." And Gilder warned me not to leave beauty out of the picture. In the light of this friendly counsel, I perceived my danger, and set about to avoid the fault of mixing my fiction with my polemics. The editor of the Arena remained my most loyal supporter. He filled the editorial section of his magazine with praise of my fiction and loudly proclaimed my nonconformist character. No editor ever worked harder to give his author a national reputation, and the book sold, not as books sell now, but moderately, steadily, and being more widely read than sold, went far. This proved, of course, that my readers were poor and could not afford to pay $1 for a book. At least they didn't, and I got very little royalty from the sale. If I had any illusions about that, they were soon dispelled. On the paper-bound book I got 5 cents, on the cloth-bound 10. The sale was mainly in the 50-cent edition. It was not for me to criticize the methods by which my publisher was trying to make me known, and I do not at this moment regret Flower's insistence upon the reforming side of me, but for the reason that he was essentially ethical rather than aesthetic. Some part of the literary significance of my work escaped him. It was from the praise of Howells, Matthews, and Stedman that I received my enlightenment. I began to perceive that in order to make my work carry its message, I must be careful to keep a certain balance between significance and beauty. The artist began to check the preacher. Howells gave the book large space in the study in Harper's, and what he said of it profoundly instructed me. Edward Everett Hale, Mary E. Wilkins, Thomas Wentworth Higginson, Charles Dudley Warner, Edmund Clarence Stedman, and many others were most generous of applause. In truth, I was welcomed into the circle of American realists with an instant and generous greeting which astonished, at the same time that it delighted me. I marvel at this appreciation as I look back upon it, and surely in view of its reception, no one can blame me for considering my drab little volume a much more important contribution to American fiction than it really was. It was my first book, and so perhaps the reader will excuse me for being a good deal uplifted by the noise it made. Then, too, it is only fair to call attention to the fact that aside from Edward Eggleston's Hoosier's Schoolmaster, Howe's Story of a Country Town, and Zury by Joseph Kirkland, I had the Middle West almost entirely to myself. Not one of the group of Western writers who have since won far greater fame and 20 times more dollars than I, had at the time published a single volume. William Allen White, Albert Bigelow Payne, Stuart Edward White, Jack London, Emerson Hough, George Ade, Meredith Nicholson, Booth Tarkington, and Rex Beach were all to come. Octave Thanet was writing her stories of Arkansas life for Scribner's, but had published only one book. Among all my letters of encouragement of this time, not one, except perhaps that from Mr. Howells, meant more to me than a word which came from Walt Whitman, who hailed me as one of the literary pioneers of the West for whom he had been waiting. His judgment, so impersonal, so grandly phrased, gave me the feeling of having been praised by posterity. In short, I was assured that my face was set in the right direction and that the future was mine, for I was not yet 31 years of age, and 31 is a most excellent period of life. And yet, by a singular fatality, at this moment came another sorrow, the death of Alice, my boyhood adoration. I had known for years that she was not for me, but I loved to think of her as out there, walking the lanes among the roses and the wheat as of old. My regard for her was no longer that of the lover desiring and hoping, and though I acknowledged defeat, I had been too broadly engaged in my ambitious literary plans to permit her deflection to permanently cloud my life. She had been a radiant and charming figure in my prairie world, and when I read the letter telling of her passing, my mind was irradiated with the picture she had made when she last said good-bye to me. Her gentle friendship had been very helpful through all my years of struggle, and now in the day of my security, her place was empty. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of A Son of the Middle Border by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spirit of Revolt. During all this time while I had been living so busily and happily in Boston, writing stories, discussing Ibsen, and arguing the cause of Impressionism, a portentous and widespread change of sentiment was taking place among the farmers of the Middle Border. The discouragement which I had discovered in old friends and neighbors in Dakota was finding collective expression. A vast and non-sectional union of the corn growers, wheat raisers, and cotton growers had been affected, and the old-time politicians were uneasy. As 10-cent corn and 10% interest were troubling Kansas, so 6-cent cotton was inflaming Georgia, and both were frankly sympathetic with Montana and Colorado, whose miners were suffering from a drop in the price of silver. To express the meaning of this revolt, a flying squadron of radical orators had been commissioned and were in the field. Mary Ellen Lease, with Cassandra voice, and Jerry Simpson, with shrewd humor, were voicing the demands of the plainsmen, while Coin Harvey, as champion of the free silver theory, had stirred the mountaineer almost to a frenzy. It was an era of fervent meetings and fulminating resolutions. The Grange had been social, or at most commercially cooperative in its activities, but the Farmers' Alliance came as a revolt. The People's Party, which was the natural outcome of this unrest, involved my father. He wrote me that he had joined the Populists and was one of their county officers. I was not surprised at this action on his part, for I had known how high in honor he had held General Weaver, who was the chief advocate of a third party. Naturally, Flower sympathized with this movement, and kept the pages of his magazine filled with impassioned defenses of it. One day, early in '91, as I was calling upon him in his office, he suddenly said, "Garland, why can't you write a serial story for us? One that shall deal with this revolt of the farmers? It's perfectly legitimate material for a novel, as picturesque in its ways as The Rise of the Vendee. Can't you make use of it?" To this I replied, with some excitement, "Why, yes, I think I can. I have in my desk at this moment several chapters of an unfinished story which uses the early phases of the Grange movement as a background. If it pleases you, I can easily bring it down to date. It might be necessary for me to go into the field and make some fresh studies, but I believe I can treat the two movements in the same story. Anyhow, I should like to try." "Bring the manuscript in at once," replied Flower. "It may be just what we are looking for. If it is, we will print it as a serial this summer and bring it out in book form next winter." In high excitement I hurried home to dig up and reread the fragment which I called at this time Bradley Talcott. It contained about 30,000 words, and its hero was a hired man on an Iowa farm. Of course, I saw possibilities in this manuscript. I was in the mood to do that, and sent it in. Flower read it and reported almost by return mail. "We'll take it," he said, "and as soon as you can get away, I think that you'd better go out to Kansas and Nebraska and make the studies necessary to complete the story. We'll pay all your expenses and pay you for the serial besides." The price agreed upon would seem very small in these days of millionaire authors, but to me the terms of Flower's commission were nobly generous. They set me free. They gave me wings. For the first time in my life I was able to travel in comfort. I could not only eat in the dining car and sleep in the sleeping car, but I could go to a hotel at the end of my journey with a delightful sense of freedom from worry about the bills. Do you wonder that when I left Boston a week or two later, I did so with elation, with a sense of conquest? Eager to explore, eager to know every state of the Union, and especially eager to study the far plains and the Rocky Mountains, I started westward and kept going until I reached Colorado. My stay in the mountain country was short, but my glimpses of Ouray and Telluride started me on a long series of stories of the high trails. On the way out as well as on the way back, I took part in meetings of rebellious farmers in bare-walled Kansas schoolhouses, and watched protesting processions of weather-worn Nebraska populists as they filed through the shadeless cities of their sun-baked plain. I attended barbecues on drab and dusty fair grounds, meeting many of the best-known leaders in the field. Everywhere I came in contact with the discontented. I saw only those whose lives seemed about to end in failure, and my grim notions of farm life were in no wise softened by these experiences. How far away all this seems in these days of $3 wheat and 26-cent cotton, these days of automobiles, tractor plows, and silos. As I kept no diary in those days, I am a little uncertain about dates and places, and no wonder, for I was doing something every moment. I traveled almost incessantly for nearly 2 years, but one event of that summer does stand clearly out, that of a meeting with my father at Omaha in July. It seems that some sort of convention was being held there, and that my father was a delegate from Brown County, Dakota. At any rate, I distinctly recall meeting him at the train and taking him to my hotel and introducing him to General Weaver. As a representative of the arena, I had come to know many of the most prominent men in the movement, and my father was deeply impressed with their recognition of me. For the first time in his life, he deferred to me. He not only let me take charge of him, he let me pay the bills. He said nothing to me of his pride in my position, but my good friends Robert and Inah Petty told me that to them he expressed the keenest satisfaction. "I never thought Hamlin would make a success of writing," he said, "although he was always given to books. I couldn't believe that he would ever earn a living that way, but it seems that he is doing it." My commission from Flower and the fact that the arena was willing to pay my way about the country were to him indubitable signs of prosperity. They could not be misinterpreted by his neighbors. Inah Petty sat beside him at a meeting when I spoke, and she heard him say to an old soldier on the right, "I never knew just what that boy of mine was fitted for, but I guess he has struck his gait at last." It may seem illogical to the reader, but this deference on the part of the old soldier did not amuse me. On the contrary, it hurt me. A little pang went through me every time he yielded his leadership. I hated to see him display the slightest evidence of age, of weakness. I would rather have had him storm than sigh. Part of his irresolution, his timidity, was due, as I could see, to the unwonted noise and to the crowd of excited men, but more of it came from the vague alarm of self-distrust which are signs of advancing years. For 2 days we went about together, attending all the sessions and meeting many of the delegates, but we found time to discuss the problems which confronted us both. "I am farming nearly 1,000 acres this year," he said, "and I am getting the work systematized so that I can raise wheat at 60 cents a bushel, if I can only get 15 bushels to the acre. But there's no money in the country. We seem to be at the bottom of our resources. I never expected to see this country in such a state. I can't get money enough to pay my taxes. Look at my clothes. I haven't had a new suit in 3 years. Your mother is in the same fix. I wanted to bring her down, but she had no clothes to wear, and then, besides, it's hard for her to travel. The heat takes hold of her terribly." This statement of the border's poverty and drought was the more moving to me for the reason that the old pioneer had always been so patriotic, so confident, so sanguine of his country's future. He had come a long way from the buoyant faith of '66, and the change in him was typical of the change in the West, in America, and it produced in me a sense of dismay, of rebellious bitterness. Why should our great new land fall into the slough of discouragement? My sympathy with the alliance took on a personal tinge. My pride in my own success sank away. How pitiful it all seemed in the midst of the almost universal disappointment and suffering of the West. In the face of my mother's need, my resources were pitifully inadequate. "I can't go up to see mother this time," I explained to my father, "but I am coming out again this fall to speak in the campaign, and I shall surely run up and visit her then." "I'll arrange for you to speak in Aberdeen," he said. "I'm on the county committee." All the way back to Boston, and during the weeks of my work on my novel, I pondered the significance of the spiritual change which had swept over the whole nation. But above all others, the problem of my father's desperate attempt to retrieve his fortunes engaged my sympathy. "Unless he gets a crop this year," I reported to my brother, "he is going to need help. It fills me with horror to think of those old people spending another winter out there on the plain." My brother, who was again engaged by Herne to play one of the leading parts in Shore Acres, was beginning to see light ahead. His pay was not large, but he was saving a little of it and was willing to use his savings to help me out in my plan of rescue. It was to be a rescue, although we were careful never to put it in that form in our letters to the old pioneer. Up to this month I had retained my position in the Boston School of Oratory, but I now notified Brown that I should teach no more in his school or any other school. His big shoulders began to shake, and a chuckle preceded his irritating joke. "Going back to shingling?" he demanded. "No," I replied. "I'm not going to shingle any more, except for exercise after I get my homestead in the West. But I'm not sure. I think I can make a living with my pen." He became serious at this and said, "I'm sorry to have you go, but you are entirely right. You have found your work and I give you my blessings on it. But you must always count yourself one of my teachers, and come and speak for us whenever you can." This I promised to do, and so we parted. Early in September I went west, and having put myself in the hands of the State Central Committee of Iowa, entered the field, campaigning in the interests of the People's Party. For 6 weeks I traveled, speaking nearly every day, getting back to the farms of the West and harvesting a rich fund of experiences. It was a delightful autumn weather, and in central Iowa the crops were fairly abundant. On every hand, fields of corn covered the gentle hills like wide rugs of lavender velvet, and the odor of melons and ripening leaves filled the air. Nature's songs of cheer and abundance, uttered by innumerable insects, set forth the monstrous injustice of man's law by way of contrast. Why should children cry for food in our cities while fruits rotted on the vines and wheat had no value to the harvester? With other eager young reformers I rode across the odorous prairie swells, journeying from one meeting place to another, feeling as my companions did that something grandly beneficial was about to be enacted into law. In this spirit I spoke at populist picnics, standing beneath great oaks, surrounded by men and women, work-worn like my own father and mother, shadowed by the same cloud of dismay. I smothered in small halls situated over saloons and livery stables, traveling by freight train at night in order to ride in triumph as orator of the day at some county fair, until at last I lost all sense of being the writer and recluse. As I went north, my indignation burned brighter, for the discontent of the people had been sharpened by the drought which had again cut short the crop. At Millbank, Cyrus, one of my old dry run neighbors, met me. He was now a grave, stooping, middle-aged man, also in the midst of disillusionment. Going west had been a mistake for him as for my father. "But here we are," he said, "and I see nothing for it but to stick to the job." Mother and father came to Aberdeen to hear me speak, and as I looked down on them from the platform of the Opera House, I detected on their faces an expression which was not so much attention as preoccupation. They were not listening to my words. They were thinking of my relationship to them, of the mystery involved in my being there on the platform, surrounded by the men of the county whom they most respected. They could not take my theories seriously, but they did value and to the full the honor which their neighbors paid me, their son. Their presence so affected me that I made, I fear, but an indifferent address. We did not have much time to talk over family affairs, but it was good to see them even for a few moments and to know that mother was slowly regaining the use of her limbs. Another engagement made it necessary for me to take the night train for St. Paul, and so they both went down to the station with me, and as the time came to part, I went out to the little covered buggy, which was all the carriage my father owned, to start them off on their lonely 12-mile trip back to the farm. "I don't know how it is all coming about, Mother, but sometime, somewhere, you and I are going to live together. Not here, back in Osage, or perhaps in Boston. It won't be long now." She smiled, but her voice was tremulous. "Don't worry about me. I'm all right again. At least I am better. I shall be happy if only you are successful." This meeting did me good. My mother's smile lessened my bitterness, and her joy in me, her faith in me, sent me away in renewed determination to rescue her from the destitution and loneliness of this arid land. My return to Boston in November discovered a startling change in my relationship to it. The shining city in which I had lived for 7 years and which had become so familiar to me and so necessary to my progress, had begun to dwindle, to recede. The warm, broad, unkempt and tumultuous West, with its clamorous movement, its freedom from tradition, its vitality of political thought, reasserted its power over me. New England again became remote. It was evident that I had not really taken root in Massachusetts after all. I perceived that Boston was merely the capital of New England, while New York was fast coming to be the all-conquering capital of the nation. My realization of this shift of values was sharpened by the announcement that Howells had definitely decided to move to the metropolis and that Herne had broken up his little home in Ashmont and was to make his future home on Convent Avenue in Harlem. The process of stripping Boston to build up Manhattan had begun. My brother, who was still in one of Herne's company of players in Shore Acres, had no home to break up, but he said, "I'm going to get some sort of headquarters in New York. If you'll come on, we'll hire a little apartment uptown and batch it. I'm sick of theatrical boarding houses." With suddenly acquired conviction that New York was about to become the literary center of America, I replied, "Very well, get your flat. I'd like to spend a winter in the old town anyway." My brother took a small furnished apartment on 105th Street, and together we camped above the tumult. It was only 12.5 feet wide and about 48 long, and its furnishings were ugly, frayed and meager, but its sitting room opened upon the sun, and there of a morning I continued to write in growing content. At about noon the actor commonly cooked a steak or a chop and boiled a pot of coffee, and after the dishes were washed, we both merrily descended upon Broadway by means of a Ninth Avenue elevated train. Sometimes we dined downtown in reckless luxury at one of the French restaurants, where the tip was but a nickel and the dinner 30 cents. But usually even our evening meal was eaten at home. Herne was playing an unlimited engagement at the Broadway Theater, and I spent a good deal of time behind the scenes with him. His house on Convent Avenue was a handsome mansion, and on a Sunday I often dined there, and when we all got going the walls resounded with argument. Jim was a great wag and a delightful storyteller, but he was in deadly earnest as a reformer, and always ready to speak on the single text. He took his art very seriously also, and was one of the best stage directors of his day. Some of his dramatic methods were so far in advance of his time that they puzzled or disgusted many of his patrons, but without doubt he profoundly influenced the art of the American stage. Men like William Gillette and Clyde Fitch quite frankly acknowledged their indebtedness to him. Jim and Catherine both had an exaggerated notion of my importance in the world of art and letters, and listened to me with a respect, a fellowship, and an appreciation which increased my sense of responsibility and inspired me to greater effort as a novelist. Together we hammered out questions of art and economics, and planned new plays. Those were inspiring hours to us all, and we still refer to them as the good old Convent Avenue days. New York City itself was incredibly simpler and quieter than it is now, but to me it was a veritable hell because of the appalling inequality which lay between the palaces of the landlords and the tenements of the proletariat. The monstrous injustice of permitting a few men to own the land on which millions toiled for the barest living tore at my heartstrings then, as it does now, and the worst of it rested in the fact that the landless seemed willing to be robbed for the pleasure of those who could not even dissipate the wealth which rolled in upon them in waves of unearned rent. And yet, much as I felt this injustice and much as the city affected me, I could not put it into fiction. "It is not my material," I said. "My dominion is the West." Though at ease, I had no feeling of being at home in this tumult. I was only stopping in it in order to be near the Hernes, my brother, and Howells. The Georges, whom I had come to know very well, interested me greatly, and often of an evening I went over to the East Side, to the unpretentious brick house in which the Prophet and his delightful family lived. Of course, this home was doctrinaire, but then I liked that flavor, and so did the Hernes, although Katharine's keen sense of humor sometimes made us all seem rather like thoroughgoing cranks, which we were. In the midst of our growing security and expanding acquaintanceship, my brother and I often returned to the problem of our aging parents. My brother was all for bringing them east, but to this I replied, "No, that is out of the question. The old pioneer would never be happy in a city. We could buy a farm over in Jersey. What would he do there? He would be among strangers and in strange conditions. No, the only solution is to get him back either to Iowa or to Wisconsin. He will find even that very hard to do, for it will seem like failure, but he must do it. For mother's sake, I'd rather see him go back to the La Crosse Valley. It would be a pleasure to visit them there." "That is the thing to do," my brother agreed. "I'll never get out of Dakota again." The more I thought about this, the lovelier it seemed. The hills, the farmhouses, the roads, the meadows, all had delightful associations in my mind, as I knew they must have in my mother's mind, and the idea of regained homestead in the place of my birth began to engage my thought whenever I had leisure to ponder my problem, and especially whenever I received a letter from my mother. There was a certain poetic injustice in the return of my father and mother to the land from which they had been lured a quarter of a century before, and I was willing to make any sacrifice to bring it about. I take no credit for this. It was a purely selfish plan, For so long as they were alone out there on the plain, my own life must continue to be troubled and uneasy. Chapter 32